All right. Hey there, everyone. Hitesh here, back again with another video, and welcome to the continuation of our React series. So far, we have studied quite a lot about the React, quite an in-depth series about how we can build applications with the React, how the React internal works, and pretty much a lot of things. Now, from this video onwards, we are moving into a journey where we actually utilize all the things that we have grabbed so far and put this into a use of building a software, building or using the development skills. This is exactly what a lot of people miss, that how to actually transform your learnings and knowledge into the development skills, and this is known as development. In this video, I'll walk you through what we are about to build and what all skills you are going to be learning throughout this one. By the way, we are building a full stack application using React, and for the backend, we are using everybody's favorite and open source Appwrite. So I'll walk you through what the idea behind this application, and I will be focusing more on the generalized knowledge. This means after watching this entire few videos and the entire project, you will be able to build any kind of social media app. You don't need to watch any other videos after this. You'll have full knowledge. By the way, just imagine, what is Facebook? Just some text and images. That's basically it. What is a Twitter? Just some text and images. So it doesn't really matter how the website looks like. End of the day, it's just a social media which is empowering you with some kind of text and some images. The same goes for the blog article. So if you know the ins and outs of how to build a blog application with some text and some images, you pretty much can build any kind of social media app as well. Definitely on top of that, there could be so much more that you can do, but at least a basic building block could be ready. And that's exactly what we'll be learning in this video. So let me first show you what we are going to do. So let me share my screen. So this is where we'll be building. By the way, in case you haven't noticed, we are already on the 10th app. So we have done with that. This one is going to be technically our 11th app, but I want to show you something more. First thing, although you have completed this series, I expect that you have completed this series in all the playlist manner that I have uploaded. So quite a lot of long playlists that we have gone through with the long videos, 26 minutes to 40 minutes. There's a lot of range in that. Only recommendation is, if you're watching it in the continuation, I'm not sure that whether you have seen this video at the very end or at the very last, wherever you're watching it. After finishing up your context API, go and watch my Redux toolkit in 1 hour. This is a crash course on Redux where I've talked quite an in-depth about how Redux toolkit works and the setup of it, different ways of handling the situation. This is going to be a little bit requirement. So in case you haven't yet watched it, go ahead, watch it in the playlist. If you're watching this entire video in just one go ahead and watch this one as well. And then you can move on to this video, which is obviously the next in the playlist. So what we'll be building up? We'll be building up this small application, and again, our focus is not on the UI part, but rather more on the functionality part. In your UI, there might be 2 cards in one row. In our UI, it might be 4 cards. Doesn't really matter. This is exactly the functionality we are looking up for. This is our homepage where there will be a display of the card which displays the title as well as a preview of the images, not the actual images. This is something which is given to you by Appwrite as a kind of an easier way to handle images, so that not the entire image is being transferred to you, but a preview version of it, which is a little bit of a lesser quality. Once you click on this, any of this AI or anything, wherever you want to visit this gives you a full-blown image, which is larger, and that's why the bigger one, because I wanted to show this exaggerately that this is a larger one. And you can see this is where we have our text data. Our text data is very, very small. I just wanted to show you that you can actually store the way how this is being bold out. So yes, this is also done. Not only that, this project has some of the issues which are intentionally left in this one so that you can actually work on them and work on that. So that you saw that briefly log into read post. So there is an intentional error being shown there. And by the way, I will give you the entire list of where the bugs are and how you can fix them. Entire walkthrough will be given to you. But these are the things that you have to walk through and you have to learn through. I've seen that when I recorded this entire series in different language, and people actually appreciated that, okay, now we have some work to do, and they got excited. And if I click on this latest one, you can see this is uploaded by me. So obviously I get the edit and delete control over that, not for the other people. So that's a great idea of how things are done. Here we can see we are storing more information, like there is a color control, there's all of that. So we have a full-fledged editor that we are going to be using. along with the React. Of course, we have the logout and sign up functionality and sign in functionality powered by Appwrite. I'll walk you through with that as well. When I click on the add post, we can see that we have this add post that we have. We have the full control of WYSIWYG editor, what you see, what you get kind of editor. We can store that. We have a slug which works automatically. We can have a nice slug which automatically converts whatever the URL or our title is into a URL format with the dashes. So there is a little bit of logic writing that you'll be learning in this one. So quite a lot of intriguing details are there. For this entire one, we are using Appwrite end-to-end. This entire things are stored in the database like this. I'll walk you through how the database are being created, how you can use them, authentication features. End-to-end, the full backend is powered by the Appwrite. It's free and we will be using that. So if I click on this, this is where we have entire authentication details. We are having all these 4 or 5 random names of the users, but if we wish, we can go ahead and use other services for this. For example, in the settings, we have a lot more options. Just have to click and enable small pieces of code that I have to inject, and that's it. It supports so many. Crazy how much it supports. And we will be using authentication. We'll be using database services. We'll be using the storage services as well. So this will give you enough of idea that how to use storage, how to use authentication, and how to use databases. Rest of them, I don't think so. There is too much of tutorial required. Once you know how to do A, B, and C in one format, you can figure out how to do the D one. So that's the goal of this series. So again, I'm super excited that we are going to get started and we are going to build this one. Again, my recommendation is we will be focusing more on the functionality part. The UI part, it's purely based on the Tailwind. I highly recommend you to give it a different look than what I have given you. A lot of other students have done that and they have found that it's a great result. They have learned so much more just by modifying the UI. It gives them so much of confidence. Of course, I'll be giving you assignments as well, but I'm super excited to get started with this one. So in the next video, we'll set up a simple boilerplate React template. We'll connect our Appwrite with that. We'll start everything from the scratch and the fresh. And I'm pretty excited that you are also following this up so far, and I'm pretty sure you'll be following in the next one as well. In case you are enjoying these series, please share them on LinkedIn and also do hit me in the comment section as well. Just a model support, a heart would be really nice. So that's it for this video. Let's catch up in the next one. Hey there everyone, Hitesh here, back again with another video, and welcome to the continuation of our React series. So in this video, we'll just create a fresh app. We'll peek into a little bit of the documentation of Appwrite, and it's actually surprisingly good that their documentation was already good, but they have still rewritten the entire one, and I'm loving the new one. So we'll go through with that. And the entire documentation study that we are going to do, and with the code that we'll be writing, is going to be 100% reusable. So whether you are building any app in Flutter or maybe in React Native or anything else that you're going through, the concepts will remain same. If the programming language changes, then obviously you can find the things equivalent in your language as well. But in most of the case, anything related to JavaScript, TypeScript, they are going to be very same. So let's go with that, and let me share the screen and walk you through with that. So first, let's go ahead and create a new app. So obviously we are using Vite. So npm create Vite at latest. That is what we have been using, and that's exactly what you're using. By the way, with this one, I'm targeting the people who probably might have not watched my previous videos. That's also fine. If you're just starting from here, that's also fine. There will be a few concepts which I'll point towards, hey, this was covered in previous video or something. You can watch it at that time. Otherwise, it would be a fantastic experience in working together and building a full-fledged application, a full stack application. So let's call this one as 11th app. That's basically our 11th app, but hey, let's go ahead and start my terminal here. We have a lot of one here. We'll be just going with the create Vite latest. I think that's a good one. And let's call this one as 11 blog app. Yeah, fine, good name. We'll be using, of course, React, and yes, no, we are not going to be TypeScript in this one. Yes, I know, I do have a series on TypeScript on this channel. It got really popular on the free code camp as well, but we'll be going with JavaScript in this one. And what I want to do is, I just want to kill this terminal, and I want to open this up, right click and open an integrated terminal. That way I don't have to do CD and all those stuff. And I'm into this, I can just do an ls, and I can just say npm install. This is going to obviously install everything for us. And we need Tailwind for this one as well. So let's go into Tailwind CSS, quickly go into the docs. That's how I always recommend everybody to just go look into the docs, figure out how things works. In this one, we have already done this kind of a thing. So we'll be going with this command now. So let's go ahead and copy this so that we have the Tailwind setup being done. So this is the part 1 of Tailwind setup. The part 2 is to have the configuration file and set up so that it knows where probably you will be writing your Tailwind files or Tailwind commands, utilities, wherever you see that. All right. So in this one, I have the Tailwind config. Go ahead and change the content part. Don't forget the trailing comma. This is pretty important. So go ahead and do that. Once you're done with this, then in the index.css, we need these directives being placed. Yes, with the @ they are called as directives. So we'll go into the main file where all of my CSS is there. In my case, it's inside the source and I do have index.css. We'll replace everything and place our directives there, save that. And that's it. Now I'm technically allowed to run npm run dev to have my application up and running. We'll be doing that, but that's the basic configuration. The next step is to have Appwrite being installed. Now installing Appwrite is pretty straightforward. There is nothing too much to discuss on that. It just says npm install Appwrite. And that's it. That is the easiest part. Now you might be wondering that we are into React, which is pure front end. So what does this Appwrite is going to do? This Appwrite package in itself will allow you to talk to the backend part, backend as a service, which is Appwrite. This is a very common thing in case you have used any backend as a service, in which we focus majorly on the front end part, not on the backend side. So backend part is handled by the Appwrite, but in order to talk to that, we need the Appwrite. So that's what we have. Let's quickly check our package.json so that we can verify things are doing good and we are okay with that. All right, so in the dependencies, we have Appwrite. That's exactly what we want. And in the dev dependencies, we have Tailwind and all of that. We are happy with that. So Appwrite is the only thing that we require right now. Now we'll be needing a couple of things here. So inside the blog, I'll be just creating a couple of new files. Let me go ahead and first create that. First is going to be .env. That's my environment variable. I'll walk you through that, how you can deploy this application on Vercel or Netlify, whichever works for you. I'll show with the Vercel. So these environment variables are very important at that point of time so that sensitive information or data is not exposed in the GitHub and all of that. I will also create another new file because I want to give all this data to you. So I'll be just saying that .env. And I'll be creating a .sample. So this is a sample file, which is meant to be given to you so that you actually work with that. And what I'll do is I'll just actually go up into this one. And this environment variable, I can just right click and add this to gitignore so that that file never goes out to any GitHub repository, because this includes some of the sensitive data that I'm about to add in here. Okay. What kind of sensitive data you will be requiring? That will come from the Appwrite itself. So go ahead, create an account on Appwrite if you haven't yet. It's cloud.appwrite.io. Pretty straightforward, pretty basic. And if you just scroll at the bottom, you'll find the docs one here. By the way, you can just get to the docs simply by appwrite.io/docs, however you want. And let me walk you through how to study these docs. That's an important aspect. So on the left-hand side, you'll see that what products they offer, and they have authentication, database, functions, and storage. These are 4 major services. There's a lot under these categories, but these are major 4 categories that they work on. In this project, we'll work on Auth, we'll work on database, and we'll work on storage so that at least 3 of them are completely understandable by you and you can explore further things more. In the database, I'm not just talking about touching the database. I'll also walk you through how you can make queries in the database so that whatever the application you are building, you have the knowledge so that you can explore things on your own. So we'll be going through with that. Now, if you go on any of these products, for example, if I go into the Auth, now we can see that there are journeys and there are references. Now journeys is something that what do you want to implement in your application, and the APIs are what all the things I can do in that. For example, in the email and login, if I just click on this, it gives me the entire that, hey, what do you going to need? The entire project is itself there. So entire source code is there and you can just see that. So here we can see that what we get is a promise, but what we are using is an account, which gets to us by this account from the Appwrite, just like this. And further this, we can actually provide a user ID. If we don't, Appwrite will give us one. And we can provide an email and password to create an account of the user. So this is all it requires. And further, if you want to do the login, the same kind of a guide is provided to you. But if you want to do more, With this account API, you can just click on the account API and can see that I can get an account, I can create an account, update an email, I can create a JWT token, update a username, pretty much whatever I want to do, delete the sessions, list the sessions. There is an endpoint given to me so that I don't have to worry too much. For example, if I just want to see that how to delete sessions, all the sessions, I can click on this. And this gives me the method that, okay, you can use simply delete sessions s with the end so that it deletes everything. And that's it. That is going to delete. So it saves me so much of the time. If I know how to navigate properly, it doesn't really matter if you're using a React Native, React, or you're using something else. It just is the same. So that's your brief overview of how to actually study the newer documentation. And I find myself, I can find exactly what I need in a much quicker time with this. Pretty much fantastic documentation here. Okay. Now that we know that how the documentation and how we can traverse through them, I can go into organization, which it gives to everyone. The first time you create the account, this is what they call account as an organization. I am supposed to create a new project. So let's go ahead and create an empty project. I can import a project as well, but that's experimental. They are always very fast in doing the things. They always keep on doing some stuff. I'll create an empty project and let's call this one as YouTube blog. I think that's a pretty good name. It also gives you a project ID. We need this project ID, but I don't want to edit it. Although you can, if you wish, you can add your own custom IDs. I don't want to do that. I'll just simply click on create. And this is going to create a project for me. And in a few seconds, hopefully my internet is, some of the things are actually getting uploaded. So I'll just copy that. Stop that for a minute. And this is what I need. So I can just click on the copy and this is something that I'll be needing. Okay, where do I need this? All of these things, go ahead and follow along with me. These are some required stuff from your site. So, okay, Postman, no, I don't want to do any of that. Okay, in the environment variable, we need some variables to be put on. So I'll be just adding a React underscore app, and then I'll say underscore app write. If I wrote that correctly, appwrite underscore URL. And that's going to be my first variable name. And similarly, we will be having a couple of others like appwrite project ID as well. Project underscore ID. And this is my project ID. So what we get as a project, that's exactly my project ID that I have. Now, once I have the project ID, the next thing is we have not worked on one thing, which is the project URL. Now, the project URL is actually constant for all the Appwrite because the Appwrite is hosted up here in the cloud. By the way, in case you want to do and find it out properly, then click on the web. This is where you add your project. You can add multiple of your project. So my project name is, we called it what? We called it as, let me just go into package.json. We called it as 11 blog app. Let's use the same. Otherwise, it's not really compulsory. This is really important. Right now, we want to use a local host here. But as you upload this exact project on Vercel, Netlify, wherever, use something similar to this. So any subdomain which is coming up from Vercel, any subdomain that's come from Netlify, if you're not going to put this properly, then there are 100% chances that you'll find yourself messing up with the course error. So this is something which resolves it. 100% necessary. Please pay special attention to this one. For the localhost, it doesn't require any port or something. You just need to get localhost. Notice here, it actually gives you a suggestion. I hope it's visible in the screen recording. Yeah, it is. It is. So just add a localhost. So just go ahead and add a localhost. That's all it is required. Once you're done with this, now any request coming from localhost will be accepted in the server, and it takes time. Not too much, but I have noticed it takes 2 to 3 minutes to propagate these changes. Sometimes when I'm back-to-back recording, it sometimes takes time. So 2 to 3 minutes is usually the things to propagate these changes. Let's click on the next. Now, npm install appwrite, we have already done that. This importing of the client in the web SDKs and stuff, we will do that, but not right now. Let's go ahead and click on the next. This is the endpoints and set project. So notice here, project is 736. This is exactly the same ID that we have got in this one. So 763, that's the same ID we have already got. And there is an endpoint being mentioned here as well. That is exactly your appwrite URL. You might want to copy this. And by the way, this is exactly same for all the projects. Yes, I've worked with a lot of projects of appwrite, and this is exactly what you needed here. Okay. Once we have this, now we can click on the next and it says, hey, go to your dashboard and stuff. Yes, I'll go ahead and do that. This is one of the most important thing. Please do not skip that. Otherwise, I've seen people struggling into the course error. So these are the two things that you need, and your project now you have a unique ID. You can talk to that, and that's where the Appwrite SDK comes into the picture. But there are a couple of more things that we are going to require. So project ID is great. I'll just remove this one. But apart from the project ID, we need the database ID as well. Database underscore ID. We'll work with the database as well. Once you're into the database, that's a generalized database. In each database, you'll find a lot of collections as well. So I'll just go ahead and have a collection ID as well. And by the way, from where to get, I'll walk you through with that as well. Don't worry. And we need the bucket ID as well. So I'll just go ahead and add a bucket. What do you mean by bucket? Bucket simply means the storage that we'll be using. So let me walk you through how we can grab that. So I'll simply go ahead and have this one. So what I'll do is simply go into the database. So our app is completely up here. Now here we have the databases. Just go ahead and create a new database and enter the database name. Let's call this one as YouTube. Whatever you want to call, you can go ahead and call that. I won't be giving any ID. It will be given to me automatically. So I'll just go ahead and click on create. So that's what this is. So this is your database ID. So go ahead and copy that. That's exactly what we need. So this is our database ID. That's it. And once we are into the database ID, then obviously we need to create a collection. So that's the next step. I'll create a collection. Let's call this one as blogs, articles, whatever you like. I'll just go ahead and click on create. And this is my collection ID. So blogs, notice here how easy it is to just go ahead and go with the flow and copy the collection ID. So that's all what we need. Now in here, we are going to need to add some of the attributes. What kind of data is going to come up in the collection? Since we are here already, let's go ahead and add those attributes. So let's go ahead and click on attributes and click on create attributes. And you can create attributes of type string, integer, float, boolean. There's a lot of types. Most of the time will be using the strings. Once I click on the string, what is the key that you want to use? I want to go with title. If I can write that properly. There we go. What is the size? Totally up to you. I'll go with 255. Go ahead and use whatever the type that you want to go with that. So I'll just go ahead and add 255. So use that or use the scroll ones. You can add a default string value if you wish. I'll be requiring this. So I'll just say, hey, this is a required string. I'll just go ahead and click on create. That's it. So you need to provide a structure of your data, that how this data is going to come up in the collection so that anything which is required can be treated like that. Let's go ahead and add a few more which are going to be useful for us. So we'll be saying content. This is how my content will come up. I'll go with the string again, 255. If you wish more, then obviously add more numbers here. These are character sizes, so go ahead and use more. I'll say the content is also required for me. I'll just go ahead and click on create for this one. All right, so we have content title. Let's go ahead and create one more, and that is going to be my featured image. Featured image. Now this featured image is going to be a string size. I think 255 is good enough. I'm not storing the actual image into this one. Rather, I'm keeping the long string URL that I'll be uploading in the storage service of Appwrite. Once I store an image in that, it returns me back as a promise of a long string URL. That is what I'll be keeping here. And I'll say this is also required. So give me this image. This is pretty important for our application. Let's go ahead and create that. Now I hope it gives you an idea that how these things can be done. You can work with that. So I'll just go ahead and create more attributes, one more string. So I'll just say, hey, I need one more, which is status. Now it's up to you. You can keep this as a string or you can keep this as a Boolean value. I'll not keep this one as required because that's the status of my blog, whether it is active or inactive. I can just do that on the go. But if you wish to have it as an enum, Boolean, it's totally up to you. I'll have one more, which I'll talk in a minute. But this one is actually user ID. So I'll be adding just one user ID for each of the blog that we have. So this is exactly for that. 255 is good enough that we saw while building the demo of this application. But this is required field when we create a collection of this one. Let's go ahead and create this one. Okay, so there we go. We have now the basics being done. Pretty good. Now what we'll do is we will learn how we can make some queries with the databases as well. In order to make some queries, we need to have some queries other than these basic fields like title or something. What you'll study is when you have an indexes being placed on any collection, it's much more optimized for the searching purpose. I'll probably talk about more of the database optimization stuff probably in some another video. Right now, let's go ahead and learn how we can create an index. So all you have to do is create an index, is provide a key for that one. So I'll just go ahead and say that, hey, the key, we are going to call this one as status. That's my key. The key type is, you can have multiple keys. I'll just go with the keys. What is the data attribute which will be responsible for this one? I'll just go ahead and use the status for this one. And that's it. I'll just create this. That is how simple it is to have a key being assigned. So there we go. Now we'll be able to make queries. By the way, we can make queries just based on attributes as well, but it gives us a little bit more advantage. We'll study about them and I'll walk you through, give you some resources more on that. So there we go. We have now all the values being added up here. Since we were already here, we set this up. Now, coming more onto this one, so we have the auth service, we have the database service, we studied about them. We have one more thing, which is the bucket ID. Now, in the documents, if you'll just come up onto the documents and we were in the attributes section, go into the settings section. This is where you can see that who can actually have the permission to add these documents. This is the most important thing. Not anybody can come up and write into your documentation. You need to give a role to that who is allowed to that. Anyone is allowed, all the guests are allowed, all the users are allowed, any guest, anybody who will like to that. I'll say that any user is allowed. Any user is somebody who is already using my application, already logged in or something. So all the users are allowed of this application. So it will automatically wire these things up with your links. I'll say that all of my users have the ability to create, read, update, and delete my application. Whatever the role you want to give, you can have the role-based access within this database as a service. I'll just go ahead and update this. So there we go. Our permissions are updated. This is the most crucial one. I've seen people struggling with this quite a lot. So make sure you are worried about your settings and who can access the application. Now we'll not talk about the functions in this video, probably some another video. Let's go into the storage. So this is where you set up your buckets, and everybody calls this storage as buckets. Let's go ahead and click on the create button. And what do you want to call this bucket? I'll call this one as images. Doesn't really matter. We never actually reach it out using the name. We always reach it out using the ID. So that's what we need. So let's go ahead and create this, and we'll see the bucket ID. Go ahead and copy this, and that's what. So there we go. Our setting is all done. Now I want to copy this, and I want to give this U into environment variable as well. Obviously, these things will be changed by the time you'll be watching the video. So I'll be obviously rewriting them. It's important for me to rewrite. I'll be giving you all of that. But you know what values and what variables to look up for. So that's the step one of how to grab all the environment variables and what the settings we need from this one. Now let's go ahead and set up a little bit of our application as well and show you some of the best practices that probably will help you to optimize these applications. So first thing that we're going to do is inside the source, I'll create a new folder and we're going to call this one as conf. This is for configuration, and we'll be creating one more file into this one known as conf.js. conf.js. Now what we are going to do in this configuration, what we're going to do majorly, and you'll see this as a common production grade setting and practices being used, is you simply go ahead and create a conf or conf just like this. And this is usually an object, and you simply go ahead and export that. Export default conf. Now why we are doing this? This is being done because sometimes what you'll notice is accessing the environment variable could actually potentially throw up an error, or sometimes there is no guarantee that what data type is getting returned. This is not the case when obviously you're using TypeScript or something, but this is a common practice being used. For example, I can just go ahead and say that, hey, I'll export a Appwrite URL just like this. And the value of this will be wrapped up in the string so that I'm 100% sure the value that's coming up is actually the string. And I'll just go ahead and say I'm accessing that by process.env. That's by default in the React. And then I'll just name this one as whatever I used there. So in the environment variable, if I go ahead and say Appwrite URL, copy this, and I go ahead and paste this up here. So a common practice that you'll see quite a lot. And similarly, we have the project IDs and whatnot. So let's go ahead and finish this one up. Appwrite project ID, just like this. And again, same string. And yes, this one takes time. Process.env dot, and we need to grab the project ID. So copy that, paste that. That's the project ID. We need the database ID now. Appwrite database ID, and again string. This is just to make sure that we don't fall into the case or the data type issues. Again, nothing much. Process.env dot, and we need to grab the database ID. This simple export will help you to save so much of the problem. Trust me, I've been into that phase. Appwrite collection ID. And again, that's going to be a string. And again, process.env. This looks so much work right now, but it saves so much of the troubles. Good practice again. We have the collection ID, one more, bucket ID, almost done. Appwrite and bucket ID. There we go. Again, last one, string. And we'll be saying process.env dot, and last one, bucket ID. All right, so there we go. So now that we are exporting this conf, now we can import this at any place, and wherever we import this, we have conf.appwrite URL, appwrite project ID. In case you wish, you can directly go ahead and import this. But the idea is that if we face any error or the environment variables are not being able to load, we see all of that at one place. So this makes life a little bit easier. It was not compulsory to do, but in the good major scale projects and high scale companies, you'll find that this is a common practice. So just wanted to introduce you that yes, things like that happens and things that like works. All right, so this is our basics. The setups and everything are done. Now let's close all of this. You have the idea how this is being done. Now let's set up the things for the next video that we are about to work. So for this one, we'll create a new folder inside the source. And this is the most important thing in here. Let's go ahead and name this one as Appwrite. And inside the Appwrite, we'll start with just one file, and then eventually you'll see that why the other file or how the other file will work. We're going to call this one as auth.js. And I'll walk you through what is our plan with this auth.js. So right now we have just got the idea that how things are going to work. We have studied the Appwrite a little bit. I highly recommend you to go ahead and explore a little bit more of the documentation of Appwrite. The idea behind that is I want to create these services. Why services? What's the services, Hitesh? Whenever you work with these kinds of applications, especially backend as a service, you want to create a service file which actually kind of encapsulate all the hard details, like how the registration work. Somebody who is using our application should not worry about that. He should see this as just a method that I provide you an email and password or probably a photo, and you register me as a user. What you do in the internal details should be hidden from me, should be abstracted for me. And another advantage of doing this same approach is maybe you are working with React Native, or maybe you're working some other application as well. You can reuse this exact same code. Yes, literally, you can copy and paste this exact code, and it makes it so much highly reusable of a code. So that's a good practice, that we are learning how to write the reusable code. So that's one of the advantages we are going to learn. And once you see and understand that how we can use authentication service and the database service as well as the storage service, that's it. You are master about the 3 services in Appwrite, and you can explore things on the go. We'll be learning everything from the documentation itself, so that it gives you more confidence that yes, you can do the things on your own as well. All right, so that's it all. We'll be keeping it short, and in the next video, I'll be changing some of my IDs because I've exposed this to all of you. So I'll be changing them, and then we'll be working on the next file together. All right, so that's it for this video. Let's catch up into the next one. Hey there everyone, Hitesh here, back again with another video, and let's continue our journey with the React. Just to give you a brief context, in the last video, we saw that how we can build a full stack application using React and Appwrite. I walked you through with the setup of Appwrite and integrate it with the React. Just a quick sidebar, or as an interesting note, make sure that in your Appwrite app, your app is properly configured. You have added the web app, and there is a localhost string being added. If you're not going to add this, this might lead up into a lot of course error, which are nasty in itself. But the easy fix is watch out if you have added the web app inside the Appwrite. That's it. In this video, I will walk you through everything that you need to know about how to read the Appwrite documentation and integrate the auth section of it. I'm taking one section at a time and will walk you through how you can make your code robust as well as highly reusable. Whether you're using Appwrite in Next.js, React, React Native, Flutter, whatever you're using, you will be creating exactly same file. In fact, you can actually copy paste this exact same file in all of your project. And not only that, I'll walk you through what is the best way to read the documentation and all that you need. Quite interesting, isn't it? So this is all that you need to know about handling the auth in the Appwrite. Let's go ahead and get started. Let me share my screen first, and then we'll walk you through. So this is our Appwrite documentation, and this is our React app that we have been going through for a while. And in this, I showed you that we have installed the Appwrite. So if I just open up my package.json, we can see in the dependency, we have Appwrite. Pretty cool so far. Now, after that, with the basic configuration and having all of our environment variables, which we discussed in the last video, I asked you that create an Appwrite folder and create an auth.js file into this one. In this video, I'll walk you through that how we are going to use this file, but first let's read the documentation. So when you go to the appwrite.io/docs, this is where you see all the docs. And the organization of the doc, the hierarchy of it, the structure is pretty nice to go ahead and work on with this one. So in this video, I'll walk you through with this, that how you can actually use this one. So just give me a second. I'll arrange these things. Some of my elements are moving on the screens just like that. Okay. So as you can see, the products that they're offering is auth, database, function, and storage. In this video, I'll cover the auth. In the next video, I'll cover the database as well as the storage part of it. So that's pretty nice. Let's go into the auth section of it. Inside this auth section, you'll see that on the left-hand side, we have some of the concepts, the journey, and the references. Most probably the way how you're going to handle is first look at the journey. For example, in this one, we want to see how we can add a user based on email and password. Maybe you want to go with auth logins or magic URL. The same strategies are followed there as well. I click on this, and this is the first step, that how I can sign up a user. Similarly, I can just read the docs for login and something more. But what if I need a little bit more? So here, first of all, just go ahead and read one thing, which is if you go onto this auth section, if you go onto the auth homepage, there is nothing too much to explore into this one. Just go onto this one. This is my journey. And after this journey, let me just move this a little bit here so that you can see it all. Now, what we are going to do majorly is this account API. User API is you have a user and you want to modify some things about user. Maybe its name, email, and its record. But this is the account API. There is a difference between them. So if I click on the account API, you'll see there are two dots here. Just go ahead and click on this. And this is where you see all the methods, how to create an account, how to update an email. So all these things are mentioned here. For example, if I want to delete a sessions or list all the sessions, I can just click on this. And this gives me the source code. This is a little bit shrinked up. So this gives me the entire source code that, hey, you have to use a method which is known as a list sessions, and I'll give you a response. And in the response, I'll give you a promise and you can extract data from this promise and you'll get all the sessions. Exactly like that, if I want to work on the delete session, I can just use the method which is delete sessions. Similarly, if I want to create an email verification or I want to have something else, whatever, I want to get the account preferences or I want to update the name, create a JWT token, whatever I wish, I can go ahead and do that. Now, apart from this, I would like to bring you back onto the account, not here, into the auth section. So in the auth section, the very first thing, if I go into the journey of email and password login, notice here this source code, just walk through with this. Every single time I have to import client, account, and ID. ID for creating the unique IDs, there is no big deal. Then I have two options here, client and account. Now with this, you'll see a similar pattern that is getting repeated again and again. For example, you create a new object out of this client. Okay, I understand this fine. I understand this part. Now I have to set an endpoint and set a project. The endpoint almost always remains same until unless if you have added your own custom domains or something like that. But in most cases, it will remain same. And you have to give a project ID. This project ID we have already seen in the last video that you can just go ahead and copy this project ID. This is very repeatable code. Okay. After this, I have to create an account and I get this variable account after using the account that was given to me by Appwrite and injecting this client variable to it. So this is almost like giving a context to the account that here is your context, and now give me this object account, and this account is, you can say, a facade. It has so many things inside hidden to it. For example, you can use a method like create. This create method is actually associated with this account. That's why I'm able to call it account.create. Similarly, now if you go into the login, you'll see exact same portion being repeated. Okay, there's a client, there's account, there's an endpoint, blah, blah stuff. Again, repeatable. But what I see is account.create email session. What parameters I pass on, I can study it here, but I can see this whole top point is very, very repeatable. Now with this, I would like to bring your attention that if these all things are very repeatable, can I write a code in such a way that I don't need to repeat it again? And one such example is create a class. Because in the class, I can create a constructor which can do all of this code repeatably for me. And when I extract an object out of this class, maybe all things are already done. And this is exactly the approach that is used for creating the services. Yes, this is what we call in the programmatically jargon word as services. So what I'll do is I'll create a service and I'll use almost exactly same kind of a stuff like this. So I'll just go ahead and copy this much from wherever you want to borrow it. This is exactly same code, sign up, login, doesn't really matter. Borrow this code and what we'll do is we'll just paste this code here. Doesn't really matter. These are for my references only. Now, first of all, I obviously need this project ID and stuff. So I know that I have actually added them up inside my config. So I'll just go ahead and say import conf, and that conf will come up from, we need to go one directory back inside the conf, and there we have got conf .js, I guess. Yep, that's exactly the file I'm looking up for. Now I have this conf data, and with this conf data, I can actually go ahead and use this Appwrite URL, project ID, all these things are being exported. So just with the .access, I can have this. So this problem is solved. All right, what is the next problem? This thing is very, very repeatable. So it's better that if I go ahead and just use this. So I'll just go ahead and move this line above because I'm going to use this one. Let's create a simple class and export that as well. So I'll go ahead and say, hey, export class, and let's name this one as auth service. We will export the class. Maybe we want to use it, but my goal is to create an object out of this class and export that object so that you can just import it and start using it if you want to use it anywhere else. So I'll go ahead and use service. If I can write that correctly, that would be great. Service. All right. So there we go. This is our classic class in the JavaScript world. Okay. The next thing is we need couple of these things. So we need these client and we need this account as well. So these are my goal to create. So let's go ahead and do that. So client is pretty obvious. I can go ahead and say, hey, client, you will be coming up from new and client, just like that. Okay. Happy with this one. But account, not so happy because I cannot create the account directly right now. Account can only be created by passing the context of the client. And in order to create a proper client context, I need to run these methods .set endpoint, .set project. And I cannot just do that right now because otherwise just by creating the class I'm running. I want to run these methods as soon as somebody creates an object out of this class. And that's a great way to bring up the concept of constructor. So this is my constructor. And as soon as this constructor is being called, that means as soon as somebody creates an object out of this class, I'll say that this .client now we'll use the two methods. The first one is set endpoint. I'll pass you the variables in a minute. And I'll also go ahead and use the set project. Yep, that's the one. Set project. And these are the ones. I'll pass you the variables in a minute. But once this is done, now I can create an object. Not object, the account. This is exactly what we studied. Create an account by passing the context. So I'll just go ahead and say this .account. Now you can have the value. So what value you get? You'll get obviously a new keyword and we'll get an account. We'll pass on the context, which in this case is this .client. There we go. So no more repeatable code in every single time I have to do this. This is the best thing that you can do. Now let's go ahead and pass on the variables into this one. So this one will come up from conf.appwrite URL. Yep, that's what we used. And into this one, we'll say conf.appwrite project ID. There we go. Problem solved. And this is highly, highly repeatable code. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to create a couple of methods. And again, these are Appwrite methods. So your request is going to the Appwrite, coming back onto this one. This might take some time. So obviously async await is your best friend in this case. Maybe you don't like them, but these are your best friends. So what we're going to do is we are going to create a sync method, and let's just call this one as create account. And this method has no idea how it works. It just works. So this is my first method, create an account. How to work with that, we'll walk through with that, but I'll create a couple of methods like this. So this is my create account. This is my login method. What else do you need? So anything that you want to use. So two things we already studied, sign up and login. Maybe more things you are going to require. Maybe you are going to require, give me the current logged in user or whoever has the current session. So we can just use that. So I'll just use this one, get current user, just like this. And after that, logout will be 1. So obviously we need to delete all the sessions. We just saw the code for that. So that will be logout. So if you have anything more, you can go ahead and use more such things. Now it's time that we write logics for that. So for that, let's refer the documentation. For the sign up, we have gone through with this much part. So I'm not worried on this part now. All I'm worried about is .create method that I have to go through. I'll be giving the user ID. So I can give my own unique ID, or I can use the ID which I borrowed from the Appwrite just here. And I have to pass on email and whatever else field you have, you just pass on them and it will create an account. All right, let's see how we can do that. So anybody who will be using this method will be passing me email, and we'll be getting password, and we'll be grabbing the name as well. Maybe you have more field, go ahead and grab more field, nothing to be worried. Now in this one, obviously this might fail. So your try catch is again a good friend. Feel free to use try catch or promises. That's up to you. I'll leave that as a simple exercise for you, but I'll go with the classic try catch because I think that's easy. And in this case, I'll just go ahead and say throw error. That's it. Should have handled better, but in this case, just want to walk you through with that. Okay. Now we have seen that we have to use this method account.create. Okay, I can use that. This is going to be awaited because this is a promise that we are getting. So if we are not using promise, then obviously we have to await. So in this one, I have to access this account. I have to call this .account. They don't because they are directly using it. I have created an object. I have created a constructor. So that's why I'm using this. So this .account, and it has a method .create. That's it. And all the values need to be passed on. The first method is the user ID. So the first method I can grab with the ID that I borrowed. Notice here, this ID exactly same. If you'll study the documentation of this, this has a couple of methods. And as soon as you put up a dot, you can see that there is a thing known as unique. No suggestions, bad luck. So you can just provide a unique and it gives you a string, which you can store as a unique ID. But there are a lot of other ways to generate unique IDs. Maybe you want to use nano ID or something, totally up to you. I'll go ahead and give email, and I'll give a password, and I'll also give a name. If you have more parameters, go ahead and pass on this. Now this is going to create an account. So let's store that into a variable and call this one as user account. There we go. Now we have the user account. Now I can check it whether the user account was successfully created or not. So I can just run a simple if else condition, and I'll check if the user account exists or not. So if user account exists, do something. If it doesn't exist, then return whatever the value is. Maybe there's a null inside it or whatever that is. It's up to you how you handle that. Maybe you want to return a proper error object that, hey, throw this error, whatever you want to do. It's up to you. But if the account was created, I want to log in the user. Probably that's my workflow. Probably that's the flow I want to go with the application. So I can just go ahead and say return, and I can call another method login, and I can just log in the user using this method. Obviously, this login is not going to work directly. This requires some parameter. I can log in with email and password. Now I can just simply go ahead and say return whatever is coming up back from this .login, calling another method from the same class. How easy it is. And for this one, let's pass on email and password. That's it. Now, whatever is your flow, totally go with that. But I just wanted to show you how life is going to become easier in the future with just this class that we have. Now, similarly with the login, we know that we just studied it. To log in, we know we want to just work with this create email session. I'll copy this so that I don't make a mistake, and I can just use it. So let's go ahead and try the exact same method. So again, try catch, not going to do too much apart from throw the error. And in the try part, let's go ahead and return await. Obviously we have to await this .account, and we have to use the method of create email session. pass on the email and password that you have grabbed. And that's it. So easy to work on with. And this is why I like so much. This file is so much reusable. This file is not opinionated. You can use this in React Native. You can use this in React. I have used this in my lots of other tutorials as well. And that's why I love to create this. And maybe right now, this create account as well as this login is not good enough feature for you. Maybe you want to add more. Just go ahead and add more methods into a class. That's great. Now let me show you how you can get the current user. This is a little bit hidden in the docs, but super easy again. There's just one line here. So I'll just go ahead and try catch. And if the catch is there, you are not able to grab the user, then I want to do a little bit of the more console log. But anyways, I'll just go ahead and say return. Await is must have this dot account. And the method to get the current user is dot get. Yeah, super simple. That's all I have to do. No variables, nothing is required. It just, since this account has an access to the endpoints and all of this, so that's how I can grab it. Super, super easy. But if I'm not able to do this, then obviously I'll want to do a console log in this case, because sometimes this has happened to me that while working with this application, things might have gone a little bit wrong. So I'll just copy paste a little bit of the error. So I'll just say app write service. There is an error in the service, 2 colons, and then the problem is in get current user. This is the method which is creating me the problem, 2 colons, and then I'll just go ahead and would like to stack the entire error which is coming to me. Again, it's up to you how you handle the error. It's totally up to you. But if I'm not able to run any of the try catch and all of that, I would love to gracefully end this method by returning a simple null. So I'll check whether what I'm getting, if I'm getting null, I can handle the situation based on that. Now, another one is how to do the logout. The logout is super easy. If you want to do anything, just go hit account API, look for what all that you want to do. You have to study this, obviously. List the identities, delete the identities, update the phone numbers, list the sessions, delete the sessions. Yes, this is exactly how you delete all the currently logged in sessions or known as logged out. You can get the sessions as well, just like this. You can go ahead and get all these sessions. And there's a lot more here. Some things you require a little bit more of the studies and discussion. The Discord forum is also, Discord section entirely is pretty great. Anyways, so let's go ahead and work with, I want to delete the sessions. So all I have to do is use this, delete sessions, copy this, and we'll come back onto the logout. We don't need anything as a parameter. We'll just go with the try catch. In the catch, we'll just do a same kind of a thing. So let's go ahead and copy this, paste this. And this time the error is inside the logout. There we go. In the try, what do you want to do? I want to await this dot account dot delete sessions. Make sure there is a S at the end of it because it deletes every session that you have. So there we go. This is the way how we actually were able to just simply create some of the methods that helped us to do all of this. But this is not all. Because right now this is a great class that we have built up. And let me just minimize this. This is going to work nicely. And I'll not forget to remove all of this. This was just to show you. Usually every programmer does that. Bring some things, keep them in the file, eventually remove that. This class is great, but this class needs an object so that this constructor is invoked at the time of creation of the object, obviously. So what we can do is we can simply go ahead and say const, and let's just call this one as auth service. And that service will be created, obviously new auth service, just like this. So we have created an object. Now we are going to go ahead and export default this auth service, this object auth service. So this lower one is an object. This upper class is the class itself. So now the advantage of exporting this object is that at any point of time, the constructor is invoked, so my endpoints are properly created. And since it's an object, it can access all those methods. So life is much more easier this way. So this is all that you need to know about these services. And in case you want to add more methods, maybe in your application, it makes sense to update the status as well. So you can update the status as well, that whatever, however you want to do, does it make sense or not, status of anything. So you can make more things. Maybe you want to create a JWT. So you can go ahead and request create JWT. It will give you a JWT. So just go ahead and add more of these methods in your class, highly reusable code. And I'll obviously go ahead and push all of this code. You can find them all in the GitHub section, in the description section. So this is really nice. I enjoyed this quite a lot. This is really a high quality code that you have written, highly reusable in any application, and it's fun as well. So in the next video, we'll go through with the same process, but this time we have already done with the auth section. Next time in our application, it makes sense to have an interaction with database as well as storage. You can keep them in separate files as well. We don't have that much of the application or the methods being called. So we'll keep them in just one file, and it's your choice, your decision totally. So in the next video, I'll walk you through how we can interact with the database as well as the storage section and the storage APIs of the Appwrite. I hope you're excited. If you are, do let me know in the comment section. I would be super pumped up to get some of your support, maybe on tweet, on LinkedIn, or wherever. If these videos are making a little bit help, some motivation is required for me. I really need that. That's it for this video. Thank you so much. I'll catch you up in the next one. Hey there everyone, Hitesh here, back again with another video, and welcome to another episode where we are trying to learn React and we are trying to finish up our mega project. In this video, you will learn everything that you probably will need to learn about Appwrite's database, how to make queries with the database, as well as how the storage facility of the Appwrite works. The code that we are going to write in this video is of course highly reusable. You can use it with the React application, Next.js application, probably with the mobile application as well, like React Native, Flutter, whatever you're using. We'll just keep it absolutely independent of whatever the platform you're using. That's the goal, and we are going with that. And of course, it's a little winter time, so probably one of my first video in the winter wear. So that's what we are going for. Okay, so let me share the screen, and first let me just remind a little bit, jog of the memory of what we are about to do in this one. So in case you remember, in the last video, we worked through with the Auth.js, and I gave you a simple walkthrough of how these things actually work. And we created a simple auth service, which is having all the constructors and methods. And we are using the client account. We created methods like create account, login, current user, logout, and probably you can add more. We also went up with the documentation. So we studied the bit and pieces of the documentation of how the account API works, how you can add and learn about more methods in the documentation, like creating JWTs or maybe creating password recovery, whatever you want. This is exactly the same thing that we are going to work through with. I'll just scroll this a little bit so that we can see it nicely. All right, looks good, decent. Yep, I think, yeah, that's okay. Now, the next thing that we are going to do is almost similar kind of approach that we are going to use, but this time we'll be taking care of the different of the APIs that are available. So let's go here. And this time we are first curious about database, and then we obviously are curious about storage as well. Let's explore the database. So when you look on the database here, what do we actually go with that? First of all, you can see there are concept of database, collection, document, relationship, all these. And then there are journeys about the queries that you can make. Of course, you can do order pagination, that's also available. But first of all, let's understand the concept of databases, and then we'll also learn about how the queries are being done and used. If I click on the databases, this is how you create an SDKs and servers and whatnot. The most important thing with the database as well is that you need some of the constant fields that are required. Now, this one is actually node Appwrite. We are not interested in that because that's something you want to interact if you're making a backend as an application and which is interacting with that. We are moreover worried about creating and getting through with the collections and buckets and all of that. But one common thing you will notice here, this is here it says SDK database. But if I go ahead and look for, let's just say database APIs, notice here the exact same thing. We get the Appwrite from and we extract client and database out of it. Let me zoom this a little bit. And we exactly create a client, just like in the auth service, we created auth from this. This time exactly we'll be using databases. We'll be passing on a reference of the client, and the endpoints are exactly same. The endpoints is first of all the URL, and then we need a project one. Now out of this, just like you were able to extract auth, database, I think this gives us enough idea that exactly same way we can actually extract the services for storage as well. And that's exactly what we'll be doing in this one. So let me go ahead and copy this piece of code. so that we can work on it together. And we'll be using exactly same approach that we used in the auth, that let's create a class and set up all these things. And we'll be exporting this class as well. Now it's up to you. What do you name this class? Since there is not too much of the things that we are doing, usually I would love to keep my storage into separate class and my database related all stuff in a separate class, or a file at least. But in this case, this is not too much going on. So I'll just wrap them up in same file here. I'm going to call this one as config, not to confused with the conf. Conf is for Appwrite's URL only, and config is for all the configuration, remaining all the configuration that I require. Let's go ahead and work on with that. First of all, I'll paste whatever I copied. So this is the stuff that is required for myself. Now let's go ahead and move it at the bottom and just go ahead and explore them one by one. So first of all, the most important thing is to grab all the conf, which is the URLs. So let's go ahead and grab the URLs. URL, I mean to say all the endpoints, like the environment variables, basically. So I'll just go ahead and say, give me conf, and that will be coming up from, let's go one directory back inside the conf, and we have conf.js or conf. That's the first thing. After that, we obviously are going to need the client and database. And I'm pretty sure you, by this point, you have learned that you can also extract all the services that you require, maybe auth and other thing. In this case, I need storage. And we'll also discuss a little bit about the queries, how to make queries. This is the most important part of learning the Appwrite. All right, so most of the things are done and we'll be using exact same approach. So let me also open up our auth so that we can refer it back. We created a class known as auth service and we created client and account out of it. Great approach. We'll be using exactly same. So let's go ahead and simply go ahead and say export class service. In this one, we'll be exporting the class as well. But the most important part is we'll be creating an object and we'll be exporting that. So that object, at the time of creation of an object, we create or we use the constructor that's already spinned off. And also all the methods are directly available. So that's the goal. Let's call this one as service directly. And in this one, first of all, we need a client. So let's go ahead and create a client and we'll be creating a client just like that. So we have a client. Apart from this, we will be needing databases. So let's call this one as databases, and we'll be needing a bucket as well. Now bucket might be a little bit unfamiliar to you, but if you have watched the previous video, we know that the folders in the Appwrite are called as bucket. The same terminology is being used by AWS and all the other folks as well. So we got the client and we got the database, but in order to actually properly create a database, we need a couple of more things to be done. So let's go ahead and do that. First of all, let's check on the documentation. So database can be created by a new database, but the issue is it needs a client to be passed on. So we need to actually do that. And client also needs these endpoints and all these things to be created. So that's also interesting. Let me show you how that needs to be done. First of all, let's go ahead and create a constructor. In the constructor, as soon as somebody creates an object, we'll spin off this constructor. So this dot client will set an endpoint. So let's go ahead and set an endpoint. In this, we'll be grabbing the endpoint from conf. So conf dot API Appwrite URL. That's the one we need. All right. Once this is done, then we obviously need to set a project. So set project. That's the step one. So we need to provide the project ID in this one. Let's go ahead and say conf dot project Appwrite project ID. That's the one we need. And once this is done, that means properly a client has all the variables and points that are required for us to pass on. So these two things are done. And now based on this, I can take a utilization and can actually create the database and the bucket. So it's super, super easy. All you have to do is pass on the reference of this client and use it. So this dot database, databases will be created by new, oops, not like that, new database, and inside databases, and we'll be passing on this dot client. So I hope you can see the pattern and the consistency in the documentation of Appwrite. That is pretty useful. Exactly like this, we'll be simply creating this dot, and this time let's create a bucket. And bucket will be created from storage service. So we have the storage just like that, and we'll be passing on this dot client. All right. So this means now I have two variables with me, database and bucket, which has access to pretty much anything that you want to work with. For example, if you want to just list all the documents, now databases is capable of doing so. So now we can use the methods like list documents and pass on the document ID, collection ID, and whatever you want to ask for it. This is exactly the point where you first time learn that what all you can do with the database. So in our case, we want to ask database and grab some of the values out of it. Okay, so let me show you. First of all, let's create a couple of methods and see what they will be able to do. Obviously, these methods will be async. And the very first method is get post. So I want to grab a single post out of it. Now, obviously, when you're grabbing a single post, you need to provide that based on what you want to actually grab this. So if I go back into Appwrite Cloud, which is here, so this is my blog, which is previous one. I'm not using it. I have removed all the API's keys out of it. This is my new one, but exactly same copy. So if I go ahead and check it out, and let's take a look on to the databases here. And inside this one, we do have a database. We were having the database. So just to give you a brief idea that how this actually works, or let me just walk you through directly. Okay. So how can I grab a post out of it? Okay, let's study a little bit of the documentation. Okay, get the document. So this is the one that I'm looking up for. Again, by the way, all the CRUD operations are listed here: create, get, update, and delete. So this is my get document. In order to get a document, notice here, I need to pass on the database ID. Obviously, I have that. I need to pass on collection ID. Obviously, that makes hierarchy. And then I have to provide a document ID. And in case you remember, we created each document ID as a slug. Obviously, you can pass on the auto-generated IDs, but we actually replaced it with the slug. If you remember in the earlier videos, we actually did that. So now somebody will be passing me on this slug of the blog post. So that's a unique one for me. And I need to grab the ID from it. Okay. Now, how do we do it? Of course, it's a database operation. So it needs to be wrapped up in the try catch. First of all, let's do that. And let's do a console log as an error. So in the error part, we'll do exactly same. We'll refer it as app. Oops, not like that. Appwrite service. And we'll just mark it where the problem actually comes. And we'll say problem is in the get post, so that we can again come back and look at what is the exact point where I'm facing the issues. Once this is done, then I'll obviously go ahead and print the error as well. I think that's good enough. And we are going to return a false so that in the front end part, we can handle that. Now, what's inside the try part? Now, you'll be surprised to know that how easy it is to actually grab from the Appwrite database. Notice here, this .databases, this is our service that we use. And all I have to use is a method. I hope you can see that already. Get document. Yes. List document is to grab all the documents. Get document is where you pass on that. This is exactly what I need. You need to pass on an ID here. So again, the step one is to pass on the database ID. So let's go ahead and say this is my Appwrite database ID. That's the step one. The next step is to provide the collection ID. So I'll grab that from conf.appwrite collection ID. That's the next step. And once after that, I have to provide this slug, which whoever is using will use this method, will pass me up here and will give me that. Once this is there, obviously this operation will take some time. So let's go ahead and wrap it or prefix it with the await, and let's directly return that. So whatever the value is coming in, coming out of this query, we'll directly just send it to the user. So I hope you can see it's not really that difficult. Whatever the unique value is, in our case slug is there, we will be just using it. And when we'll be taking actual usage of the service, you'll understand that how you actually grab that slug. That's really easy. From the URL, we can grab it. From the title, we can grab it. There are so many places. But this is it. This is it. Now, the next step is that, okay, I know how to actually use this one. Like I can update the document, get the document. We'll create those methods as well. But let's just say now I want to query the database and only want to find out all the values which are status as active. So there is some query in my case. I'll just show you that. I think that will help all of us in this one instead of worrying about the IDs and all of that. So let's go into the databases. And in the databases, we can see this is our collection. And inside this, we have a blog. So all the attributes, when I check this, I have this user ID. So user ID is there. There is a title here as well. And we do have a slug here as well. So inside the user ID, we'll be passing on the slugs and all these, not in the user ID, but the title. Anyways, I'll just see this one. Now, my goal is that I want to find out all the status which are marked as active. So there is a query, status need to be active. So this time, find me all the documents in this database ID, in this collection ID, but not just I'll pass on one thing and give me all of that or that one particular value. Give me all the values based on my query. So this is the point where we need to study that, hey, there is a key and the value is that, only give me those documents. So I'll come back here, and if you'll notice that in the database, I need to expand this a little bit, probably not. And let's go into this one, references. And this time we'll be going into database, and I want to learn about the queries. So how do I make the queries? That's interesting. So notice here, it's super easy. All you have to do is query dot select or dot equal, whichever you want to use. This one says select which attribute should be returned from a document. Return document if attribute is equal to any value provided in the array. So this is one that looks okay to me in this case, because I'll be providing you status and a value of the status. And you give me all the documents that actually matches that. So I'll provide you a title. In this case, it says Iron Man, but I'll give you a query.equal, which is status, and the status should be active. So I'll just give you, by the way, in the array, you can pass on all the parameter as a string if you have multiple, but I do have just one, so I'll just pass on the one. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, now let's go ahead and write a method for this one that I have. Let's go with this. Again, async, we go with that. Get posts, because multiple will be coming up. And then I have to make a queries. This is the parameter somebody will be giving me. If nobody gives me that, then by default, I'll use that. The way how you actually grab the queries is you write exactly as you are being told. So remember, everything was inside the square bracket. You need to pass on an array. So this is the first step. So you want all the title to be whatever is mentioned into this one, or you can pass on the key value pair as well, the title, Iron Man, and all of that. So we'll be using the second one. I need the title to be this one. Similar to this one. So this is my query. Query.equal. There we go. And this is the parenthesis, a method being used. Notice here, string and the value query types, whatever that is. Basically, it's saying is, give me, I want the status. This is my key that I want to find out. What is the value that you are looking up for? If you have multiple values, you can provide an array, but here the type that I'm looking up for is active. All right. There we go. Not that difficult. So now I need to learn that how can I use it? Usage is another simplest thing that you can do. This is building queries. So if you look up for it, notice here, I have to say is database ID. Then I have to go with the collection ID. Then in the array, I can pass on as many query as I wish. I just have one. That's why I directly called this one in an array. But if you wish, you can just convert it like this. I have already converted that here. Notice here, I've already wrapped this up inside the square brackets. That is an array. But if you don't want to, you can just make it one by one. I actually did a little bit help to myself of wrapping this up. Now as a third parameter, I can directly pass on. That's the advantage. Great, nicely done. Okay, let's go ahead and try this. Again, same, we'll be using try catch. The error part will remain same. So I'll just copy and paste this one. Copy this, paste this. And this time the problem, if it might occur, is in get posts. So multiple one. Okay. Next up is how can I try this up? Really simple. This dot databases, and this databases will list all the documents based on what? First of all, give me the database ID. So let's say conf dot project ID. I've given not the project ID, my bad. Database ID. We are interacting with the database. Appwrite database ID. Second is collection ID. So this one will be conf dot collection ID, Appwrite collection ID. And third part is directly my queries. This is the only part where you need to be careful. I have wrapped this, remember, I have wrapped this queries directly in the square bracket. If you are not doing that, then make sure you're passing it like this. Just a syntax issue. All right, so obviously this is a database operation. It needs to be await. So let's go ahead and do that. Once this is done, let's go ahead and return that directly. So I hope now you understand it's not really that difficult to work on with this. So we have worked on two database operations. One is get post, one is get post based on queries. It's very repeatable, very understandable, and very consistent code in the Appwrite. So let's move and shrink this up. And let's also shrink this up. And let's talk about other operations, which is creating the post. Creating the post is super, super easy. If I go back into the documents, database, documents, list documents, create documents. Let's see, how do we create a document? And this is how you create the document. You simply say create document. You provide the database ID, collection ID, something that is unique, and all the things that you want to store that is already available in the attributes that you are having. All right, so let's go ahead and do that. That will also help you to understand that since this is unique, that's why we were able to go up here and mention that, hey, the slug is unique, so give me all the values based on the slug. Hope this helps. Now let's go ahead and move on to another one. Again, this one will be async, and we'll be saying create a post. And this should be super easy. What do we expect that how do we create a post? While creating the post, I expect that you pass me on a title, you pass me a slug value. Slug is nothing, just a title, but we remove all the spaces, move them into dashes, just we saw in the demo. And then we also expect that you'll provide me a content. You'll also provide me a featured image. You provide me a status, whatever the status value is, and we'll also grab a user ID. Okay, all the values are here. Once these values are here, again, same try catch operation, very repeatable code. And that's the good thing. Once we have a repeatable code, that means it's something good. Okay, this one will be create post. Errors and everything are good. Let's go ahead and do the same thing. Now we know that. Let's go ahead and return this. This will be await this dot databases. This is going to work with the method create document, provide all these things. The first one is conf.appwrite database ID. The second one will be conf.appwrite collection ID. And the third one is what is the unique ID. In our case, the unique ID is not the ID, but the slug that we want uniquely. We want all the posts to be unique. So that's the slug. And the third parameter is provide me all the objects. Yeah, there we go. So let's go ahead and provide all these objects. So we'll go ahead and say title, then we have content, we have featured image. We haven't uploaded the image yet, but we'll work on that. Status, and we have user ID. There we go. So all the value that is being passed on to me as a method, I'll just use them to create a post. Now, going back, this is for creating the post. Okay. How am I going to do and update the post? That's interesting. Let's go ahead and say collection, databases. Let's go into directly database APIs. That's always easier. And this time I want to update the document. Okay. So for updating the document, you have to use update document. Notice here, update document. Database ID, okay. Collection ID, no big deal. What else do you need? And this is not proper. This should be a little bit more because you need something to find out the update document. Unique IDs. So I think the collection ID, this is not scrolling properly. We definitely have more. We definitely have more. Update the document. Here we can read about it. Collection ID, document ID, data to be updated, and the permissions. Anyways, I'll walk you through with that. No worries. Okay, so this is my create post. Let's go ahead and create another method, which will be update. Async, update post. And while updating the post, update document, you need to provide that what is the unique value I am looking up for updating that. And update document, database ID, this is not proper. I've worked with that. I've worked with this. This is newly updated document. Probably that's the reason. So while updating the post, you will need a slug, which is uniquely identify your document that needs to be updated. That needs to be passed on. Otherwise, the method of update document doesn't work. Probably there's a mistake or I'll send a pull request to them. I worked with these documents in the past. So probably that's the one issue. And then one we can do is provide me the title, the new updated title or the same, whatever that is. You pass me content, you pass me featured image, and you pass me status. These are the field which we are allowing to change. And once this is done, same stuff, try catch. Let's open this up. We'll copy this. We'll paste it up, and this time if the problem appears, it might be an update document tracking all of this. And of course, we will be returning the await, and this time this dot databases and update document. Now the way how update document works is, first of all, you provide the database ID and the collection ID in which or in what exactly the collection we are looking up for. So conf.appwrite database ID. The second step is collection ID. So collection ID. The third step is to provide me the unique ID. If you're working with the unique IDs, provide the unique IDs. If not, just provide anything that's making your document unique. In my case, that's slug. And then pass on all the objects that you have. So exactly same. Oops, not like that. We do have, I think I can copy paste. Yep, this is all the data that we have. So I'll just copy and paste this one. So we have title, content, featured image, status. We are not passing on user ID because we are not allowing to change that. And we are also not accepting that. So there we go. All the data is done, and that's it. That's our update post. Obviously, we need to write the delete one as well. And to delete a document, what else do we have? Database ID, collection ID. There is something that is missing because we need a unique identifier. Otherwise, what document you are actually deleting? There is no way of finding that out. Okay, there is something, probably a bug or issue. Anyways, you get the point how this is being done. So now the best way is to copy and paste this entire stuff, because that is much easier now that you understand the concept. This one is delete document or delete post. We'll be taking the slug, but we don't need these objects because it doesn't really matter what's inside. We just want to delete it. No need of comma as well. Just give me the slug and I'll try to delete it. And let's update this one. This is if the error occurs, it might be in delete document. Good. Now we also don't need this, so that's great. And obviously the method gets updated. Instead of update, we want to use delete document, 2 times document. Delete document. Hopefully I have copy pasted it correctly, and we provide the database ID, we provide the collection ID, and we provide the slug, something that uniquely identifies this one. The only new thing is you cannot just go ahead and return it because it doesn't return anything. The return type data type is a little bit questionable here. So we prefer to manually return something here. So we're going to go ahead and say return true, that yes, it was properly returned. Return true. Oops, my bad. This should go up here. Okay, looks good. Let's indent that properly. There we go. So this is nice. In the update one, you don't need to return that. Updated one actually returns you the updated document. That's good. But the delete actually, if you'll see, they should actually go what the response is going to be. It just says, hey, 204 application JSON. So we don't have. In the update document, if you check out what is the response, you can see it gives you the document. That's the good one. But if you check the delete document, there is no document that is returned. There is no true false value that is returned. So yes, nothing magically is coming out of the box. I'm trying to teach you how to study the docs and all of these. Okay, so delete post is done. Now let's work on one more thing. We can actually remove them. We don't need you. Just like that, we have created all these methods about update post, delete post, create post, get post, and pretty much anything, all the queries that you want to handle, non-queries you want to handle. We have worked through with almost every possible case that can happen in the database. If there are more, you can obviously modify these existing methods or can add more by reading the docs. Next one is bucket. So how do we handle the bucket part? Let's go ahead and study the docs. So this time we want to use a storage service. Now this is the storage service and it has all the methods, how you can list all the files, create the files, get files, update files, delete file. First for me is the create file. I want to upload a file. So it simply is a method which says create file. In my case, notice here, it gives you bucket ID, which we have already. Then you have to provide a unique ID for the file. And then you can simply say document.getElement by ID or however the way you want to grab it. Probably there is something definitely wrong with the scrolling because I can see there is more content here, but it's not visible. Is it my browser just? Yeah, we can see that the scrolling, probably my browser is going that. With this reminds me, let's go back into databases and let's see how the update document looks for. And collection ID and the document ID. Notice here, now it says and mention this, there is a unique document ID which is required. And that's exactly what we used. Probably there is something in when you scroll this. Now it's scrolling. but if I open this, it doesn't scroll. Probably I can report a bug to them. Anyways, we got the concept. So coming back onto the point, which I was saying, that let's go and talk about storage. We want to create a file. The rest of the stuff we have already take care. Now we need to just run through the method of create file. Whoever is going to use this method will pass me a file. Just like here, they are passing the file, just like that. Let's go ahead and now in the same file, I'll just write it for it. Maybe you want to use it. This is where we are using the storage service. Okay, so again, async, and we'll be calling this one as upload files. No, we are just dealing with one. Upload file, and there we go. Now, how we are going to deal with this one? Exactly same. Go with the try catch, borrow the catch method, copy that, paste it up here, and this time if the problem occurs, it is coming up from upload file. What do you want to do in the try part? We obviously want to return after awaiting and sending this to bucket. Same concepts. This dot bucket dot create file. It takes a couple of parameters. First one, the bucket ID, which we can grab from conf dot bucket Appwrite bucket ID. There we go. We need a unique ID. So obviously we don't have a unique ID. But if I remember, in the auth, we didn't actually worked on this one, but in case you don't know this, we should have dealt with us probably anyway. You can see that there is a way how you can grab the unique ID. So notice here, there's a file ID, but Appwrite also gives you something very interesting known as ID. So here, inside the conf, just like we were able to grab this, let's grab the ID, and you'll be able to provide unique IDs with that. Although you can use nano IDs or something in case you wish to. I don't wish to. I just want to use Appwrite services. If they're directly available to me, why to be bothered? Anyways, so once we have this ID, now I have to give a unique name to the file. So I'll just say id.unique, and that's a method. So there we go. And then provide the file. That's it. Appwrite will take care of the rest of the things that, hey, I'll upload the files, will provide a unique ID, and will return you all the path that you require for this file. So public path will be given to you so that you can display them. So this is basic of how you upload a file. Can you assume how you are going to delete the file? Let me go ahead and copy this, and we'll go up and paste this. Let's move a method for delete file. So delete file. Obviously, this time you don't need a file. You need just an ID of the file. So just provide me the ID of the file, and I'll just delete it. Okay, how can we modify this? Let's see how to delete a file. Obviously, give me the unique ID. So bucket ID you need to give me, file ID you need to give me. That's it, 2 methods, and it can do the job. So bucket ID I've already provided you, but the method is delete file. So let's go ahead and use that. Delete file. I'm giving you the bucket ID, but I cannot give you this file ID unique. It generates unique ID every single time, obviously. And here I cannot give you file, but rather I have to give you file ID. So whoever is using this method need to provide me this. And this time if the error comes up, it comes up from delete file. All right, so you have learned how you can upload images. By the way, this exact method works if you're uploading PDFs, anything else that you probably want to deal with. So delete file. Now, one more last thing I would like to discuss before we sum up this entire lecture. You can see that Appwrite has so many things: list files, create files, get files, update file, delete file. But what's interesting is you can also get file for the preview. What's interesting about this file preview is file preview. This method supports preview of these images. So entire image doesn't gets onto your network bandwidth, but rather it's a cutting and the resizing of your preview image. So for example, preview is supported only for the image for size smaller 10 MB. So let's just say you uploaded a file of 8 MB. It's not 8 MB in the preview, it's just few KB, so it saves. So in our application, we also want to give this feature that somebody who don't want the entire file, probably just want a preview of it, lower quality file, we can actually give that. So let's call this one method as well. And the good thing about this one is, since there is nothing too much of operation going on, you don't need to make it async await. Although if you do, that's great, but there is nothing being async await in this one. I'll show you why this is, because if you notice the method, it's just storage.get file preview, and it's ridiculously fast. Again, anyways, it might take some time, so we'll see that. Let's call this one as get file preview, and provide me the file ID. And what we're going to do is this is like that. And we can go ahead and simply say return this dot bucket. And we can just work with the method get file preview and provide you the detail. The first one is conf dot bucket ID, Appwrite bucket ID. And the second one is file ref, file ID. And once this is there, you don't want to return it like this, because if you notice it carefully, it's not mentioned here. Let's see what's the return type that we have, response. So response is actually a big object file for view. And you need to actually do a console log of this. And once you do the console log of this, you will find out that this whole thing actually needs to be worked a little bit different. So I'll just come up here. And once this is all done, then I go ahead and say .href. This is the one. You can get host name and all these things. Yeah, a little bit sneaky, but yeah, this works nicely. If this doesn't work, we'll come back here. We'll make it async. We'll just insert a wait keyword here. But I have noticed while working a previous version of this application that this works directly fine. So if there is no need of it, why to just add it? Okay. So this is all the method we have studied in depth about how to upload the files, delete the files, get the previews. If you really want to work with more methods, you can definitely work with that. Now you have the idea. Last thing, just like we did, we'll just go ahead and call this one as service, and this will be a new service. We create an object out of this class and we export this one. So export default, and let's export service. There we go. This will make our life so much easier. Of course, there might be chances that this might have some bugs, some issues. We need to fix them up. These can be tested while we actually work on the project in the front end side of it, but at least our backend part is all done. And this really, I'm super happy that now we are actually able to write JavaScript using Appwrite. We're building full stack applications. So this is my backend that I have all written here. Great work there in the backend part. Let me go ahead and I'll just commit this one as well. Let me just go ahead and add this one. Add service for database and storage. All right, let's go ahead and do a quick commit and I'll push this. Yeah, some people really say that, hey, you should do it from command line. No, I feel here. It's nice and easy. All right, so this is all the knowledge that you really need to have to interact with Appwrite, databases and storage. Now you're completely equipped with handling any kind of thing, all the queries, anything that you want to do. I hope that this video has given you enough of the knowledge to work things on your own now. That's it for this video. From the next video onwards, we'll start working on the front-end side of the application. We'll walk you through all the caveats, how to build a full stack application, which is authenticated, some pages are protected, and all these things. All right, so that's it for this one. If you find this video interesting, do leave a comment section. I really need some of your help and support. Your comment, just a like, just a heart, it gives me so much of motivation. I really need it to continue to do all of these videos. Thank you so much. Let's catch up in the next video. Hey there everyone, Hitesh here, back again with another video. And it's been quite a while, in fact, few good weeks. And if you're watching this video in just one go, then obviously we are meeting back to back. But if you're watching it on my main channel as the series is progressing, yes, I was gone for a couple of weeks, a lot of health issues, but thank goodness I'm back. It's winter here. And the best part is I do write my strategies to record these videos. Otherwise, it would be so much difficult. Probably I would have to re-record the entire this segment. But thank goodness I write my strategies to teach these topics, and that makes life a little bit easier. So in this video, we're going to continue from where we have left in the last videos, which was just handling the Appwrite. So far, we have handled the Appwrite. Now we are going to see that how we can make those web requests, and if we have any issues, how we can debug them, and how the application entire flow will work. I don't expect anybody to simply go ahead and just build these kinds of application in just one go, because simply that's not possible. So I'll walk you through what is going to be the strategy, how we are going to deal with that. First of all, I want to introduce the React Redux here, especially the Redux toolkit, so that we can manage the state of the application. On top of that, we'll be needing a couple of pages. What goes inside those pages, we'll worry about that later, but we'll be needing few pages. The reason for introducing these pages is because we obviously will have the routing in our application. So some pages are going to be protected. that they cannot be visited if you are not logged in, but some pages are available to everyone. For example, if you are not logged in, the sign up page is available, but if you are logged in, the sign up page is not available for you. So there are certain pages which are available to non-logged in users, certain pages are available which are for the logged in user. So we need to figure out a way, a mechanism, a logic to do so. It's fairly simple logic. I'll walk you through with the two ways of understanding the code so that you can probably understand it at a very better pace. All right. So quite a lot of stuff that we have to do. Let's go back and try to share my screen. So this is my screen that we have. First, let's open up the Redux part. So I'll just go ahead and work with that. So I'll just go on to Google and we'll go into Redux Toolkit. That's the one we are looking up for. The getting started part, it should be fairly easy with that. And we just need two things. The first one is Redux Toolkit, and we of course need React Redux so that it can act as a binding agent between the Redux and the React. Redux is an independent library in itself. You can use it with the Vue.js, probably anything else. That wherever you want to maintain the state, you can use that. I'll copy that and obviously we'll install this. So quite a while. And now let's go ahead and install the toolkit first. It doesn't really matter which one you install first. But since it was mentioned in the documentation, I'll just install that. We also need the router as well. So let's go ahead and since we are already here, let's install that. So I'll just go ahead and say React router DOM. That's exactly what we need. And that's how we always install them. We simply go ahead and say example tutorial. No, I just want to install this. What's new? Probably not. Tutorial. I think that's a better place to install it. Can you give me a point where I can install it? Probably not. Okay. Give me a step to install it. Otherwise, I have to do npm install React router DOM. I'll probably do that. Okay. So I'll just go ahead and say npm install React router DOM. Router-DOM. That's the easiest way to install this. Oh, React. Oh, my bad. I mistyped it. React router DOM. Okay, that should be all. So we have a couple of libraries being installed in our system now. We have Redux Toolkit, we have React Router DOM. This is the basic React DOM. We are not interested in that. We are interested in the React Router DOM. And we have the React Redux, the binding library for that. Yes, we will be needing a couple of more, but right now let's handle what we have in it right now. Okay. One common thing that we are going to do is in this application, in fact, any application that you'll be working through, you will have lots of pages in them. Our application also has a few good pages. What goes inside that pages, we'll worry about that later on in the component part. But right now, I think it's a good idea that we just create those pages and try to figure out that how we can inject our state management as well as how we can protect some of these pages. So let's go ahead and practice that. That's a good idea. So I'll just do a quick ls and I can see all of my files and everything are here. I will go inside the source. So let's go into the source. And if I do a quick ls, I can see Appwrite and all these files and folders up here. I think let's create a new directory in here. I want to do this via the command line because it's much more easier and faster this way. Feel free to use your mouse. I think this is faster approach and better approach for me. So I'll just go ahead and say this is pages. Now we have pages. I can go into the pages as well. And I'll just open up these pages so that I can show you what all the pages that I want to create. So obviously, this is all the pages that we have. So we'll have add post .jsx. And by the way, touch is utility which helps you to create the files. And since there are so many files, I don't want to just right click new file. I just want to create them for here. And we'll be having one for all posts .jsx. So add post is going to be where I'll be giving a form where user can add a new post, and all post is where all the posts are going to be listed in the card format. And then we'll be having an edit post.jsx. This is where if you are owner of the post, you can hit the edit button and we'll give you a form. Again, the same form will be utilized of the add post, but we'll be just pre-filling the data into that. That's how it is all done. And we'll be having one home.jsx. This is just a home page for you, for users. And then we'll be having one login.jsx, of course, for login. We'll be having one post page as well, if you want to read an individual post, so JSX. And one last one, which is sign up. So we'll be having sign up.jsx. Now, if I go ahead and do this, this creates all these posts and everything for me. That's what I love about it. You could have done that right click as well, but that's okay. As of now, I'll just use a utility RFCE, which is, by the way, a add-on of a VS Code that you can simply have. So I'll just have an React functional component just like this. So it automatically detects the file name, and we'll be just having this one. Right now, no logic is there. We'll be just putting these basic templates here so that we can import and export them. RFCE, all post, same goes for edit post, RFCE. And there we go. I'm not doing anything at all, just providing these values. What goes inside them, we'll definitely have a detailed talk on them. If we need any more pages, we'll obviously create them. RFCE, save that, and one more RFCE, there we go. So now we have all the pages. So one task is done. Let's go ahead and close that. I can actually close others just like that. There we go. So all the pages are there. Right now, all these pages are available. In fact, if I just go ahead and set up the router and everything, almost everything should be immediately available to me. Now, one more thing that we are going to do here is inside the source, let's create one more folder where we are going to handle a couple of things. I'll show you how to do that. But first, let's create a new folder and call this one as component or components. That would be better. Now inside the components, we'll just create only one file as of now, which will be simply the auth layout, how the authenticated layouts will be there. Right now there is no logic into them, but we'll obviously be creating them. Right click and a new file inside the components. Let's call this one as simply auth layout.jsx. Okay, simply RFCE, nothing there. Instead of auth layout, let's go ahead and call this one as protected. Again, it's up to you. If you want to call them something else, totally up to you. I'm calling it as protected as because if I want to protect any of the page or anything, I'll just wrap all these things around this component. So this will be serving just single purpose, that anything inside this layout is going to be something which is authenticated. If you are authenticated, I'll serve you. This will act as a wrapper. By the wrapper means I'll simply accept some of the children here. And all I'll do is render these children. That's the whole idea. So instead of returning this kind of a thing, I'll just say that, hey, just return the children up here. So I'll just go ahead and use it like this. And we'll go children. Definitely, I'll go ahead and modify this a little bit. But right now, this is the goal. You accept some parameter, you render them. But right now, this of the component doesn't know that which one to render, which one to doesn't render. And in order to actually have this, we will accept a simple authentication as a parameter. Authentication, and that authentication by default will be true. If the authentication is true, that means render this page, otherwise don't render this page. But right now we have no idea from where this authentication is going to come to us and how this will work. So obviously this is a little bit confusing point at this point. But these are very common scenario when you work with any React application. You have some kind of protected page or an auth layout, which helps you to render conditionally whether this component should be rendered, this page should be rendered or should not be rendered. So we'll work on that. We will also work on, this will be responsible for navigating the people. If you're not authenticated, let's redirect you on the login page. If you're trying to access any resource which you shouldn't be, then let's redirect you to login page. If you're already login page, we will make sure that you don't access the login page or sign up page. So that logic will go in here. But again, this is just a basic right now, just to help you to understand what is going on with the flow of this application. All right. This is all done. We'll come back onto this one. Right now, let's go into another part, which is the Redux part of it. A lot of people are afraid of Redux. You shouldn't be. We have played enough in this entire series, and I'll walk you through how the Redux will work. And we'll just manage one thing, and I'll give you assignment to manage more things. That's how you learn, when you take some pain and you try to work with these assignments. So right click on the source and create a new folder, and we're going to call this one as simply store. The name of this folder is not important at all. You can call this one as Redux. You can call it as Superman Redux. Doesn't really matter. We'll create two files into this one. The next file is going to be store. Again, some people like to have this store in the root of the application. Nothing wrong in that, but I'll just keep it all separated up here. I'll also create a slice in the Redux toolkit. there is a concept of creating slices. We discussed that in the previous video as well, where I showed you the crash course on the Redux toolkit. So please watch that in case you feel a little bit uncomfortable here. And we'll be having this auth slice.js, of course. Okay, first of all, let's manage the store part because that's the easiest of all. In this one, all we need to do is configure the store. So we're going to simply say, hey, I want to configure store, no suggestion, configure store, and that will come from Redux toolkit. Bothering me a little bit. Yeah, there we go. Once I have this one, then I have to create a store from this configure store. So I'll just say that, hey, I created a store from configure store. This is a method which takes object as parameter. Now what goes inside this one? This takes slices, or you can say reducers as well, but we don't actually make these reducers up here. That's exactly this auth slice is being made for. You create all of your reducers here. The way how we create reducers in this one here is pretty simple. We simply go ahead and first say that I want to create a slice. So create slice, there we go. And this one comes from the Redux toolkit. Then every single slice needs to have an initial state so that it knows when I get started, what should I do or how I should behave. So for this one, we'll just go ahead and say initial state. Feel free to name it anything, doesn't really matter. Initial states, the status is going to be false. We are using it to keep a track of authentication of the user. So if the status is false, we'll assume that the user is not authenticated, and we'll also have the user data. So if the user data is there, then obviously it will be filled up. Otherwise, by default, it will be null. There is nothing inside the user data. User data is something which Appwrite will give us back. For example, what's the username, what's the email, what's the ID, or any information you can just add up here. Now this is the initial state, but the next point is to create the slice. Just like we created the store, it's exactly same. So we go ahead and say auth slice, and that auth slice is being created by create slice. Of course, lower create slice. It's a method which takes an object as a parameter. So that's what it does. Now this takes couple of parameters, not just one, the initial state, couple of parameters. First of all, you have to give it a name so that although this is auth slice, it will be very unique, but it is a good idea to give all of your slices a name so that you can refer them back with this name. Then passed up the initial state of what the initial state of this slice is going to be. And then you create your reducers. So this is your reducers. Now reducer is an object, and inside this object, you create all the methods or whatever you are tracking. Now good thing is you don't have to worry about you might have heard the thing in the reducers, and especially the Redux, that, hey, don't mutate your state or something. You don't have to worry. Redux has taken care of that behind the scene. You just go all crazy now. Redux takes care of that behind the scene. That's a good thing. So inside this reducers, the first reducer or the method that I have is login. As soon as somebody creates a login, we'll give him an access of state and action. So as soon as you create any method inside the reducer, you have already an access to the state and the action. State is that current state of what this store is actually depicting right now. So that's what it is. Action is something when somebody wants to access the reducers, they use actions to reach you out so that they can provide you the payload, they can invoke these actions and all these things. So pretty easy. This is a method. Now just go ahead and somebody will pass us in the state, the status. So if he is logged in, then obviously we need to change the status to true. And they will also provide me a payload. The payload is accessible in the action. So I'll just go ahead and say state.action. Actually, not the action like that. State.user data. Somebody will be providing me this user data inside this. And I'll just go ahead and say I'll access it via the action.payload.user data. All right, so that is it. So now something really nice to remember. This is something that we are doing. If somebody is calling this login and is providing me the status, that means, yes, after logging in, once you hit that API, get the data back, you are 100% sure that, okay, you are logged in. Then you reach out, hit this reducer. So I'll make the status as login. And via the payload, you'll give me the user data that I'll fulfill into this one. This will now reach to the store inside this configure store, and it will be available to anybody from any component. You can directly reach out to store and can access that data. That's why these are super helpful. Similarly, we'll be having a logout reducer as well. So we'll just go ahead and say, hey, let's have a logout. Same, exactly same, repetitive stuff. We'll have the state. You can optionally have the action as well, but in this case, we don't require because once somebody hits a logout, we'll just flush out everything. But still, there is nothing which is stopping you to have an access to the action here and the payload here. You can do that. I'll just go like this and I'll just refresh the state. So the status will go to false and we'll just remove everything from the data as well. So state dot user data. By the way, you can add more in the initial state and have more data if you wish, but right now we'll just keep it that much. Simplistic stuff. Okay, now once you're done with that, the job is not done because you have created an auth slice, but there is a little bit more to it. By the way, in case you missed this, take a screenshot, pause it here. This is not enough. We need to export this as well. The most important thing is what people are looking up for is definitely these methods, login and logout, so that they can access that. But also, some of the folks are looking for this entire reducer. Who are those some of the folks? Your store, yes. So we need to export not only these methods, but also the reducer. So let's go ahead and do that. First of all, let's export the reducer. That's my default. Export default auth slice. And just go ahead and export this reducer. Reducers. When did I named it as reducers? Let me just quickly check this. This seems like a small bug. All right, welcome back. Yes, I had to look into the documentation, and that's how the real world developer works. We don't remember everything. We always consult the docs, maybe Stack Overflow, these days ChatGPT to figure it out. And yes, this is how it works. So we can see we are following almost exactly like that. So notice here we are saying reducers, but at the time of export, we are actually saying counterslice.reducer, which does it. So Redux in itself is kind of, it's wrong to say library. It's more of a framework in itself, which has its own way of dealing with the things. So we just export exactly like this, like actions, reducers. So yes, it might be a little bit confusing that, hey, here it is reducers and there it is reducer only, singular. But yeah, this is how the documentation works. So we'll just follow that. Okay. That removes my confusion as well. Yes, this is, but it's a good one, I'll try to investigate it more to study more about it, that why this is the case or how this is the case. Okay, so the step one is done, that we have exported the reducer. But as we know, we have to export these singular methods so that any file can actually use these methods as well. Pretty easy. We're going to go ahead and say export const and then all the methods that you want to export, like login, logout. And we simply go ahead and say this one is going to be auth slice dot actions. There we go. Bothering me a little bit. We need to have a space around. There we go. So this is what we have as of now. So both the things are done. Now, step one is to get onto the store. And first of all, import these reducers into the store and make sure your store is aware of that, not available, aware of that. So we'll just go ahead and say auth slice from auth slice. Now go into the configure store. This store need to have the reducer just like this. And all the reducers that you have to actually mention it here. So my reducer name is auth. That is my auth slice. If you have more, you can just put a comma and have it. Like, for example, you're tracking a blog here. So your blog slice goes like that, of course, with a space. So you can just go ahead and work on with that. I don't have it. I have just one. So I'll just save it one. I need to export that so that I can use it wherever I like. I'll just go ahead and say export default and store. Not like that. There we go. So the two things, the major things are done, and we have this auth slice, we have store. So at least the preparation part of our Redux is all done. Now let's go ahead and work on with how we can actually use these stores and work with that. Now for this, we'll go into our, where is our main.jsx? This is where it is. So inside the main.jsx, we can work with that. If you are working on something like index.jsx, that's also fine. But what we are looking for is the main where our application is loading. This is where I have to work on. Now, first and foremost, I don't want to wrap it like this. I'll just create a router for this one, and then we'll work on with this one. So first of all, let's go ahead and create a router. So I'll just come here. Okay, this is fine. Okay. First of all, let's go ahead and create a router. And router will be created by create browser router, create browser router. And this is a method which takes an array, and we need to import this. Right now there is nothing which is importing it, so import create browser router, and that will be coming up from React router DOM. So this is the first part. We haven't worked on how this will be taking care of the pages yet, but we have a create browser router and we have a router provider as well. Router provider. Okay. So assuming that the router is all done, of course it is not, but assuming that this is all done, let's create this one first. So the way how it works is now instead of just directly rendering the app, we don't do this. We actually remove this part. This app will go inside the browser router at the home page that, hey, this is how we load the app. But for a minute, just remove this one part. And all we're going to do is have this router provider, self close it. And now we'll say that, hey, router will be this router that we have just created. Right now there is nothing, but don't worry, I'll walk you through that how this is being done. So this is the step one, how you configure all of your router. We'll go inside this array, provide the paths that home is governed by app and what all components basically we are loading, or we can say the pages that we are loading. So that's the basic of it. But we also want that we should have access to the store as well. That's the most important part for us. So how we can have the governing that all of my components know that there is a store. So for this, the major role is that everything, like all this router provider, at every single time there should be wrapped by the store. That is the problem statement. So let's go ahead and first import that. So I'll just go ahead and say I need a provider, and that provider is not from the React, we need from React Redux. There we go. Now the next step is really simple, absolutely simple. This browser router, this whole thing needs to be wrapped with this provider. Provider, there we go. Close it. And this needs to go inside this. There we go. But just putting this doesn't mean that it is already automatically aware of the store. We need to import the store as well. So we'll just first say that, hey, let's bring up the store. We can probably get it here. Import store from, and the store is going to come up from. We'll go inside the store and there will be having store.js. And now this provider can say that what is your store? Just name the store. So simply go ahead and say the store is going to be store. There we go. Now this is all done, properly configured that, hey, the store, since this is my store, this is my state of the application, every page is going to be governed by the states. That is why I'm wrapping provider first. And then everything is going to be governed by this. So I'm just governing it. So I'll just move it a tab so that it's easier. Okay, this is the first part of how this is going to be done. And by the way, this browser router that you're creating, that can be done via multiple ways. There are kind of a sandwich method as well, in which you just create components inside the components, or you can also provide an object into this one. So we'll go with the object one. So here is our object that goes like this. And then I'll just go ahead and say, hey, path. What is the path? I want to have a path of slash. Who should be the element which should be rendered when somebody visits this path? So obviously in this case, now we say the element which will be rendered is going to be the app. There we go. Self-closing. There we go. Now the next step is, do we have sub paths after this application? After this slash, do we have slash sign up? Do we have slash login? Do we have slash post? Yes, we do have. That all goes into the children. So as you can see, children, right now it says object, but no, it is not an object. First of all, this is the proper syntax. And this is further down again, an array. Okay, what all the children do you have? Okay, so inside this, I'll have multiple of these children. All these are objects, just like this. First of all, what is the path that you want to grab? So the path of the children is going to be, first of all, the slash. And wherever that slash is, by the way, we need an access to the pages. Yes, we have home page. On the slash, we'll load the home page. We'll just say element. Who is the element you want to render here? We want to render home, which is not yet imported. Home is not yet imported. So now we need a lot of list of these imports. So import home, and we'll be importing. Now you guess the idea why I created the pages. So inside these pages, we have home.jsx. There we go. You get this point that how this is all being done. So this is my slash where the home component will be logged in and all these things. So that's fun. That's basic. But what about the elements like slash login? We need to provide some kind of mechanism to find out that should you be able to access the login or not? Because if you're logged in, you should not access the home page, the login page. But similarly, you get the point. You get the point. So I'll just go ahead and walk you through that how this is being done. This is another of my sub route. Let's just say the path is going to be slash login. Okay, we know what component we want to mount onto this one. So the element is going to be, you might be wondering, hey, just go ahead and say you want to go ahead and have login into this one. Just like this. But no, this is where you are a little bit wrong. Not wrong. We haven't discussed these kinds of approach. So we'll just first go ahead and say, hey, login. Nope, this is not login I want. I want it to be from pages slash login. Okay. There's nothing wrong in this approach, but what do we want to do in this one is instead of rendering this login directly, which doesn't gives me control whether should I show it to you or not, I'll just go ahead and bring in one more component, which I created. So if you remember, we created this component auth layout. It was doing nothing, but time to bring it now. Let's go ahead and say import, and this one is auth layout, I guess. Yep. Auth layout, and that will be coming up from /components, and we have just one auth layout.jsx. Okay, what's so unique that you're going to do with this one auth layout? Now, instead of rendering this, I'll just go ahead and say, first of all, I'll wrap this up with parentheses so that it's easier for me to write. And I'll say, hey, load this element, which is auth layout, just like this. And inside this auth layout, now let's go ahead and use this login. It could be self-closing. But what's the point? What's the point of having this? Now inside this auth layout, I can provide a prop and I can define whether this page requires an authentication or not. So I can just go ahead and say false, just like this. I can say that this component doesn't require an authentication, and I can, based on this logic, I can work on with my auth layout. So you get the idea. Similarly, like login page, exactly same. Similarly, sign up page, yes, exact copy of this one. So let's go ahead and have a copy of this one. Let's put up a comma. We need to import this first. Sign up from pages /pages, and we have sign up. And we'll say no, sign up also, this route sign up also don't require any authentication, and you can load this one. Sign up. There we go. Right now, what we're going to do with the authentication is not really important, but let me just show you. Now let's also define one more, and you will understand the logic behind it. Let's get one more, copy that. And now the route that we want to go for is all posts, maybe yes. Now the element that I want to render for this obviously is all posts. So first let's bring this import, and we're going to call this one as all posts, and that will be coming up from pages and all posts.jsx. Okay. Now for this one, I want that anybody who visits the all posts should be accessible by all posts. But this time the authentication is going to be true, because only who are logged in should be able to read all of my posts. That's the logic I'm going for. Now this is having a shortcut, so you can just remove this one. If you pass on authentication just like this, this also converts as a true. So that's a shorthand. A lot of people use that. But now I have two situations here. People who will be coming up whose authentication is false, like login and sign up, and people who will also be coming up whose the authentication is true. So how can I handle this situation? So there are a couple of ways. Now we'll work on the functionality part of how you are going to do that. So notice carefully how we are going to do this one. So a couple of things are there. First of all, the page is having a requirement that should you be authenticated or not. There is also one more thing, one more variable in the picture, which is saying, Are you truly logged in or not? Page requires a login is a different thing, but are you logged in or not? We can verify that you are logged in or not by just making a query to the store. That's where the two variables actually come up. And we have to match the two conditions here. All right, so what we're going to do is let's go ahead and one by one. So this authentication part is all good. We are not going to touch that. And just below up here, we'll make a couple of queries with the selectors here. So first of all, let's bring up the important part. In case you have not seen the Redux crash course, please go ahead and watch that. We'll be using use selector from the React Redux. We need the navigation as well because we will be redirecting the people. Use navigation or navigate. Yeah, navigate is good. React router DOM. So these are the two ones. Now let's make a query. So we'll say auth status, and we can just query the auth status by using the use selector. And from the use selector, we'll say that, hey, there is a callback here, just like this. And we can say you give me access to state. And inside this, I can say state dot auth dot status. That's how we worked on it. So this will give me a true or false value. What is your auth status? Is it true? Is it false? Whatever that is. We'll also go and create a simple navigate. Navigate. And we'll create a navigate from use navigate, just like that. Now we have access. Okay. Now I hope you can see we have a couple of variables to check for. The first one is authentication, which is also a Boolean value. We also have auth status, which is also a Boolean value. So based on this, you have to figure out that what do you want to do and how do you want to do. Now, since this is a couple of queries are going back and forth, I would like to create a state for myself, which is probably a loader state. So let's go work with that. So I'll just go ahead and say, I'll use loader and I'll say set loader, and that will be coming up from use state, and by default it will be true. So your loader is going on. By the way, we have use state. Okay. Now comes the logic part, how you are going to deal with that. So as soon as this component loads, you have to make some queries. You have to run these auth status and you have to figure out how this is all going on, so that based on this, you can render some of the things. Because right now, this is a simple children render right now, but this is going to be changed, that whether the things are good or what's the value of this. Okay, let me show you how this is being done. First of all, let's fire up a simple use state here. Use effect. There we go. No suggestions? No problem. Okay, first of all, the callback, and then we obviously know there is a dependency array on that. So based on what this is depending. So first of all, it is dependent on auth status. This is dependent on authentication as well. And this is also dependent on the navigate as well. So there we go. These are our dependency array. Okay. Coming back onto this one, how do you want to work with that? We want to run a simple if and else condition in here based on I will be navigating you to login or I'll be navigating you to the slash page. Okay, let's see. Simple. If authentication is required and your auth status is not equals to authentication. Okay, very carefully look at this. If I require a page which is authenticated, maybe you are visiting all post. So I'm saying that, hey, you are required an authentication there, but your authentication status is not as true, because required means this will be converting as true. Okay, listen to this very carefully. When I say you are required, that means I'm passing a true in here. But what I'm also checking another side is the auth status that you're providing me is not equals to authentication, or in short, your authentication is not true. In that case, where should I redirect you? Simple question. You are supposed to be logged in when you want to see all posts, but you're not logged in. So obviously I should redirect you to the login page. Really simple. So I'll just go ahead and say, use the navigate and redirect you to /login. This will take care. Another condition that I'm checking is not a simple else condition. This is also another checker. Okay. So I'll just go ahead and check this one. If I don't require an authentication, so this is my authentication, I don't require authentication, okay? You can just visit these pages. But you simply go ahead and say your auth status is not equals to the authentication. There we go. What should I do in this case? Okay, this is the second case where I'm saying, hey, you are not supposed to be authenticated to see these pages. That means the login page, the sign up page. But what I'm also checking, hey, you are logged in. Authentication is auth status is not equals to false. So you're logged in. And there are some pages which don't require authentication. Who are those pages? The login and sign up. So if you want to visit the login and sign up page and you are already logged in, you're not supposed to see those pages. So in that case, I'll just redirect you to the simple navigate. So navigate and you'll be redirected to the slash. This is the basic logic that we have created. Now, based on this, we can actually render onto this one. Once this is all done, let's go ahead and do one more thing. If we are done all these if and else cases, let's go ahead and use a set loader and turn it into false. So all the drama that we wanted to check and all of these, this is all done. Now here I'm changing the state of this loader. Based on this, I can do a simple ternary operation into this one. So I'll just remove this part and I'll say first check my loader. Okay. If loader is true, then we're going to show maybe a loading, maybe a null. I'll keep this as a simple exercise for you to create a simple loading component, maybe a spinner widget, just add it up here. Simple. I'll just use a null, not a good practice, but I'll just keep it here. And if the loader is false, then go ahead and load the component, which in my case is just the children. Children, there we go. Not like that, not like that. Children, there we go. So really simple, but this is a good mental exercise to actually figure out that how things are going on. By the way, it has a couple of more ways of how you can write that. Let me walk you through. Probably it will take a couple of more minutes, but it will help you to understand how this is being done. So for example, if you are checking something like this, I'm just rewriting the code to make it more understandable. So let's just say there is an authentication. If authentication is true, then I go ahead and I'm checking another one. If statement, something like this. So in this, I'm checking if your auth status is not equals to authentication. So something like this. So if you are having a problem in understanding two conditions at the same time using this, you can also apply this one. So in this case, notice here, let's understand this. Authentication is required. Okay, where does the authentication is required? Oh, this kind of pages means all post. Okay, authentication is required in this one. So it is true. So this will be converted into as true. Okay. Just for explanation purpose. And the auth status, what is your auth status? It is not equals to authentication. That means authentication was required, but you are not authenticated. So where should I redirect you? If you are not authenticated, but the page requires authentication. Simply, you understood this part. Now we should navigate you to which page? /login. And this is exactly what I have done in this one here. So hope this helps you to understand the part. I can understand this could be a little bit more for the beginners and fresher, but this is exactly what I did. I'll just keep it here to make sure that you know that how I explained this to you. But I think now this gives you a much more clarity of how things are done and how things are done. Okay, so moving back, you understand this part that all posts are being there, but we have more elements. So for example, I'll just go ahead and copy and paste this one. So the page is like add post. Let's go ahead and have that one as well. Import add post, no suggestion, no. Pages, and we have add post.jsx. This also requires authentication, so it's almost similar to that. This one will be add post, just like that. Requires authentication, yes, and we'll just simply say you are add post. There we go. So that's the one. We also need the edit part as well. Edit also needs a slug to be passed on. Let's do that. So we have edit post and we have a post individual as well. Let's import them. Too much. Import, and this one will be edit post. That will be coming up from pages, and inside the pages we have edit post, We do have one more, which is just the post. Let me check that. We have just the post. Let's also import that. We have post. Come on. Post, and that will be importing from pages. And we do have post.jsx. Both of them requires authentication. So let's go ahead and work on with this. Copy and paste it. Put up a comma. The path is going to be edit post, but you cannot just go ahead and edit post just like this. You need a slug value. So /: and slug. This will give us which post you want to go. And this requires authentication. Yes, this requires, and this will be edit post. All right. What else? We just need to work with one singular post as well. This one also requires a simple post. So we'll just remove the edit part from here. We'll just say this is a post and you'll provide me a slug. We're saying that you also require authentication. It's just personal approach. I don't want anybody to see my, I'm kind of a medium kind of a fan where if you're not logged in, you cannot read much of them. Anyways, it's up to you. And I'll just simply say, hey, this one is going to be post. That's it. So at least our routing and pages are done. You have understood the concept. Of course, we might need to debug a little bit, but the concepts are now perfectly fine with you, that how the auth layout and all these things works. We now know how to protect our pages with the help of this auth layout. This is doing all the magic, making the queries. Nothing is happening automatically or magically, but pretty good start and pretty good stuff that we have done. So in the pages, all the pages are done, but our components are not ready, that in what pages we'll be rendering login, sign up. We'll do that. Nothing much deal. Again, I'll be providing you all the details of that, and we'll not be writing any of the CSS for that. I'll provide you the CSS directly. You can just copy and paste them from my GitHub as well. This is not a Tailwind class. We'll focus more on the React part. That's it for this video, and let's catch up in the next one. Hey there everyone, Hitesh here, back again with another video. And in this video, I just want to do the testing of what we did in the last video. It was a pretty big video, so I thought let's sip some water and come back here. I don't want to do the testing behind the scene. I want to do all the testing, that if it is working, if it is not working, we'll probably pause the video, we'll debug together. However it goes, we just want to do it all together. So let me just share the screen and see this. Okay, so now the goal is, if I just go ahead and I simply run this application, so I've just run the command, that's very basic. So it's npm run dev, and I go onto the page. This is the page what I see. Good enough, but in order to do the proper testing, if you've watched the previous video where we set the router and all these stuff, you know that first we need to go into app.jsx, and the step one is to just remove all this gibberish. Not a big fan of this. We'll just go ahead and remove this. There's a small error. We'll just go say dev. Oh, just like this. And there should be a paragraph here, or let's just go ahead and call this one as inside the main. We need an outlet into this one. So otherwise, if we don't have an outlet from React Router DOM, rest of the components will not be able to render inside this. So we need the outlet. So make sure it's from the React Router DOM. And now technically we should be able to see the home here. That's good. And if I go ahead and see the login, we see the login. If I go ahead and see all posts, it still goes for the login. One more thing which I noticed is there's a small inconsistency here. Inside the auth layout, we actually called it as protected, but here in the main.jsx, we are calling it as auth layout. Not a good idea. I'll just go ahead and say this one should be protected. That's a better one. I'm pretty sure you might have already noticed it, but I just noticed it. Not a good idea. Okay, auth layout, let's select all the instances of auth layout. By the way, these are just VS Code shortcuts, which I love. And one more. Okay, multi-cursor, remove this, have the protected one. It's not going to bother you anything, but I think that's a good one. Okay, so now I think the testing is all good. We are logging and rendering login. Too much white, I know. Too much light mode. Don't worry, I'll get rid of this one. Sign up is good, but if I go ahead and see, let's just say edit posts. Oh, edit posts doesn't exist. Edit post exists. And it says edit post. Oh, we need to give some ID as well, slug. Let's give it a text. It says login. So we are not allowed to do so. So there we go. As of now, our testing goes good, that we have all these applications, routing, states, everything is working fine. We have no errors. Good testing in between. While recording the videos, it gives us rarely an occasion that we can test in between, but wherever I do get a chance to test along with you, I try my best. From the next video onwards, we'll work on the components so that I can show you what all the components will be needing, how they'll be working. Some of them are really boring, like footer. There is absolutely nothing inside that, just copy paste of the Tailwind classes. Header could be a little bit interesting because we are conditionally rendering some of the elements like the logout button, the sign up button and all of that. So they can be a little bit interesting, but footers, not really something. All right, so that's it for this one. I hope you have enjoyed this one. Really short video, but really something that helps us to understand the features of it. Let's catch up in the next video and work on the components part of it. Hey there everyone, Hitesh here, back again with another video, and from this video onwards, we are going to have a journey about building the components. Now, some of these components are really great because you understand a lot of logics behind it. For example, how and why do we use forward reference, a special hook in the React, and some of them like conditional rendering. But some of them are really truly boring. They doesn't teach you anything from the React perspective. They are just, you can say, the logo component. It just displays the logo. That's it. It does nothing more than that. A container, it's just a wrapper. It just displays the element. Nothing much more than that. The footer component, lots of Tailwind classes, good for Tailwind practice. Nothing else at all. But what we can do, we have to work with both of them. So we'll start with some of the basic ones, which doesn't do much. And as we move forward, we'll progressively work on some of the components, which are really good and interesting and helps you to understand the React part of it. Let's go ahead and do that. So we'll just go into the screen sharing first. All right. Once we are in the screen sharing mode, then let's go ahead and go into components. The first is, let's create a new folder and keep it inside this. So this one is going to be container. And inside the container, we'll have this simple container.jsx. New file, container, and it should be all caps. Container.jsx. Okay, what do we have in this container.jsx? To be honest, there is absolutely nothing. It's just as it is. You can do something like export default just right here in case you wish, if you want to. But that one is also fine. So what do we have in this container? We simply return a div, which is going to render the children. So let's go ahead and accept all the children. And we are going to display these children just up here. Why we are doing this? What's the point of? Because we want to add some additional classes. That is the whole goal. Nothing more than this. We want to simply have a width of full so that we can have a, we'll also have a max width. So we'll just say max width of 7XL. By the way, you can hover this one. I didn't come up with them automatically. I also tweaked a little bit while we were designing this application. So it's not some magic number that I came up with. We'll just say max auto, simple, and we'll just say px-4. So these are the classes we came up while displaying a container. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less onto this one. Okay, we'll keep this one in a folder so that it's a little bit separated out. Now let's go ahead and move into, let's close this one first. We'll go into container, first source, and then contain components. And let's create a couple of files first. So I'll just try to create the files from here. It's much more easier. Otherwise, right click it. Sometimes create files in the wrong place where I don't want it to be. So I'll just go with the logo.jsx. And there we go, logo. What do we have in this logo? Honestly, nothing. I'll just go with the RFCE. The logo is logo. I don't even have a logo. Otherwise, usually it's just the image. But let's just say if we can have some logo. Can we have some of the logo? In the public, we have Vite SVG. We can probably use that. Or can we have? I'll just keep it as it is. But we need to have some of the classes on this one. Otherwise, it is going to give us some of the issues with this one. We'll figure it out later one. Right now, let's just display it inside this one. And instead of a div itself, let's use an image. I think that one would be good. I'll add an image in the later on videos. Don't worry. I'll just say I want to have an image just like this. And this one is going to be an src. Right now there is nothing, so I'll just keep it empty. And inside this, if somebody doesn't pass me any parameter, I'll make it a little bit more robust so that people can pass me some values. I'll just say 100%, and whatever the width you give me, I'll just use it as a style. I'll make it a little bit fancy. I'll just say give me a width. If somebody gives me 80%, we'll use 80% width, otherwise that's it. Let's use at least an alt so that we know this is a place for logo placeholder. If I forget later on, we can just work with that. That's it. That's your logo. Next up is a little bit interesting, not too much, but a little bit interesting. We'll have a simple button as well. So we'll have a button.jsx. Why do we have a button? No such big need of having a button, but I realized that if you have a button, you can customize it a little bit easier. In case you're familiar with something like shared CN or something, that is fantastic. Almost same kind of approach we are using. I'll just have an RFCE. We have a button. The button is going to take some of the parameters. Oops. There we go. What all parameter? First of all, you'll be taking children so that you can render them. You'll also have a type. The type is going to be button and BG color. BG color. That is going to be by default. This one is going to be background is going to be blue 700, 600, whatever you wish. Plain old Tailwind colors, nothing more than that. We'll also give it a text color, and the text color is going to be white. So we'll say text-white, and we'll also have some of the class names. Class name, and that by default is going to be empty, but you can pass me on more. And you can also pass me more props. So we'll spread them around if we have props. And 1 comma is required. Now the advantage of taking these props is if you wish to have or to do something more, you can just go ahead and do this. I'll just remove this one, and I'll say I'll return you a button. Just like this. Button is going to render the children. You can also rename this actually to the button title if you wish, but I think I'm happy with this one. Okay, what else do you want inside this button? Let's have the class name. Class name. We'll actually change this class name into, first of all, backticks. Actually, first of all, curly braces, then a backtick. So that if we give px-4, padding on x-axis to be 4, padding on y-axis to be 2, so that it looks like buttonish. And we'll also go for rounded-lg for rounded. But if you have more properties, you can just use the dollar and variables to have this one. For example, the BG color, if you want to change it, now you can easily change it. More variables, text color, maybe you want to change the text color, go ahead and change it now. And also some additional classes if you want to pass on, I'll just respect that as well. Okay, so right now we have basic default button. The another advantage that we can have in this one is if you have more props to be passed on, maybe active, deactive, whatever you want to say, I can just actually respect that as well. I'll destructure these props as well here. So all these props actually goes directly here, makes life a little bit easier. Again, a good way of how we can have the button, very generic button, but could be reused like anything. Now let's close this one. Let's study a little bit, which is more interesting. And you'll repeat this quite often, which is input.jsx. Inputs are a little bit different and interesting compared to the button, because button doesn't have too much. It just registers one event, which is on click. Nothing much more than that. But inputs have great number of deals with that, because if you think it carefully, input is going to be used in some other component. That component will have state. So you have to somehow manage that somebody is writing inside this component, but that value goes outside of that into upper level component. I hope you are understanding this. This is complex, but the solution is not that complex. But imagine this. The component, let's just say this is your form. One level down is input. Now this input needs to give information to its parent. That is where the magic comes. And that's why I found input to be really amazing. Now inputs, just like this, I'll just actually rewrite this entirely. So how do we actually manage this, that we can pass on some information to our parent itself? Passing into child, it's prop, but how can we pass on to the parent? That is interesting. That's why I found this one interesting while teaching. So we have input just like this. In order to do so, you have to use one hook from this React, which is forward ref. Yep, that's it. That's it. Forward ref, if you have this one, that's it. It just pass everything to the parent component. And now you can go ahead and say export default input. There we go. Now, how do we use this forward ref? Now, using forward ref again is fairly straightforward. You just wrap up your component inside this. And we also know the component is nothing, it's just a function. So function, we call this one as input. And this is how we work with it. If you have anything to access, you can just go ahead and say, I will access a label for this one. I'll also accept the type of this one. Type is going to be text by default. Otherwise, you pass me on this one. We'll have the class name just like this. And by default, it's going to be empty. So that same concept of the buttons. We'll also have the props. So let's just say props. If you have more props, you can just give me. Also, you have to give me a ref. Otherwise, I'll just pass on this ref. Okay, let's go ahead and move it on to the next line so that it's easier to read for everyone. There we go. Moving up, just like this. You also go like this. You also go like this. Just arranging them. Sometimes these things bother me a little bit. Okay. There we go. Now hopefully it makes sense. Okay. Much easier to read in this way. Now in this one, all we have to do is return just like we return in the components. So this one is going to be returning just like this. And I'll be returning a simple div just like that. This div will have a class name. We are going to get width of full, whatever is available to us. And then we simply go ahead and use these labels and all these inputs. So let's start our JavaScript in here and we'll say label, label, label. There we go. If label is there, then we are going to display the labels. So use an ampersand sign and another component just like this. And in here, we're going to start a label component. Label tag would be better name. Label tag, just like this. Inside the label tag, we'll display this label. If the label is not there, what's the point of displaying the label? And we can have some of the HTML ID for it. So HTML4, and we can actually give it an ID, and we can borrow the ID, by the way, from the React itself. So I can just provide an ID just like this. Right now, I don't have an ID, so I can just go ahead and create this ID by use ID, which is given to me by React itself. And I can actually go ahead and before I return, I can just say const ID is going to be equal to use ID. There we go. Now you get from where this ID is coming up from. All right, not bad. We'll also add some of the class names. Don't really like them, but we have to. This one is going to be in line block. And we'll have a margin bottom of 1. We'll have a margin, padding left of 1. Okay, if you wish to design it a little bit more, you can just go ahead and do that. Really doesn't bother us much. So this whole thing is the label portion of our input. We also need to give it an input because that's what this is, input, not the label. Let's go ahead and provide an input. It could be a self-closing one, just like this. Now, we need to set up all the parameters here. Like, for example, we are taking type from the user. Let's respect that and provide a type just like that. We also need to provide a ref because when any form will be using it, they will be providing us this ref or references. There we go. And we'll say just add the ref here. Let's restructure all the props and add them here as well. There we go. And also let's provide the ID. So same ID can go up here. Same variables, same unique ID will go here. Then after that, we'll add some of the classes. So the classes concept is exactly same. There is nothing new that you are learning. We'll have the classes, but we'll wrap them in the curly braces and in the backtick so that if any variable comes up, we can actually respect that. So this is a new concept that you learn into this input, which is how to pass on some data from a lower component to upper component or to from a child component to a parent component. That's interesting. Similarly, like the input one, we'll create one more, which is exact same replication, select form or select input, select.jsx. We'll go with this. So select. Exactly same concept. I think this will be a good repetition for us. So let's go ahead and create a function. And this will be our function just like this. And this function is going to be named as select. There we go. And we'll also grab the React. Import React. We know that we'll be using use ID. Use ID. And that will be coming up from, oops, React. Okay, the function is all done. Now we just need to export that. Again, it's up to you how you create your function within inside that, just like we created, or you can do something like this: export default React dot forward ref, and here we can just say select this one. Okay, both are same, exactly same. It's just the way of writing the code here. We're doing everything in line, whichever you prefer. There is no right or wrong. There is no optimization in this one. You can actually just wrap this up and pass it on directly. Here I created the function first, and then I'm passing it at the export time in the forward ref. The reason for showing you two ways is so that you can understand that some people write code this way. Understanding the code is also really important. So this is what we have as of now. All right, moving further. We'll take some of the parameters. What all of the parameter? We obviously need, this is a select. So we need options, we need the label, exactly same thing will happen to the label, just like we did. Class name, just like this. And we'll also have props. We'll restructure them. And once we are done with this, these are all the first like objects that you'll be passing me, but you also have to give me the ref. Okay, once we are here, then obviously we need to first handle the ID part. We know that, that's easy. Use ID, there we go, unique ID generated, return, and there we go. And inside this we'll just return a simple div. Okay, first of all, class name, simple class, we'll say width, get the fill width. There we go, no big deal. In here, the label thing will be exactly same. So why don't we just copy and paste that, save us some times, because it is exactly same. There is nothing new we are learning here. So we start our JavaScript. We simply say, if you have label, then we'll display the label. We'll use the HTML ID or HTML4 for this one. We'll have the label. But right now here, this label is good. But now the input form is different. So this is okay. Now let's start the select field. This is where things get a little bit interesting. So this is my select field. I'll keep it as, no, not self-closing. Okay. Now, one by one, what goes inside this? First of all, inside this select field, first of all, let's display all the props that you have. So let's get rid of this. Oh, my bad. Dot, 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 props. Okay, one part is done. Scroll this a little bit. Okay, we need ID. Okay, easy part. ID will be going like this. So ID, easy part. We also have ref, easy part. We also grab it like this, ref. Okay, this is easy part. Now, the thing is, which is most important about this is a lot of options will be given to you. This is how the select field works. In case, by the way, you forgot it or maybe want to jog the memory, we can go select HTML, and I'm pretty sure W3 schools can help us to memorize, jog the value. If I try this, this is how it looks like. This is the select field. A lot of options are being passed on, and as soon as you select the option, that option is being selected. That's exactly what we want to get. These options will obviously be an array. Somebody who is using my component should be already aware of this. And now all I have to do is start a JavaScript here, and I have to say, hey, options, I want to loop through you. So maybe you can use for each, maybe you can use map, whatever is your favorite, you can use that. In each one of them, you will get a callback just like this. So we'll get an option, options, option, remember that. And then we can simply use a callback just like this. I'll start a parenthesis, not the curly braces, so that I don't have to explicitly return. And then inside this one, I'll say I will start options here, not options, option. And I'll close this one as well. There we go. Inside this one, I'll display each of these options. Okay, half part is done because if you remember the code part here, this is the option. So this part is done, but we need to also have the value being added. Otherwise, it's just displaying here. So we need to take care of the value part. So we'll go up here and we'll say value. And the value is going to be whatever the option is. Simple. We also need to do one more thing, which is not required from the HTML perspective, but from the React perspective, it's required. Since the value is looping through, by default, React Fiber has no way to knowing that if it is repeating different values or the same values. So we need to provide a key for it. This is performance optimization. And I know that each options are different, so I can provide it option like this. Really interesting, but this is all what we have. Now, apart from this, there is just one more final thing, which is just a class. So I'll just copy and paste this. Doesn't really bother us much. So there we go. We have our select options being added. This is something really interesting. I hope it gave you some knowledge of forward ref. If it does, do let me know in the comment section. This is really important. Okay. This is all done. Input part is all done. Now let's also do one more thing. Actually, two more things we have to do in this video. But this one is going to be a little bit interesting. So what we're going to do is, let's open this up. It's much easier to actually create components from here. I want one more component, which is postcard. Not really the postcard like postcard, but card for each of the posts that we have. This is interesting because a lot of information we need to grab and how we can actually grab this one. So let's go ahead and RFCE, React Functional Component. We have postcard just like this. Now this postcard takes a couple of information. Let me show you. It takes a $ID. If you're using MongoDB, you might have _ID. In the case of Appwrite, it's $ID. You also give me a title. You also give me a featured image. Featured image. Okay. Featured image, these all things are given to me. Now, my responsibility is to simply have a card on the home page to take the user on the longer post for that particular post. Okay. How we can do that? First of all, let's remove this because we want this entire card to be clickable. So we need to grab the link just like this. So we'll grab it like this. But this link obviously doesn't come directly. We need to have it from the React router. Import, give me a link. No suggestions? Nope. From React router DOM. Okay, now anything inside this will take us to this. But again, we have to provide where do you want to take me? For this, we have to use the to keyword. I'll use backticks. We'll go wherever we are, obviously on the home page. So we'll go on to /post and / the slug ID, which in this case is $, just like this, and we'll provide $ID. ID, yeah, that one. Okay, now we know the link part is sorted. Now all we have to do is grab a simple div, which is going to display the information. So inside this div, obviously some of the class names will go. I'll just copy paste these classes. Doesn't really bother us much. And we'll use class names just like this. So let me just copy and paste these classes. You can also copy and paste them from, from the GitHub itself. So there we go. And inside this, we'll have another div. Yeah, that's how we designed it. Okay, this div also has an image. So this is the image. Now, where the interesting part lies is how you're going to grab the source, because you have this featured image only. Now, let me jog a little bit of your memory. If I go on to the config part, notice here we created a simple method. Where it is? Yeah, get preview. So this featured image is nothing. It's a file ID that you will pass me. So here in the postcard, you will provide me this featured image. This is nothing. This is the file ID. So I can actually use this get file preview method and pass it on file ID. And what it gives you is directly a link of the image. Notice here we send href. So this is a link of the image. So I can actually utilize these features. And that's why I say these services actually helps you to lot of work that can be reduced down. So all I have to do is import. Let's call this one as Appwrite service. Appwrite service. And that will be coming up from /app. Nope. /. Yeah, there we go. Appwrite / config.js. Probably .needed.js, but anyways. So we have the Appwrite. Okay, now in this source, I can just use it directly. So I'll just remove this one. Inject it like this, and I'll say Appwrite service. I'll want to use a method which is get file preview. And in order to run this method, I have to provide you the featured image. That's it. Automatically, it will call this and do everything that I want to do. All right. In this one, image itself, I will inject the title optionally, but if you wish, you can just go ahead and do that. Now time to add some classes, and this one is going to be rounded-xl. And we do have some of the classes onto this div as well. We'll have the class name just like this. And again, these classes are nothing too much to be worried about. Basic Tailwind classes. Okay, next part is how we are going to display the title. Totally up to you. What I want to do is just below this div, we'll have a simple h2, and inside the h2 I'll display it. Title. There we go. We do have some classes for this one as well. So we'll have a class name and we'll have a text dash XL. We also have font bold. All right. So I hope you understand a lot of things that are learned from the React perspective, as well as good software engineering perspective that creating a service, it helps us a lot. We don't need to do things 1,000 times. It just works out of the box. Okay, now one more thing, final thing that we are going to do for this video is we'll create a new folder, which will be a footer. Again, nothing much. This is really the most boring file. It has nothing. It will be simple footer.jsx. Okay, simple RFCE, React Functional Component. And all we are going to do is just copy paste some of the HTML code. Remember, this is not an HTML tutorial. There is nothing much we are doing, just a lot of CSS classes, logos and whatnot. Only thing we have to do is import a link, because all these are wrapped around the link. And that link come from React Router DOM that you already know. And that's it. That's it. Your footer is ready. Now all you have to do is go into an app, display the footer, see how it looks like and all of that. Whatever the things we wanted to study in this one, we have studied most of it. Still, there are few more left, but we're going to do that in the next video. Already the video is half hour long. So let's go ahead, move on to the next video and see that how we can work on the rest of the components. They're pretty interesting. Let's catch up in next video. Hey there everyone, Hitesh here, back again with another video, and welcome to continuing our journey for building a full stack application, which is our blog app. In this video, we're going to take down two approaches, and in fact, two pathways at the same time. The first, we're going to take the tiny MCE, which is a WYSIWYG editor, what you see, what you get. So you will get the ability to simply have the bold applications, italics, underlines, all that you see in a fancy editor. You're going to see all of that. And in the second part, we're going to take a lead into understanding the React forms. Now, React forms can be directly handled. There is nothing wrong in that. But there is an industry standard way of handling the things. So I'll show you what is being used in majority of the production grade application. At first, it might look a little bit too much, but as you move into the production grade application or when you will be working in the job, you'll notice that most of the people actually prefer these kinds of form instead of just handling every state manually. Again, there is nothing wrong in handling the state manually, but this is the industry standard. So I thought that let's introduce that. It might be a little bit challenging at first, but this is the good way and good approach to get started. So that's what we'll be doing. So let me just walk you through. Let me first share the screen. So this is the editor that we'll be using. This is Tiny MCE. This comes up in both free plans and the paid plans. Of course, we'll be using the free ones, and that's what we'll be going through. And then we'll be also going through with the controllers as well. So we'll be going through with that. So let me walk you through. So this is the Tiny MCE, which is an editor. It, of course, can take a parameter of API key, which will not be giving it to one. We'll be using the free version. A couple of parameters that are important to pass on are like what's init value, initialized value. Then we can provide what should be the init. Then we have to provide the plugin that what all do you want to support in your editor, like auto links, list, visual blocks, code, full screen, what mode you want to give, and in the toolbar, what options you want to give, undo, redo, all of these. So these are the things. And in the content body, we'll be actually using as it is. So what are all options available. So this is the editor which we'll be using by installing after this Tiny MCE as an editor. That's the first step. And after that, we'll also have a look on to this one, which is a React hook form. Pretty interesting library to work on with this one. All the things are available in their docs, that what all things you available, set errors, controllers, forms. In this couple of ones we are going to use, and I'll walk you through how to read the docs and how to work with them. This could be a little bit challenging, and I think this requires a standalone crash course or a video in itself, which I'll try to upload on my channel. If you haven't yet subscribed, go ahead and hit that subscribe. If I'll get enough requests, I'll definitely do a proper crash course on the React hook forms as well. Pretty interesting subject, and I love this quite a lot. So we'll be using that. All right, so now let's go one by one and try to install them first. So installation is pretty straightforward. There is nothing too much going on with that. Let me just go on to VS Code. First, let's go into TinyMCE. So installation, React, let's go there. And the installation that we need is this one, which is @tinymce React. Let's go back up here and have the installation for this one. So npm install, and this one is for the editor part. All right, and we also need the React form as well. So let's go back and let's go get started. And here is a React hook form. So let's copy this and install this one as well. So I think these are the two which we are going to need as of now. I think that's enough. Let's go ahead and get one by one up and running with this one. All right, so first, let's go ahead and create, we'll create one by one. Let's start with the simple nav bar, which we are going to have. So we'll be having a logout button and a navigation bar. Then we'll work on the real-time editor, and then we'll be working on the post form as well, which is going to utilize all the hooks and all of that. So let's go ahead and start one by one. So first of all, let's create a new folder inside the component. We're going to call this one as simply navbar, or let's call this one as header. So inside the header, we'll be having two files. The first one is going to be header.jsx, header.jsx, and another one is going to be a standalone component itself, which is going to be logout. Logout or logout button.jsx. The reason for creating a logout button itself, because it is going to make a query and we'll be using some services from Auth service and all of that. That's why we are just keeping it separate one here. All right, so what do we need? We need dispatch. So we're going to say, I need use dispatch. No suggestions. All right. I use dispatch. The dispatch is going to come up from React Redux. There we go. After that, we need the auth service as well. Auth service. And that's going to come up from couple directories back inside the Appwrite, inside this auth.js. Yep, that's the one. And we're going to need a couple of services from store as well. So we need to import logout. And this logout will come up from, we need to go one directory back and inside the store. And from that, we are going to need authslice.js. All right, so now that we have the logout, the reason why we are having this logout functionality in itself alone, so that we can make a request using the slice, and that request can just clear out everything. That's what we designed it. So in case you forgot that, let me jog the memory again. So this is what we have imported after exporting this one. So once we actually hit this one, it will create the status as false, and we can have a simply user data as null. That's what the goal is. Okay. First of all, let's create a dispatch. Otherwise, we won't be able to access it. We won't be able to send a message that we are using this method. So const dispatch, and that will be designed or created using use dispatch hook. There we go. Now we have access to this one. Let's create a logout handler. Anybody who clicks on this button, we will be handling it with this one. Logout handler. And using this, a simple method, let's fire this up. And we'll be saying, hey, auth service, give us a method, which is logout. And once we are having this logout method being called, which is in our service, let's use a promise and we'll simply get a then. If then happens, then we are going to successfully cater that one. And we're going to then dispatch an event, which is going to be a logout event. There we go. And since this is a method, let's run this, and that's it. In case you wish, you can handle the catch part as well, but I don't think it's required in this case. But that's it. That's how we are going to log out. Notice here, if I'm able to successfully handle the logout, then only I'm dispatching an event of logout. And that's what we have designed in our store as well, that as soon as this is being called up, we're going to set the status as null and the user data to set status as to false and user data as to null. Okay. Time to design a button. There is nothing much that we are doing. Let's go ahead and return a button. There we go. Inside the button, we just say log out. And rest of the stuff is pretty obvious. Only one thing is important, that is on click. On click. And inside this one, we just simply say log out handler. Please don't say it like this. We don't want to execute it. We just want to pass a reference. And then our basic class names. Again, I'll be just giving you these class names. If you want to design your button your own way, be my guest, please do that. All right, so now you understand the logic behind it, that how the logout button is being designed. Let's go into the header.jsx because that is the file which will be having the entire navigation items. Most of them are just tailwinds and loops, nothing much, but there are some React-ish part of it. So I'll just say RFCE. So we have a header. We'll be requiring a couple of import statements in this one as well. First of all, let's import container. In fact, what we can do is, since we need a couple of more things from this component itself, we can design an index file and have an import and export statement from there as well. But in this case, let's go ahead and do container separately. And we'll be bringing them from /. Oh, we need to go inside one directory. Yeah. / container. Oh, we need to go one directory back. My bad. One directory back, container, and inside that we have this container.jsx. We don't need that. And we also need a logo. And we don't have anything inside the logo, but still we'll get this one. So this one is from one directory back, and we'll just say logo. Okay, two of the components that are required for navigation bar are here. Since we'll be redirecting a lot of stuff, link is required. Of course, that comes from React router DOM. And what else? We need a logout button. That's why we designed it. Logout button. And that comes from a logout button. And we'll be forcing people to use navigate here and there. So let's go ahead and use that as well. Use navigate. That comes from a React router DOM. Okay, how do we design this header? That's the important part. Again, this is going to be based on something. First of all, we need auth status, whether user is logged in or not, because based on that, we are going to display the sign in or the logout button. So why not we create a simple const which says auth status, and this status is going to come from the use selector. Do we have use selectors? Have we imported that? Not. So we need use selector. Import use selector. There we go. And once we have this, now I can use the use selector and can make a query. Give me the state, and I'll just ask you that state has this auth and has got a status. This will fulfill a value of true and false. And also in the meanwhile, let's also use the use navigate as well. Nothing much. Navigate. And that will be coming up from use navigate hook. There we go. Okay, now we need to design a simple constant of navigation items. That is better way. Once we have these navigation items as an array, we can loop through them and can simply generate our HTML from that. Let's call this one as nav items. That's going to be a basic array, and we will have multiple objects into them. If you wish more, you can have more. I'll have something like this. Name is going to be home. Not only that, I'll also provide a slug for that. And that slug is going to be where you are, so / for that. And we'll also provide an active status for that. And active is going to be true in this case. Okay. This active status right now looks true, but it's going to be based on the auth status. So what's the auth status and all of that? So let me show you what do I mean by that. This will be getting clear here. So let's just say we have a name, and this time we have a login. Login. The slug is going to be, I can actually copy this. I can copy the slug, which could be /login. Come on. There we go. Now, interesting part, is it active or not? That is going to be based on not auth status. So what do I mean by not auth status? So not auth status simply means if you're logged in, your authentication status is true, that is you are logged in, so the active status will automatically become false. So in that case, I don't want to display this login to you. That's the whole idea. That's the whole game of this situation. Similarly, we'll be having a sign up, exactly same. So let's go ahead, copy and paste, put up a comma. We simply want to say this one as sign up. Sign up. We'll copy and paste this. So smaller sign up. Same. Auth status will be not. That means if your authentication is true, I don't want to display this. So that means active will automatically become false. Similar to this, we have a couple of more pages for that. Let's put up a comma and we'll have all posts. The slug is going to be all dash posts. Routing will take care of that. But this time I want this auth status to be true. If your auth status is true, that means you are logged in, then only I want to show you this all post. So otherwise you'll just see the login and log out. So that's it. Add post is similar one such thing. So you are able to see all post and you are able to see add post. That's how we are designing our navigation bar. This one is going to be simply add post. This one is going to be add post. Auth status is true. Okay, so now I hope you understand that why and how we are designing this nav items. All we have to do in this one is now simply have a couple of design items just like there. And then we can simply loop through the values. The looping part is important. Rest of this is fancy design, nothing more than that. Let's go ahead and have a header. This header will have a class name, simple classes, padding on y-axis is 3. When we designed it, we simply had a shadow. A shadow will just be like that. And we have a background of gray. 500 is good enough. Okay, inside this header, we have this container as a component. So this wraps up automatically and gives you the space. And then we have a couple of nav items. So let's just have a nav. And this nav is going to have class again. Couple of classes we have. We'll be getting a flex. The first item inside the nav is going to be a simple div, which will be for logo, nothing more. And for this, we will be having a class name. Margin on right side will be 4. While designing this, this is what we found it to be best. Let's wrap the logo inside the link. So we'll be having a link just like this. Where does it go? To nowhere. So we'll be saying it like that / and inside the link, let's place the logo. Right now, we don't have any image for the logo, but whenever we'll be having, we'll be happy with that. Okay, once we have this div item, that means the logo is all done. And then we'll be having a UL after this one, so unordered lists. And it will have a couple of class names. And we'll be having a flex and margin left of auto, so that everything is pushed onto the very right side. Okay, this is where the things get interesting. Now we need to start our JavaScript because we want to loop through the values. So looping is not that much difficult in this case. I have these nav items. I can use any loop. My favorite one is map. And I'll go like this. Then again, we need a couple of values into this one. We have items. So each object inside the array, we are calling it as an item. And based on this item, we'll be looping through. Okay, let's go ahead and work on with this one. So now we can directly go ahead and start this, but I don't want to directly start this. I want to display the element only if its property active is there. So what can I do? I can evaluate this. If item is active, there will be two cases. Item will be active or might not be active. If the item is active, let's do something. Otherwise, we'll do something. Okay, that's interesting. So again, this might give you a little bit of the ternary operation. Yeah, that is this. And in the other case, we are simply going to refer it as null. We don't want to do anything. You can just generate an empty component as well. That's fine too. In this place, we'll just remove this and display a component. So let's place a curly braces here. Now, in this curly brace, how do we want to display the item? Obviously, we want to, in an unordered list, I want to display a list item. So I'll just go ahead and grab a li, list item. Since the list item is the one that is getting repeated, it's good that we pass on the key here. Item.name is the unique value that we will be having. Okay, inside this list item, we will be having a button which can actually get these clicks. So we'll be having a button just like this. And in each of the button, we'll be having an on click, which is going to just navigate the value. So I'll just say on click. There we go. What do I want to happen when the click is there? First of all, a callback because I want to pass a value just like this. And then I will use the navigate. So navigate. Where do we want to navigate? We have already taken care of that by having the slug value. So navigate the user to a place where it is item.slug. Item.slug. So this is the place where you will be navigating, and after that is just a class name to make it look decently beautiful. I have these class names with me, so I'll just copy and paste this one. I hope now you understand. It's not really difficult. It looks difficult, but it is not. The button doesn't have any name right now, so let's go ahead and give it really simple item.name. That's it. So now that entire thing is there and we are happy with that. But you might have noticed that we are not actually giving any logout. We have designed a logout button, but we are not giving this logout to the user. We have only worked with this unordered list, which is nice. Now what I want to do is after this, all the LIs and everything is being generated. Now I want to have this one here. I think this is where I start my JavaScript. I want to have another LI, but this LI is going to be conditionally rendered. Only show the logout button to the people who are logged in. So that means I can get the access of that by a simple variable that I've designed auth status. If the auth status is true, then only do it. So I can use ternary operator. If it is true, do something. Otherwise, go ahead and do show null. That is also a good approach. Or I can use another approach with the ampersand sign. If it is true, then only we are going to render this just like this. And we can say, let's grab an li. Yep, there we go. And inside this li, let's load a simple logout component just like that. So I hope you can see it was a little bit lengthy, but it's not really difficult. That's how we simply have our headers and navigation bar. Don't worry, we will be assembling that in the app.js. So if you see this app.jsx, just above the outlet, we will have the headers and we'll have the footers as well. But right now, this is good enough for us to understand that how things are going. Already it's too much, but that's it. So that's our part one, the phase one, where we have handled the authentication part and the logins and whatnot. Now let's move on to something which is tiny MCE. This could be a little bit difficult at first, but it's not. It's really, really easy. The first thing is that the tiny MCE is a component which is not the usual form. It's a third-party form. And we're already using a third-party form, which is the React hook form. So React hook form also knows that, hey, these kinds of things are really, really common. And if you look at their docs, you'll see that there is a hook that they give you, which is use controller. If you look at this, it says React hook form embrace uncontrolled components in native input. However, it is hard to avoid working with external controlled component. And we are into this exact same situation. A React select is one of the selection library, which helps you to get selection based components. Ant-D, very, very popular. So we are into one such situation. In that case, we can actually wrap everything using this component controller. And this controller gives back the control of these third-party forms to the React hook form. That's exactly what we want. So let's go ahead and see that how we are going to handle that. So let's close the header and let's create a new file into this one. And this time we'll call this one as real-time editor. So RTE.jsx. Okay, let's go ahead and do it one by one. React functional component, export just like that. Okay, this is basic. Okay, now we need just the two things. First is our controller. And this controller will come up from React hook form. And another one is we need to import editor. This is interesting. Editor. And that editor is going to come up from the tiny library that we have installed. So tiny MCE React. Okay. So how does this one work? Component, we know that we can wrap it around. But what's interesting is this tiny MCE. So what you'll notice is there is nothing too much to be worried about this. All you have to do is worried about where you're going to load your editor and pass on these initial values. That's all it takes. So let me walk you through. And once you see this happening up here, you'll be pretty much comfortable. So whenever anybody is using an RTE, he'll be providing a couple of values. So what is the name of this one? Name is good enough. We'll also get some of the control from the user. If it doesn't provide, we can also pass on default ones. It actually uses default one. And then we'll also say the label, label, just like that. And we'll also have the default values. Default value. I'll show you what these default values and everything are. Okay, now time to get into this one. So what we're going to do is, first of all, our label logic will remain as it is, exactly same, just like we have used in the past as well. So let's create a div and have a couple of class name, and this one is going to be widthful. That's it. Now let's first display the label. Again, start your JavaScript like this. If the label is given by the user, that's great. Then only we are going to display it. And if the label is present, then we can just simply go ahead and use a label just like that. Okay, this label will have a couple of classes, mainly inline block. There we go. And margin bottom of 1 and padding on the left side of 1. That's it. Okay, what is the value that we want to add into this one? Simply label. There we go. So label part is done. We know that part. We have done that, handled this one. Now comes up is the wrapper. First of all, the wrapper. So controller, there we go. We can make it self-closing. No bad, nothing back. Nothing bad into this one. Since it doesn't take any values or something, we can just go ahead and make it a self-closing. Now this controller takes couple of values. If you wish to read more about it, you can read in the docs. That's why we passed it up. Name, the unique name of your input. That's why we said it name. It also gives you the control here. The control object is from the invoking user use form. So again, the exact same thing I mentioned, that control is to make sure that if parent is invoking any child form, that child can again pass on some data back to it. Then we have the render, which is what is that you want to render into this one. These values. And default values, you want to study more, you can just go ahead and do this. These are the required ones, nothing else you have to worry. Okay, let's deal with them one by one. So we'll say the name, the first prop. Now I will inject a JavaScript here that I'll just keep it as name if the name is there. Otherwise, we'll just say content. Okay, if somebody passes me this name to make it this form reusable, that's great. Otherwise, we'll call it as content. So control, this is something that you have to pass on when you actually design a form like that. Notice here, this control is something that is a control object from the invoking use form. Right now, there is nothing which is using the hook use form, but if there is one, this is where it, or this is how it takes the control of it. Then the next one is render. This render is interesting one because it's actually a callback. So just goes like this. And I don't want to use the return keyword, so I'll just go like this. Inside this render itself, you need to provide what fields you are interested in working with. So first of all, I'll say field, just like that. And the field that we are interested in working is on change. Okay, a little bit weird as of now, but don't worry, it will be all good in just a second. Now, this is the field that what do you want to control, like on change, because we'll be having a state. In the state we'll be stating. So this all will come from somebody who will invoke the use hook form. Right now it's not there. So where we'll be designing the major form, that's where this will come in. Okay. Now coming back in here. Here I want to render the editor. That's the one. And it can be self-closing as well. That's it. Now the editor right now, it looks like just one element, but it requires more fields and more properties. That's what we are going to provide to it. Otherwise, this is the only code. So notice here, we are controlling the third-party forms just using the controller with a couple of fields only. That's it. You'll understand the importance of it as we create, and we'll be using this use forms and all of that. So we will be very soon using them as well. Rest is all good. So this part is all done. Now we can go back to the tiny MCE and provide all these values. So all these values, like you have some initial values, provide that. If you have init, just provide that. If you have plugins, provide that. toolbar, provide that, content style, provide that. Most of them is exactly copy paste from the documentation itself. That's exactly what I'll be doing. But let me show you that. First of all, the prop initial value. Initial value, I don't have anything, so I'll just pass on the default value. Whoever is using, just pass on that as it is. Then we have this init. This init, we need to provide the object that what do you want all to have. Like for example, you have option of branding as false. I don't want to show the branding, but it still shows it because it's in the free version. Otherwise, if you pay to them, then it's just like that. And then you can also provide a couple of more parameters like height and the menu bar, just like that. Then comes up is the plugin. So go ahead and grab as it is whatever the plugin values are. Again, it's up to you how you grab them. Do you want to use all of them? Do you want to not use all of them? Totally up to you. No force there. I'm just going to be using all as it is. So in the plugin, I'm saying give me image plugin, list plugin, everything. So that's how you do that. Next up is simply the toolbar. So just go ahead and grab everything that's there in the toolbar. And in fact, grab everything that's inside the content body as well. Totally up to you that how you want to have it. I just want to have everything of it. So I'll just grab this one and let's grab everything from here and we'll just paste this. And this all thing can actually, oops, why is it not moving? Okay, so toolbar looks good. Probably there's something inside the copy paste that I've missed. Let me try that one more time. Usually it's not that bad. Oh, it's bad. Anyways. Yep, toolbar. The value is too big. It's just a one long string. I don't know how they do it. Anyways, and then after that we have ending trailing comma and we have this one. Come on, where's my cursor? Ooh, difficult. Okay, let's move this one. Okay, decently adjustable. I need to change the setting of my VS Code a little bit to accomplish that. Okay, but anyways, it's good enough. And the last thing that you want to do is once you are outside of this one, then we'll be having an on editor change. And this is where we just say that I will pass on an on change so that anybody can control this. Okay, this is good. And I think that is all what we want. So a little bit difficult in the first run that, hey, why we are doing this, all of this, why is it all of that? But remember, this is a bit of an advanced part of the tutorial. I think it helps you understand a lot here. Okay, now the preparation is done. Now we'll be building one of the most important form in itself, which is the post form. So right click and create a new folder, and we'll be calling this one as post-form. This is our most important form because it uses almost everything that we have built so far. Post form.jsx. All right. A lot of logic is also involved in this one, but it's good. It's good. You'll learn a lot of things in this one. Have patience. Take a break if you wish, but I'll continue here. So first of all, we'll be needing React, and we'll also need some of the, we can actually use callback to make it a little bit more optimized. We'll be needing now the hook that we have been waiting to use, which is use form. No suggestion? Okay, no worries. And that will come up from React hook form. This is the most invocation part and important part. We need all the things that we have designed so far. So we'll be needing a button, and the button that we have designed, one directory back, and it's actually button. We need to go one directory back. Oh my goodness. I actually accidentally made this form outside of the component. It should be inside in here. Let's drag and drop into the components. Yes, please move that. Post form, just like that. Hopefully now it should be good. One directory back. Yep, that's my button. Okay, what else? Input. Import input from input. And we need RTE as well. And that's going to come up from RTE. and select also. And that's going to also come from, ooh, my bad, one directory back and RTE. This one also, oh, sorry, select, my bad. Select, this one also, one directory back, RTE, one directory back, input, and this one is okay. Okay, so these are our components that we'll be using. We also need the service because this one is a form. It will be submitting some data, so we need the Appwrite service here as well. Let's use Appwrite service, and that service is going to come from a lot of back directories. Yeah, Appwrite, and inside that we need config. I think that will do the job. We'll be navigating and selecting some of the information, like we need Redux. So for that, we'll be saying use selector, and this selector is going to come up from the React Redux. And we need navigation as well. Import. Why navigation, you might be thinking. Once the form is actually submitted, we want to redirect user back on the home page. That is why we need that. Use navigate, and that's going to come up from React router DOM. All right, quite a lot of import that we have done here, but I think that's good. We didn't actually started with the template. We should have done that, but anyways, I'll just write that export default, and let's call this one as function post form, and there we go. Should be good. Now, interesting part, as soon as we have form, we might receive a post in that. So we are actually reusing the form in this case. So if somebody gives us the post, we'll use the same form in which we want to edit our post. And if somebody doesn't give me this post, that's okay. We'll handle it accordingly and we'll use it as for creating a new post. That's how we are going to use. Now, most important thing, first of all, we need to register that what all values and everything that you are going to use in the use form. We have this use form now. This is a very, very powerful hook. Instead of managing each of your input into its own individual state, it could be nightmare. Maybe you have 20 input forms and you want to maintain each one in the state. This could be challenging in this one. So that's why we use something like this. Give all of your values and then simply go ahead and use a hook, which is use form. This use form can have all the values. So in here, we can provide all these values, like what are my default values. So let's go ahead and have, let's provide these default values as an object. Let's just say we have a default value for the title. Oops, not like that. I'll show you where the title is. So I have a default value for title. If you give me post, then optionally we'll extract it from the post title. If it is not there, then we'll just say, hey, it's empty. Similar to this, we'll just go like this. Similarly, we have a slug. We'll say this one, and you'll be very fascinated about how the slug's values are being handled in this one. We'll say optionally extract the slug from it. If it is not there, then just go ahead and provide an empty one. Similar to this, we'll be having a content. If the content is there, let's optionally extract that. Forgot a dot. Otherwise, let's go ahead and keep it empty as well. And we also have a status as well. So status, if post is provided, then optionally unwrap that as a status. If it is not there, then just use active because that's the default state of this one. Okay, so we have provided the default form, but what all the input fields that you are creating are going to be managed up here. So first of all, we'll have a register. I'll walk you through what these registers and everything are. Another one is handle a submit. Submit. This will obviously be submit handler. We'll be writing our code for this one. There's an interesting one, which is watch. I'll walk you through. This is the most important thing and very interesting thing in the use forms as well. We'll be also having a set value and we'll also have control. I'll walk you through all of this. Don't worry. And we'll have get values. Okay, quite a lot of stuff that we have. Now let's learn and understand them one by one, how these things are being managed or being done. Okay. So this is use hook form. Okay, this is where it ends. All right, let's go one by one how things are going to unwrap. First, let's focus on writing the logic part, and then one by one we'll be focusing on building the UI part of the app as well. Okay, so first of all, let's grab navigate from the hook, use navigate, just like that. Right now it does nothing, but we have an option. And then we have user data. How we are going to grab the user data? That's exactly why we have use selector. Selector will give me a state, just like that. And we can just extract the data by saying state dot auth dot user data. All right, so my user data is now in the user data field. There are a couple of things I need. For example, I need to have a submit action as well. So people will be submitting the form. We'll create an async form for that, and it will give us the data. Right now we are not doing anything in that. We'll come back onto this one and figure it out. The most important part is the slug. So the way, in case you saw the application when I was showing you the demo, the slug is a very interesting thing. We actually are transforming the title into the slug. So everything in the title is being converted into the lowercase. We are trimming the spaces, and spaces are being converted into dashes. Rest everything are ignored. So the way how I did it is, let me show you that. It's actually just a method, slug transform. And we'll be using a use callback to optimize it. Otherwise it will be keep on wasting the resource. If in case you don't want to use the use callback, that's totally fine, by the way. Okay. So I took a help of a little bit of the chat GPT. I'll show you where I took that. First of all, the way how I actually use that, you cannot directly actually go ahead and monitor or get any values from it. So we have to actually grab a value out of it. So notice here, I'll be controlling these set values and get values. I'll walk you through that as well in just a minute. We'll be holding that part. All right, so we're designing this slug transform, and what it's doing is anybody can call this method. The only thing is you have to pass me a value. What is this value? It's nothing. It's just the value in the current form that you're using. Just pass me on that and I'll extract the value. So I'll walk you through. Don't worry. In a minute, you'll understand everything of it. I'll say if the value is there and the type of value we need is a specific one. If the type of value is string, then only we can proceed. If that is the case, if we are having that, then we can simply go ahead and return a value out of it. So I'll just move it to the next line and then I'll come back and put it into this one later on. So what we can do is we can return a value and we can provide a couple of methods on this one. So this value can have a method of dot trim. First of all, let's do that. Once we are done with that, let's convert everything to lowercase. So we'll use to lowercase. All right. And then we'll be using a simple regex to replace some of the stuff. And this is the regex part where I took a help of a little bit of ChatGPT. Otherwise, I used to use a website regexr, but this time I took a help from ChatGPT. So we'll say replace. There we go. And in this replace, I'll provide what value I'm looking up for. That's the regex value. And the second parameter is what to replace with. And I'll just use the dash. So what to replace with, this is something that I grabbed actually directly from ChatGPT. Put up a prompt that I want a value that converts everything, spaces and everything, that selects everything. So I'm just saying that, hey, this is a negate, by the way. Don't select lowercase, uppercase, any digits or any spaces. Rest of everything are converted into this one. And then optionally what you can do in case, although it does the job, but I found in some of the edge cases it was still bothering me. So I didn't find out any particular solution as of now. So I just went into replace and I wrote another simple query, which is a basic regex, by the way. It simply goes ahead and say, a little bit itchy throat. So it simply goes ahead and say that, hey, I want to select all the spaces. So /s is for the spaces and I want to look it for the globally. And then just want to just double shot be it converted. Although in most cases I've found that this alone works nicely, but in some cases this was problematic. So I just wanted to make sure that at the final end, I'm just replacing all the spaces with the dash and I'm ignoring all these digits and lowercase a to z, uppercase a to z's, and slashes. I'm not really that great or good into these regex. I accept that, but hey, this works fine. So there we go. So we are returning the value, and that's it. That's your slug transform. That is all it takes. Now we also need to pass on a dependency array onto this one. We don't have any dependency, but optimize this as much as possible. Okay, so this is my slug transform that we have. Okay, now you might be wondering that, hey, that's great. We have slug transform, but we want it to run as soon as somebody types something into that title form. How can I do that? That's an interesting one, actually. You cannot do that directly if you're using any of the React, or you have to monitor a lot of things. But if you look at this one, there is a component being given to you that is watch. And what it says is this method will watch specified inputs and return their values. So not only it can watch my input in the name field, it can also return me that value. So I can use this. And where can I use this, or how can I use this? Really, really simple. Let me walk you through with that as well. I can use actually it inside the use effect hook. Oh, that's interesting. So I'll just say react.use effect. There we go. And this is our callback. And looks like just use a callback like this. And we need a dependency array. Okay, first of all, let's worry about the dependency array. On what fields this should be dependent? First of all, we'll obviously use watch. That's the one. Also keep on watching onto the slug transform. If it changes a little bit, also I want to re-render the things. And also the set value. Now you might be wondering, what are these set values? Can you explain that a little bit? Because you're using this set values, get values, and quite a number of things. These are actually coming up from the use form itself. When we are using use form, you don't need to create the states. That is the one advantage. I'll show you how these are useful when we'll be designing the input field itself. Then it will get much more clearer. But the whole idea is you don't want to create 1,000 different states or variables. We can just use it directly like that. I'll show you that. Don't you worry. Okay, so the dependency array part is done. Now let's go into the use effect, this one. Now, here's the interesting thing. How do we use this watch? Really simple. You just simply go ahead and use a watch just like this. This watch gives you a callback, and you can provide the value. By the way, these value are all the values that you can have in the form itself. These are the values. And out of that, I'm looking up for one value, which is name. So watch out of all these values, the fields that you have, watch out the name for me. And once you are here, let's go ahead and have a callback just like this. And there we go. Now, what do you want to do? So if the name is title, I haven't created this yet, but I'll do that very soon. If the name of the object, because as you can see, the values are having so many properties, title, slug, and all of these ones. If the value is name, that means the name of the post itself is the title, then only we want to run it. So what do you want to do? In that case, I want to use a set value. So again, set value can be used not just for setting one value, but in any field itself. So set value is here. Now in the set value, what do I want to use? Set value in what field? You have provided me number of fields here. I haven't given them yet, but there will be many. As you can just have input fields. All of them are governed by the use form. I just want to set one field, which is my slug. So I'll provide you slug like this. There we go. How do you want to set it? I want to set it by using the slug transform method. I'll provide you the value dot title. Okay, once I give you the title, that means that will act as a value for you. And you can just use that value, then run all of this operation. And since you returned me that, I'll just use that to set the value. A couple of more fields and parameters you want to provide in here is should validate, because there are ways to provide a validation inside the use form using the Joey and other libraries. We are not doing that as of now. It's already too much. We'll just use should validate as true. So all our basic validations will kick in. We don't want to go too much in depth of that. All right. Why is it bothering? Title may not exist. Yeah, it doesn't exist as of now, but it will very soon in the future. Quite a lot of intense work that we have done. And by the way, we haven't worked on submit yet. We'll do that. But first, I think now it's time to get more clarity, because these things will keep on adding to the confusion. So let me just go ahead and provide a render here so that you can understand that. All right. So we'll just say Okay, let's minimize this. Post form looks good. Here we should be returning the render element. Return. What do you want to return? I want to simply return a form. Okay, this form is not going to have any action, but rather on submit. What do you want to do? I want to use handle submit in that case. Okay, handle submit should not be used directly like this, because if you're using use form, the handle submit should be used from the use form. This is the handle submit, but actually it doesn't magically knows what to do with the data. So this is going to be the method which is actually going to submit the data. The way how you do it is a little bit weird, but this is a method, and in this you pass on another method. So yeah, higher order functions, JavaScript at its peak. Yeah. This is how the React hook form, but don't worry, if you'll watch these videos a couple of times, you will be used to with the React hook forms. Very powerful, very useful. Okay, let's go back and use some of the class names to make it beautiful. Flex, and this one is going to be flex wrap. All right. Okay, next up is the most interesting part after the div, of course. So we'll have a div, we'll have a class name, nothing much. We want to use the width of 2 by 3, and we'll be using padding on x-axis of 2. That's it. Okay, now comes the interesting part is we'll be designing our first input. Notice here I'm using the input field that I designed earlier. That's it. But how we are controlling this input field, that is the most important part. First of all, let's pass on a label which we designed as a prop into this input. We'll be calling this one as simple title. All right. Placeholder. Why are no suggestions coming in? Oh, these are props. My bad. Placeholder. Oh, suggestions are not coming because this is not a regular HTML form. This is my custom component. That's why suggestions are not coming in. And we'll say title. We will be having a class name of margin bottom of 4. There we go. Okay. Now comes up the part where we actually use the use forms. Let me show you that. Let me take you onto the website. So this is the register, unregister, and whatnot use form. Let's go ahead and use that. So if there is any example of the forms, that would help us to understand this so much better. Okay. Get started, and here it is. Okay, so this is the one that I wanted to show you. So whenever you're using any input, this is the one which we discussed, handle submit and on submit, exactly like that. But when you're actually using any input field, this is the way how you actually monitor or govern that. Notice here, register your input into hooks. So we have to explicitly register each input inside the hooks so that they are available as values by invoking the register function. So we have to actually use this JavaScript, then have to extract, or we can say destructure the register, and then provide that, hey, this is the example that I'm using. So yep, this is the one. Let me go back onto the code part. So this is where we start our JavaScript. We simply say register. There we go. This register is a method. That's how we register it. We are going to call this one as title. Now it is registered as a title. And we can provide more fields like required. There's a lot more that you can do, but we'll just go with the required as true. This is the part. Now notice here, now this input field is registered as title. So I'll go back and notice here when I said value and the name is title, because every input field has a name and I gave it a name of title. Now this will be monitored here. So whenever you pass on the value inside this into this use effect, it will keep on watching the values. If the name is title, which it is, then only the set value will here. And again, watch will be responsible for continuously watching or monitoring this input field. Very interesting. So much difficult to do with the core, but this is much, much easier. Okay, now let's have another input field, which is slug. Interesting one. Input, self-closing, just like that. Okay, let's do one by one. First of all, label. That label is going to be slug and a space colon, something like that. And then we'll be having placeholder. Placeholder is going to be slug as well. And then we have class names. Nothing much. Margin bottom of 4. Good enough. Okay, now let's come up onto the part where we register it into the use form. How do we do that? We first of all start our JavaScript, register just like that. Inside the register, we name it as slug. Okay, and what should happen, how the slug should actually work. That automatically is being taken care by the watch itself. So I just go ahead and say this is required as true. All right, so this should be there. Okay, one more thing that we can do here is that we can actually have this input as slug transform as well. So let me just go ahead and work with that. So on input, what do we want to do? That's an interesting one. Okay, let's start our JavaScript first. We will capture an event onto this one. And then we'll just go like this, curly braces, just like that. So I'll just go ahead and use set values, because just because you have used the slug, remember, this slug is just returning the value. It's not doing anything. It just says set values. It's just returning everything to set values. But there is nothing we have said that what should be the value inside it. This is registering, giving the values, but we haven't said how to take the values back into this form and fill it up. That's what we are taking care right now. So set value, now we'll say that, hey, I'll set the value and my field name is slug. Okay. And how do I get these values? So use the slug transform here. And then we'll be, in order to use the slug transform, we have to provide a value. Okay. What we'll do is we'll say e dot current target dot value, and that's it. And we'll simply say should validate, and we'll be saying true. Let me walk you through one more time. Okay, notice here, right now we are not actually exporting the values. This is where we have done already this part, but now this input field is going to set some values into it, and the setting of the value is going to happen via this on input only. That's the case. In the on input, we are saying that, hey, as soon as some inputs are being put into this input field, use the set value, which is given to us as a hook inside this hook. Just a second. And here it is. So this was given to us. So notice here, we are not using thousands of set values or set field, set input field, set slug, get slug. No, we just use one thing, which is set value, and we use get values. To get any values out of any field, we just provide the name of that. To set any value in any of these fields, we just use one hook, which is set value. That is the advantage. Just two of these methods, set values, get values. And you can actually set and get values from pretty much any field at all. That is what makes me like, wow, this is too much how we are actually using this. All right. So now we have the set values. We actually use the set values here as well to provide that. But here we are actually using the set values on this particular input field. All right, quite an interesting one. Now let's use another one, which is our RTE. So that is easy one. We have already worked onto this one. So RTE could be self-closing, just like that. Interesting. Oh, we need to get out of it. RTE, self-closing, just like that. Pass on a couple of values. First of all, label. The label is going to be content, colon, just like that. We need to provide a name to this one. And the name is going to be just like that. And we'll say content. And then we have to provide a control. And we'll say control, just like that. Control again is given to us from here. Notice here we got the control. This is exactly specifically designed to take control of the input fields which are outside or third-party inputs. And then we simply have some of the default values. If you have, give them. But right now the default value is only for one thing, which is get values. Remember I told you, get values. So if you want to get values from any field just like that, let's call this one as content. Now imagine if you have to deal up with this many forms, how many states you would be designing. So easy. Okay, this value is all done. So now we'll close this div, which is the first portion of it. Now we need to go in the 1/3 part of this one. Div, and we'll go with the class name. on the right part of it. So we'll just say 1 by 3 and we'll say -2. All right. And in here, we are having two fields. One is the input field for the images, and another one is simply the field, which is just saying, is it active, is it inactive, something like that. So that's basic. Okay, let's start with the input. And inside the input, it could be self-closing. Okay, label, featured image, and the type is going to be changed to file selector, and the class name is going to be margin bottom -4, class name margin bottom -4. All right, what do you want to accept? That's the idea. We can pass on as many props as we want. So what do we want to accept? We want to accept image, which is PNG. We also want to image, which is JPG, or we also want to accept image, which is JPEG. If you have more, you can just provide more of these acceptance fields, basic HTML, nothing more in there. Then we have to register this field as well. So let's go ahead and do that. Register. And this field will be known as image in the registration field. Again, basic required is true. Required, that's going to be true. I hope you notice the difference in here as well. All the fields are easily being registered in here. So this is just register. This is also just register. Only difference is when we don't have a control on that, then we pass on the control to get the values from it automatically. Otherwise, the rest of the fields are just very straightforward. Register, just like that. Okay. We can actually have it as required as true, but we can just simply say, if the post is there, then we don't want it. So if post is no post, just like that. Okay, once we are done with this, then depends on the post whether we are going to actually get a file preview or not, just like that. So let's also try that. So we'll say if the post is there, then only we'll get a file preview. So we'll just go like that, and we'll say inside this div, we'll have a class name. We'll say width is going to be full inside in here, and margin bottom is going to be 4. And inside this div, we'll be having an image. The source of the image, that is where things gets interesting. We'll be using Appwrite service, get file preview, and pass on this post dot featured image. Let's pass on that. If that will come up. If post is there, we will obviously get the featured image. And in the alt, let's use the title. Post dot title. We should be technically, we don't need to use a question mark here because we're already checking it up here. So that is good enough. I think that's good. Let's add a class name here. And let's use a class name, and that should be rounded -LG. There we go. All right. So this is the case when the post and featured image is there. Now we need to have to work with one more thing. We need to select the options for the user as well. Quite a lot. But this is what happens when you design complex applications. So we have a select field. We can use it as self-closing. All right, move it up here. Let's provide the options. That's the first parameter we have to pass on. The options is going to be an array. So let's pass on an array. The first value is active. The second value is inactive. That's it. That's your option. The label is going to be status. And the class name, we just need some margin from bottom in all of these cases. And last but not the least is register it into the React hook form. Register. And we want to register it with the status. Registered it. And now let's provide. This is very optional. Required is going to be true. There we go. That's it. So select form is required. Now let's go ahead and use a button to submit it. Okay. So inside the div, let's keep it inside the div itself. we'll be using a button. We'll be using our own button. So there we go. Okay, this is the button that we have, and inside this button we can have children's. That's how we designed it. So if the post is there, then we'll call this button as update. If the post is not there, then we'll call it one as create or submit, whatever you like. All right, so this is the button. And inside the button, we can pass on more values, like type of the button is going to be submit. And what else? Background color, BG color. These are the properties which we have given. So let's also use JavaScript here. If the post is there, then we'll be using BG green. So we'll say BG dash green suggestions, please. No suggestion, BG dash green dash 500. Otherwise, we'll just say undefined. All right, we can use another color as well, by the way. And one more thing we can just provide in here is class name, width dash full. All right, so this is the form that we have. Again, we have studied a lot into this one. I totally understand that piece, that part. But there is one more thing still remaining, which is the easy one, by the way. We haven't yet submitted anything. The submission part is definitely easiest among the all. But definitely this is something you need to understand one by one how things are going up. Now, if the post is there, then obviously based on this, we'll be getting the value. So first of all, we have all the data. And by the way, all the data now we have as soon as you submit the form, the values are being called and we have the data. We need to extract the data from a couple of resources. Let me show you that. It's easier to actually write the code than to explain that. So if the post is there, okay, if post is there, then we have to do something. Otherwise, we have to do something else. Okay, so post was there already. Okay, so first let's extract the file. Let's get the file. File be coming up from the data. Everything is stored inside the data, and we'll be having an image, and we'll be extracting this. Okay. Now, what we're going to do is we are going to do something if we find the file. Otherwise, we'll be just putting a null inside this one. The rest of the checking automatically can be done by the Appwrite itself. If it is there, then we want to use an Appwrite service to upload the file. So let's go ahead and await this because this service takes time. And we're going to use Appwrite service. We are going to use upload file. And in the upload file, we just pass on this data dot image and obviously the path, which is in the first field. Okay, so that's the part one. And this is the part. Now, again, we need to continue further if the file is there. If the file is there, then let's go ahead and delete this. If the file is there, then we are going to use Appwrite service dot delete file because we want to delete the previous file. Previous file is inside, still in the post. So we'll say post dot featured image. So, okay. If file is there, go ahead and delete that. You can also go ahead and use an await here as well if you wish, but I think it's good enough. It can do its job behind the scene as well. Depends on when we do more thorough checking, we can actually go ahead and work on with this. Okay, now let's call this one as db post. And what we want to do is await Appwrite service. And this one is going to be responsible for updating the post. For updating the post, provide me the ID first. So that can be extracted from post.$ID. There we go. And then provide me all the data that you have. Okay, what data do you have? I can just extract everything from the data itself. And one thing that you have to give me is the featured image to overwrite that featured image because we just uploaded that. That will be coming up from file if we have that. If we have the file, then give it file dot $ID. Otherwise, if you don't have it, just give me undefined so that if it is compulsory, Appwrite can throw me an error. Okay. Now continuing further in this case, if the post was updated successfully, then let's redirect the user. So let's go ahead and work with that. If we have the DB post, if that's the case, we have the DB post. Then let's use the navigate, which we created from use navigate. And we'll say go to /post/ the slug of it, which we can get from like this. And we'll be having not the post, db post, the newer one, db post, and we'll get a $ID. There we go. Nice and easy. Keep on talking, keep on writing the code. That makes life so much easier. Okay, this is the part where we have the post. What about when we don't have the post? In that case, we'll go with the else part. That means we are creating a fresh post. So let's upload the file first. Go like this, file, await, no, question, like this, await, and then Appwrite service. Please help me to upload a file. Okay, how do we upload a file? By extracting it from data.image, and out of that image, the first value, which is the path. Once you have uploaded that, then what should I do next? If I have the file, let's get that field properly set. Let's use this. If I have file, then what I want to do is I want to create a field ID, file ID as file.$ID. Okay. And then inside this data that I have access, I will create a new field, which is featured image, which will have this one, file ID. Could have done that in one line as well, but I'm more comfortable with this one. Okay. Now that you have all the data, you have also the access to featured image, which you uploaded first. Let's create a new post. So obviously I'll say await Appwrite service dot create post. Provide me all the data that you have. So first of all, let's give it all the data by destructuring it, and then also give it a user ID. User ID can be given to you by simply user data. Remember, we have access to it in every component, and we can actually have a user data dot $ID. That's how you grab the ID. Okay, now once you have done that, let's store that into a variable. Let's call this one as db post. Okay, once this is done, that means db post is created. Now inside this, I want to check for another condition. If by this time the db post is being created, let's navigate. Navigate. Where do you want to navigate to? We want to navigate to /post to the newer. There is only one post ID that we have, which is db post. We need to use variables. We need to have db post, and we'll extract the ID out of it. All right. So this is not too much, but you need to be very careful with what you are doing. That's why I always say, don't code with the mouth shut. Always code by thinking of it. You can do one by one, step by step, all these process. This is almost kind of a standard practice. We always upload the files first. We usually create helpers for them. Upload the file, get back the URL of the file, set your object properly, and then use helper files to upload the file, create the files, create the post, whatever you want to do. Quite an intensive video in itself, I would say that, and definitely it took us a little bit while, well over 1 hour onto this video, but I think it's good enough. And that's majorly it, what we wanted to do. Now it's time that we actually assemble all of our components and start debugging them one by one. Obviously there are mistakes in it, but we'll figure them out. Let's catch up in the next video. Hey there everyone, Hitesh here, back again with another video. And in this video, we're going to continue our journey. We'll create 2 more components, which is sign up and the login. Now this could be done either in the pages or in the component. Both are absolutely correct. I prefer to do it in the component so that in the page, I just have to load one component and that's it. It brings all the functionality, but it's totally your choice. Maybe you want to just keep the components as purely just the UI part. I want to keep it as both the logic and the UI part. Totally your decision. Now, once we are done with the login and sign up, then we'll be working on the posts because there are many posts which will be available in the post page. So basically, we'll be making a query, we'll get the data, and we'll be just passing on to another component so that it can loop through it. Let me just share the screen. It will be much more easier. Hope you recovered well from the last video. It was quite intense, and that video requires you to spend at least 1 or 2 days with the documentation of React hook form, understand it better, or probably repeat that. That always helps to understand code more. The more you see the code, the more you read the documentation, it gets much more clear with that. over the time, things requires repetition. So that's why I highly recommend that once you are done with this entire this series, go it again for one more time. That will surely help you. All right. Let me share the screen and let me walk you through that how and where we are going to work through. So this is the docs. I still read it to this day, and there's always something more interesting going on in here. Now, one thing that we are not going to focus in this video is this part. We have already seen that how we can register any input field with the React hook form via this method, and then everything is available in the data. And that's why we have this data available. So register form states and watch and handle submit and whatnot. This is the data. So this is what we are having. All right. So we'll not worry on that part. Rest of the part we will walk through again. Okay. So first of all, let's go into components, right click and new. And this will be our first. Let's start with the sign up. Come on, write that. Signup.jsx. Okay, so what goes into the sign up? First of all, let's do RFCE to get a React functional component. Now in this one, since this is a sign up, we definitely 100% requires the auth service. So let's go ahead and grab the auth service. Auth service. And that obviously is going to come from one directory back inside the Appwrite and inside the auth. So that's our app service. We'll also be using some of the links in this one. We'll navigate the user forcefully. Once this is done, sign up, we'll either redirect him into the application or to login page, but that is going to be required. Let's go ahead and grab link and navigate, rather use navigate. Use navigate. Come on, navigate. And these are going to come from React Router DOM. All right. We also will be using React. That is obvious. We will be managing some of the states as well. I'll walk you through not too much states because we'll be dependent majorly on the React hook form, but still there is a place we'll be using it. I'll walk you through with that. All right. So this is the all. And obviously we'll be needing some of the buttons and all these basic components. So let's go ahead and grab a button. And that button is going to come up from we need to go in the same and the button.jsx. We need input and logo as well. So import, input, come on, input from the same current directory that we are. Just grab input and the logo as well. Although there is nothing in our logo, but still we'll just import this logo from /logo. All right, so components are there, and obviously we'll be requesting some of the features. We'll be using use form. So let's bring them as well. First one, use form, because I'll be using this left and right. Use form, and that is going to come up from React hook form, and a little bit Redux also is required. Mainly use dispatch, because I'll be dispatching some of the actions. Dispatch. And that dispatch is from React Redux. All right, quite a lot of stuff that we have imported, but that's good. We got this one. Now let's see how we're going to do that. First of all, the easiest part is to use the use navigate. So I think let's do that. Easy part I always love to do first. Navigate, and that simply says use navigate. There we go. That's it. Easy part done. Let's create a state for the errors. And that's the reason why we are using user state. Because right now the form, although form has the capability to handle the errors as well. There are validations and whatnot and all of that. Like there is a specific dedicated how to handle the errors as well. But I think I'll handle them better in the state. So I'll just use the state in this one. Error, and that will be set error. And for this, we'll be using use state. And by default, there will be nothing, no errors at all. We'll be also using the dispatch. So easy part, just like navigate. Let's go ahead and use dispatch. And that will be coming up from use dispatch, so that whenever we want, we can just now use it. All right. Now, the next thing is that we obviously will be registering the user. So for registering the user, we need to use the use form. So I'll just go ahead and say const, and we'll be saying register. And then there is handle submit, and this will be use form. All right. I hope now by this point you understand the part that register is something which is what we use for dot 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 register. Yes, that one. And handle submit is the method by which we actually pass up. So anytime you use something like this handle submit, anytime you use the form, the React hook form, you cannot just directly pass on submit. You have to go through with the handle submit, which further takes a function of on submit, and that's how basically it controls the entire form. So keep that in mind. Really, sometimes when you create this, it's easy to actually forget that. Okay. So this is the basic. Now, how we are going to create the user, because handle submit requires a method to be passed on. We'll call this one as create. You can call this one as create user on Appwrite, totally your choice how you do it. I'm going to call this one as simply create, and this one will be a sync operation. And this one is going to take data. Data obviously will come from the React hook forms. There we go. Now, first and foremost, that what we're going to do, as soon as somebody clicks that, we are going to use set error to set the error or to reset the error basically onto the initial state. Now let's go ahead and use a try catch. The catch part is easy. The catch part, we can just go ahead and say set error. We can use the state and we can say, hey, error, give me your message. That's it. Super easy to handle. In the try part, okay, in the try part, we'll await, obviously, because that takes time. And we are going to use a service from the Appwrite. So let's call this one as auth service. That's what we called it. And from this, we are going to use the create account and we'll be passing on the data. That's it. Now let's hold this into a variable. Let's call this one as const user data. Okay, once this is completed, then if we have the user data, then we can actually invoke dispatch to save all of this data in our Redux. Otherwise, the error is there. So let's validate this. If we have user data, then we can simply go ahead and say, let's go ahead and get the current user. How can we get the current user? It's pretty simple, actually. You can use auth service again. And from this, you can run the method of get current user, just like this. And you'll be having the access to whoever is the current user. This operation might take some time, so let's go ahead and use an await. In fact, I missed a couple of places await, and if you find them, just go ahead and add await for that. All of the Appwrite operations should be awaited. Okay, let's go ahead and say further down. We can call this one as user data, no problem. We are inside the if block. Okay, now if we have user data, if we have user data at this point, which is our current user, we'll go ahead and fire up a dispatch. I don't think we need this one. We'll just do it as single line. We'll say dispatch. What event do you want to dispatch? I want to dispatch a login event. And the login event is going to be coming up with the data. So I'll just go ahead and say user data. So that's it. I'm fixing it up all in the user data. Did we brought in the login? I think we didn't brought the login. Nope, doesn't look like. Let's bring the login. Import, and we want to bring in the login. Come on, write that. Oh, looks like this is freezing. Nope. Oh, now it's working. Keyboards. And we will bring this up from, let's go one directory back inside the store, inside the auth slice. This is where we want to bring the login. And this is exactly the login that we are using in here. Once this is all done, let's force the user to navigate on the home page. Maybe if you want to navigate to some other place, that's up to you. I'll use navigate. Where do you want to navigate? I'll just go ahead and say navigate to slash. All right, not a big deal. That's all what we wanted to do for this part. Now for this return part, I'll just copy and paste and give you the entire code because there is nothing more we are learning in this one. So I'll just go ahead and copy paste. All we are doing in this one is some flexbox and classes and all of that. The important part we have already discussed, that whenever we want to have these input fields, how to actually link them up. So notice here, this is how we are linking them up. We're saying dot 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 register, and then the name field is being registered, the email field is getting registered, the password field is getting registered, and then a simple button which just says create account. And once we have this one, this form actually has, so notice here, we have the errors being handled here at this point. And notice here, the form is, as soon as the form is being submitted, we are using handle submit, which comes from the React hook form, and we use the method create here. So that's what and that's how we designed it. The login is exactly same, almost exactly same. So that would be a good exercise for you to repeat. In case if you wish, you can pause the video right here and try this out. Again, it's not about all the time writing the live code. It's also about how you understand the code which is already written. That's also a good practice. So we just did that. All right, so sign up is ready almost as component. Now we can go ahead and work on with another one, which is the login. Exactly same, nothing much to be differentiated there. And let's call this one as login.jsx. Okay, so RFCE. And again, this return part will be copying and pasting, so nothing much more than that. Let's go ahead and borrow some stuff from the sign up as well. Okay, let's in fact borrow everything because it's almost exactly same. And let's go ahead and work on with this one. Okay, instead of the login, this one is actually login. So we're using the login same. Dispatch, we are going to require auth service as well. Button inputs, pretty much all of them are going to be using just like this. And we're going to use login here, but this login might create some of the issues here. So let's just rename this one as auth login. Okay, makes the life a little bit easier, not much. But I think rest of them are pretty good and pretty okay. All right, let's see how we are going to deal with that. First, the easy parts, let's go ahead and do that. Const navigate, that's going to be come up from use navigate. There we go, this is ready. We need dispatch as well. So we're going to say dispatch, and that's going to come up from use dispatch, just like that, easy part. Then we need use form. So we'll be needing register, of course, that always goes. And we need to have handle submit. And that's going to come up from use form. We have done that many times now. Okay, what else? We will be managing the errors. So let's go ahead and use a state for that. Error, set error, and that's going to come up from use state, just like that. By default, the errors are going to be empty. Now we need to work on a method which says login. How do we handle the login part? Exactly same, nothing much different or difficult. Let's go ahead and say const login. We can say it login because now we have renamed this one as auth login. In case you wish to call something else, that's totally on you. We'll say async, and this is going to say, hey, give me all the data. Callback just like this. And first step is to set the error. Very repetitive, very repetitive. Let's go ahead and fire up a try catch. The catch part is easy, as you all know. We can just simply go ahead and set error, and we'll say error.message. And you might be thinking a pattern here, repetitive. That's exactly what I want in the course itself, that hey, things are repeated and you can try them. And once you build enough application, you will figure out, I can build anything. These are exactly the same thing. It's just the way how we handle the data and how we get that. Okay, so what we're going to call this one and this one. First of all, let's go ahead and use await. And the await is going to utilize an auth service. There we go. From the auth service, we are going to use a method of login, and we'll be providing all the data that you have. Let's call this one as session. Session. There we go. Feel free to call it anything. It doesn't really mean that you have to call it session. I'm just saying that, hey, this is session. Now, if we have the session or any data, session. If we have the session, now can I get a current user from the auth service? Because if there is a session, the login was successful. Technically, there should be a current user that I'm able to grab. So let's go ahead and say await auth service. Come on, not that. Auth service dot get current user. There we go. If I get that and I hold that into a variable, call this one as user data. Feel free to call it whatever you like. If I have user data, then I can dispatch a login action. So I can just go ahead and say if I have user data, then we can dispatch, and I can do that in one line. I can go ahead and say dispatch. What do you want to dispatch? You might be thinking we'll be dispatched login, but remember we actually login is now being known as auth login. So just go ahead and call this one as auth login. And auth login is a method which we are going to pass on user data. That's it. And user data is being passed on, so that's all good. Now let's redirect the user as well. Navigate. Where do you want to navigate? Probably on slash. That's it. So there we go. Told you it's not really difficult. At first it looks difficult, but it is not very much. And in the login page, since we are using some of the tailwinds and other features, that's why I'm just copy pasting. Otherwise, if you see that, there is nothing big that we are doing in here. So this whole thing at this point is nothing. It's just hard coded values, just HTML and CSS. Even this portion till here, till this portion, everything is just hard coded CSS, nothing more. Here we are handling the error. If the error is present, we are displaying the error in some red squiggly lines, just like that. And this is the form. This is the important part, which we discussed in the last video quite a lot. And we saw that how input could be registered or could be binded with the use form using this piece of code, which is nothing. Register, and we name this field as email, required as true. That is it. That is it. This one is password field required. That's it. And as soon as the form is submitted, we have this form here. We use handle submit, which comes from the React hook form. We provide that method who is handling it actually. And that's it. That's it. That is it. Our component and everything is all done. Now, one more thing that we are going to do in this video is now moving on to the pages part, because now almost all the components we have discussed that what we wanted to build. Now let's work with the pages one by one. And again, for the login and the sign up page, there is nothing. We'll be just importing the values, but there is one page which is post. This is something interesting. In the post, what we're going to do is we're going to grab some data, and then we are going to simply kind of iterate over the values. And there is a lot of stuff that needs to go into this post as a page. Let me show you one by one how we are dealing with this and how we are working with this. All right, so the reason why this one post page that you see up there, is important because this requires a little bit more of knowledge of how we are building this application. The way how we are building our application is we upload an image, no problem at all. Then we use an editor which we brought from Tiny MCE. That editor allows us to have unordered list, ordered list, and bold, italics, colors, all these things, and save them in the database. Now, how it saves in the database? It actually writes simple HTML with some inline elements and inline style sheets and just store that as a text inside your database. That's how it works. This, in fact, every single element that you see around which provides you WYSIWYG, that's how they work and they save. But the problem is that if you bring in just the pure HTML, you cannot display the pure HTML in any React component. So we need some more work to be done. And in fact, we need a little bit of help from this. So this is the package that is going to help, which is a HTML React parser. It's published 3 days ago, but it's pretty popular. You can see the weekly downloads. It's pretty crazy. What it does is now you can actually use a method parse once you actually import that and install that. And this is going to allow you to have HTML code and in fact inline CSS as well. And it works like this, react.create element. In case you saw the previous videos where we discussed how React works internally, how JSX works internally. So this actually breaks down everything and helps you to just work with that. I found it really, really useful. So that's why we are going to install this. Let's go ahead and copy this and work with this. And this will be super helpful for us in the post as well. Let me go back. And first, let's go ahead and install this. Probably I'm not in the proper folder. Let's go ahead and open up. Okay. Let's verify this one more time that are we having installation properly or not. So we have React HTML React parser. That's exactly what we want. Now coming back onto the post page, because rest of the things are pretty comparatively easy. The singular page, how we display the singular page, and the concept that only if you're author of the page, then you have the ability to edit it or to simply have a delete functionality. That is also a little tricky, not too much, but little bit something that we should explore together. So we'll be needing React. Obviously, we'll be using use effect. Come on, write it. use effect, and we'll be using use state. All right, we'll be needing some of the elements from React router as well. So we'll be needing them from React router DOM. Okay, what do we need? We need link, we need use navigate, and we need use params. That is the most important. What is this use params? It's really simple. Anything that you see in the URL, you can actually grab the value of it by using the use param. It's super simple, super easy to work on with this one. We'll be needing Appwrite service. Appwrite service. Come on. Appwrite sir, if I can write that. Service. There we go. And this one is going to come up from one directory back. We'll go into Appwrite and we'll go into config. Okay, what else? We need a couple of components as well, specifically the button and the container. Import button from one directory back, component and the button. We'll be needing container as well. Container, and that container will come from one directory back, inside the components, inside the container. Inside that we have this container. Pretty long name, but we have that. Most importantly, let's have parts that is going to come up from the newly installed HTML React parser. And let's also have the use selector. I usually like to have all of them as I go, as I need. I just work with them, but I know these things are going to come handy within a minute. So I just know, let's have them. So React Redux. All right. If we need anything else, we can just work with that. Now, how the post actually work, this post, especially in the page. Now, if you are in the page, first of all, let's create a state to handle the post. So let's go ahead and say this is my post. This one is going to be set post. And that is going to come up from use state. By default, let's call it as null. There is nothing inside it. Then what we need is we need to extract the slug. So we say the slug, and the slug is going to come up from use params. That's it. One more thing you need to understand, the reason why we are calling this one as slug, that is something really important and useful for interview perspectives as well. If you go into main.jsx, notice here we are calling this one up here as :slug. This :slug is the reason why I am able to grab a slug from the use params. So keep that in mind, super important to know. Let's also grab the navigate. Const navigate, navigate. And that's going to come from use navigate, just like that, super easy. Okay. Now, how can I grab the user data? Okay, because why do we need user data? Because if you are a user and you are author, then we'll see that should you get the delete and the edit button. First of all, let's grab the user data. User data, and that can come to me by using the use selector, simple React Redux, and we'll simply say state auth user data. User data. Okay, now I have the access to user data. Now, how can I verify that this post is written by you or not? Because post is also storing a user ID, and we can extract the user ID from the user data as well. So we can match both of them. So let's just say if we have the post, because post might be null, if the post is there, and we have the user data as well, user data, then we can do something. Otherwise, we'll do something. Okay. We want to check if you have post, if you have user data, then we want to match it. That will be a true part. And otherwise, it will be a false part. So we'll say this as a false. All right. How can we verify the true part? The true part can be verified by simply comparing them. So let's say post is going to have a field known as user ID. Is it equals to the user data? Which also has a field of ID. So $ID. So if both of them match, we'll be getting a result of true, otherwise false. Let's store that into a variable. So let's call this one as is author. And there we go. Now we are checking for the condition. If post is present, if user data is present, then if they matches, that's great, that's true. Otherwise, it's just a false. So now we have an access of the field that, hey, this is all how it works and all of that. Okay. Now we want to do something a little bit more onto that. We want to work with how the delete post will work because deleting is interesting. Okay. Let's write a simple method for that. Delete post. It's actually super simple. That's why we are handling it first. So how does a post gets deleted? Really simple. You just query to Appwrite. So Appwrite service has a method of delete file, not delete file, delete post. Yep. You just have to provide the post ID to it, and I can extract this from the post dot $ID. So once I actually pass it on, I can use an await here, or if you wish, I can use a dot then, just like this. And if I receive a status, then I can go ahead and delete the file as well, because remember, we are not keeping the file at the same time. If the post is deleted, then let's go ahead and delete this. So I'll fire a callback. So in this case, if I receive that, hey, the status is there, it gives me a status. By the way, if you'll read the docs, once anything is deleted, it gives you back a status. So let's check in here. If the status is there, if status is present, then I'll go ahead and delete that. So we'll use Appwrite service and we'll say delete file, and still you have access to this post dot, and this time extract featured image. And now this image will be deleted. If you wish, you can put an await on this one, but if it does it in the behind the scene, I'm really okay with that. And I can just navigate. Totally up to you how you're designing your application. If this is really important step, you don't want to move it before this, you can put an await onto this one. That's also fine. Totally up to you that how you want to design your application. Okay, so far it's good, but there is one more thing. We got this slug, but we are not using this slug because this is a post page. Individual post should be loaded as soon as the page or somebody comes to this page, or this page loads, or this component loads. So yes, you guessed it right. We'll be using something known as use effect to actually do the exact same job. Use effect, and there we go. We'll be having our callback. And we need a dependency array as well. So this will be dependent on either the slug, there's any change, or if somebody navigates here. So we'll be running it on the both side. Now, how do we grab a slug? So if the slug is present, if we have slug, then go ahead and just query the Appwrite. Hey Appwrite, give me a post. So get post, not posts, only one. And for that, you have to provide me a slug. Let's use promises.then. So if you get the post, let's go ahead and use a callback. If you get a post, what do you want to do? So if I get the post, I'll set the post. If post is there, then I'll go ahead and say set post. And in the post, we'll be posting a post, too many posts. Okay, what in the else case? If we don't get this one, so in the else part, we can just go ahead and say, let's navigate. Let's navigate back onto the home because I was not able to grab that. So there is no point of loading anything. So that's it. Pretty easy. Now we were able to grab it. So delete post is pretty nice. Nothing much we have to do. Okay, now let's go ahead and work on with this one. So return. I don't want to return anything just like this. I want to return only in the case of post. If the post is there, then let's go ahead and do something. Otherwise, you can go ahead and do something else. What something else do you want to do? You can put a message, couldn't find the post or something, but I'll just go ahead and do a null because rest of the things will be taken care by my use effect. But totally up to you. The reason why I'm actually explaining this so much is so that you understand the flow of the application, not just these memorized things that we have to always do this. No, it's your application, how you want to design it, how you want to handle the edge cases. This is how things are designed. So that's why I'm actually mentioning all this in such a detail. Okay, let's go up here. What do you want to do in this case? I'll first have a simple div, which will be having a class of py-8. Okay. Now inside this, let's open up a container. There we go. Now inside this container, we'll be having a simple div which just posts an image. So I'll just have a div and we'll be having some of the class names onto this one. Not really much interested in the classes or writing in front of you. I'll just copy and paste my classes. You get that. Now, once you're into this div, the first thing that we want to do is display an image. Now, how do we display an image? That's the question. Again, we can use our JavaScript and use Appwrite for getting the image. So we can use an Appwrite service and we can get a file preview. To get a file preview, we can use the post, which I already have for this particular page. And from this, I can use the featured image. There we go. We got our image. Now in the alt, let's use post title, maybe. We can simply say post dot title. There we go. And it looks good. We have some of the class names as well into this one. And the class name is just rounded XL. Rounded-XL. All right, so the image part is all done and this div looks great. Now we also need to display the content. So just below this div, I'll open another div which also has a class of w-full and one more class of margin bottom -6. All right, so this is my second div and in this I'll just do two things. I'll display the title as well as the content. Title is easy part. There is nothing big deal onto this. Again, one more div. Let's use an h1 directly. I'll not get a div. h1 dot text dash to XL. Anything else? Font bold. Font bold. Now, how can I display this text? Super easy. Use your JavaScript and simply say post dot title. Okay, no big deal. But how can I display the content? Because content is something where we have used editor and editor is storing all of this. So what we're going to do is, in this case, let's use a div, which will be having a class of browser-css. These are custom classes. You can write them as well. But the most important thing is use a JavaScript, but not ordinarily. You have to use a parse, which comes from the HTML React parser. And in this, I have to say post.content. There we go. Told you it's super easy. Everything that we are storing, this is all thanks to this parse, which allows me to display the HTML content and everything that's inside there. So all of your formatting like bold, italic, your colors, everything is being parsed properly. Now, one more thing that we have to do is, okay, this part you understand nicely, but there is one more thing. Now, on top of this image, I want to show the user that can you actually delete this post, or can you just have an edit button, something like this, delete post or edit post, something like this. So for this, we'll optionally render something. So here is my JavaScript and is author will give us a true or false. And based on this, we will display this. So let's use this one. Just goes like this. We'll simply have a div which has absolute dash right dash 6, and these are classes to keep it at the very right top. That's it, top dash 6. So we have this div. Now inside this div we'll have a simple link. The first one is going to allow the user to update this post. How can I update that? Super easy, nothing too much. I'll have the link. Okay. The most important part in this link is to, because this is something which does all the magic. So I'll use a backtext where I want to go. I want to go to /edit-post, and to edit any post, I have to provide the slug after that. That's it. So I'll just use a slash and we'll provide an ID just like that. So post.$ID. That's it. Now you'll be redirected to /edit-post, and edit post we haven't yet handled. But this will be handled here in the post. So that's it. All we have to do is just load all the things in the data. That's it. So this is the post that we have grabbed. Okay. The next thing is, let's name this button as something. So let's call this one as, inside this, let's give it a button. The button component that we have designed. And let's call this one as edit. We have some classes for this one as well. All right. Actually, not the classes. We have some of the properties onto this one. So I'll just paste this. So we have the background color green and the class name just like this. So one part is done, that how this is being actually done in design. Similar to this, we also have a button. This time not the link, but we need just a button. So I'll just copy this, move outside of the link, and we'll also keep this one. This one is going to be a delete button. And this button will have a simple on click. This one is going to be red. That's fine. Margin right. We don't need this into this one, margin right. We just need one thing here. On click. Suggestions. No suggestions. Anyways, on click just like this and simply run delete post. That's it. Delete post already is handling things up here. So I think that is good enough. So this is something that is worth discussing of how things are being done, how you are able to parse these things. I hope that gives you a little bit of extra knowledge of how these professional applications are designed. And once you understand this, you can now build anything that you want, basically. Something that's storing the code part or anything, you can just store them in using the editors, and using the parts, you can just display them. So that is it. Quite a long journey about this one, still almost like half an hour. But I hope this has helped you to understand a lot about how applications are designed, how the workflow of the application works, and you are building it along with me. I highly recommend that once you watch these videos, try to build them on your own. If you need help, take help from my GitHub. Not directly from the video, but if you feel uncomfortable even after that, then only take help from the videos itself. That's it for this one. Let's catch up in the next one. Hey there everyone, Hitesh here, back again with another video. And in this video, we'll try to finish our app. It's almost done. We don't have anything major that we want to explain or we want to go through along with this. Rest of them is just importing the component, display them. That's pretty much it. Only couple of things are remaining, which I'll walk you through in this video. So let's go ahead and do that. And probably after that, we might need some kind of debugging, maybe some CSSs here and there, just minor stuff, nothing much to be worried about. So one final thing to walk you through with the flow of the code is something. So let me share the screen and walk you through with that. So this is our screen. So in case you did notice that we have this post, and inside this, in the last video, we created this button which says edit, which takes you to /edit/slug. So in case you want to know, you forgot about how that works, we have this edit post /slug in which the edit post is going to be the page that will be loaded. So if I just go ahead and click on this, this is something that we are importing from here. So pages edit post. So let's go into the edit post and see how we can actually manage that. So as you reach to the edit post, the first thing that should come to your mind is that I'm getting a slug. And I can extract that slug using use params, and I can use effect to query the Appwrite to bring that post. And that's exactly what you should be doing. So let's go ahead and grab it. I'll walk you through with usually what I do is I just go up here and start writing. So I need a post, obviously. So let's go ahead and work with the post, and that will be set post. And usually I rely too much on the auto import statements, just like this. In some cases, it doesn't work automatically, so I hate that part. All right. Next thing is we need to extract the slug. So let's go ahead and grab a slug. And that slug is going to come up from use params. It doesn't give me. I hate it. Why it's not giving me suggestion? In most cases it does, but today it's not really happy with me. Okay, so we need use params. So how we're going to get the use param? That's the question. I think that's from React Router DOM. So use params. No suggestions. Import from React Router DOM. Did I made a mistake? Yes. Use params. Yep, now it makes sense. Since we are here, let's also grab use navigate. Use navigate, and let's also grab it. So navigate, and that's going to come up from use navigate, just like that. Okay. So these are the things that I have. Now, the first thing that I would love to do now is to use the slug and get something from Appwrite services. So we need to get Appwrite services first. All right. Import Appwrite service. And that's going to come up from one directory back inside the Appwrite, inside the config. Let's now use effect. And the use effect goes like this. It gives me a callback just like that. And we have a dependency array. All right, so what's the dependency? Maybe if you change anything into the slug, or if you navigate from here and there, these are my two dependency. Now coming up onto the part where we can go with that. Okay, so if I have a slug, then make a request. So let's check this. If you have a slug, then only make that request. So appwrite, and we are gonna say get post, one only, not the posts. And post can be taken up by the slug. We can use await here, or you can use .then for the promise part. And then we'll say inside this, if you get a post, just like this, let's go here. Now, if we have post, let's set that post into my state. So if I have a post, let's go ahead and set this into set post, post, there we go. If I don't have any post, so in that case, I'll just go ahead and say navigate. Navigate, where do you want to navigate? Totally up to you. I'm happy with the slash. All right, so this is the part where it's easily. Now this part here is even much more easy. The reason for that is I can just bring in container and the post form, which I've already created as a component. So that makes my life much more easier. Let's bring them. So import container, and that's going to come up from one directory back. Inside the component, we have container and we have container. And we also need the post form. So import post form, and that's going to come from one directory back inside the components. And we do have post form, and inside that we have post form. Post form, there we go. And all I have to do is I can keep this div as it is if you wish. And I'll say the padding on y-axis, let's be it 6. We don't need this. And we can say wrap everything inside the container, just like that. And inside this we'll be having a post form, and it could be self-closing, and we need to pass on one param, which is post, which is post. All right, so post is coming up from my state. So that's it, told you. After this point, almost everything is super, super easy. Like, let me tell you one more thing. What happens when you simply go ahead and do add post? Now, I don't have to do too much of the things. I can just go ahead and say, I want to import container, and that container is going to come from one directory back inside the components. Container, should have done an index.js there. I'll probably leave that as an exercise for you. There should be just one index file inside the components, and I could have bring everything here, make my life much, much easier. But anyways, and we do have a post form, and that's going to come from one directory back inside the component slash post form slash post form. And in here, I can just go and remove this. Again, same class name, padding y6. And in here, wrap everything inside the container, just like always. And in here, you can just go ahead and say, hey, I'll have a post form. Post form. Why did it brought it again? No idea. But anyways, we'll remove this one. Okay, so told you it's super easy now because the post form component that we created, in case you forgot that, it's okay. It's totally normal to understand that you forgot that. Remember, everything is being done in here. So submit, everything is there. We're just loading this component inside this one. So super, super easy. Now, what happens when you actually work with the all post? Okay, in the all post, we'll just grab all the posts that are possible and we'll be working with that like. So let's first import appwrite service, and that's going to come from one directory back inside the appwrite. We need a config, and what else do we need? Probably that's it. I want to have all the posts, so const posts set posts. That's going to be use state. And by default, it's going to be an empty array. We want it to be iteratable because there are many posts inside that. First thing is use effect. Use effect. Just like that, have a callback. And there is probably nothing as a dependency array. When you put nothing inside the dependency array, that's also a good thing. That means it will run only and only once when the component mounts, and that's it. So let's go up here. And as soon as the component mounts, we'll use Appwrite service. We'll say get posts, this time S, because we want to grab all of it. And we'll say that, hey, we'll get all the posts. We'll just take it in the array. And dot then. And if everything goes right, we'll be having the posts. And all we have to do that if we have posts, just go ahead and use set posts, just like that. And we'll saying posts dot document. That's a little bit part on the Appwrite side, because the post in itself has an object dot document. It has a couple of more things. By the way, if you wish to see more of it, just do a console log of the post. And then once you have the dot documents, that actually gives you an array. And again, by the way, I didn't vent it up on the very first go. I had to do a console log to understand what kind of document is something that I'm receiving back. And then I worked on this one. By the way, Appwrite does a fantastic job in showing you what is something that you are receiving back when you're making a query or something like that. So fantastic job there. But yes, I needed to do a little bit of console log there. Now, the interesting part is we would be needing a post card. So if you remember, we created this post card in which you pass on the ID, title, and featured image, and it displays that. So we'll be using this. So let's go ahead and bring that. I will bring container too. Container. Oh, nice suggestions. Finally, you are awake. And we'll be needing postcard. Postcard. No suggestions. It's just understanding the things which are already being designed. Hate this. Should have been done auto. Anyways, not complaining too much. Components, and then we have postcard. Okay. Moving back, this is going to require a couple of classes. We are going to set the width of full and padding on Y8. Okay, so now moving ahead, let's clean this. First of all, let's wrap everything inside the container, just like that. Inside the container, we'll have a simple div. And in fact, this div can have a class of flex and flex-wrap so that everything becomes a card and we can just easily shrink them up. Okay, now what we have to do, start your JavaScript, because now we want to loop through the posts. Remember this? The posts, which is an array. So we'll be rendering this, but conditionally. So we'll be saying that, hey, what we can do is posts.map. And inside this, each post, we are going to call post. This is individual one. Just goes like this. And I'm not going to use curly braces, otherwise I have to explicitly return. So I'll use parentheses for that. And I'll say I'll be returning you a div with a class of padding-2 and a width of 1/4. Dot width of 1/4. I don't think so. It automatically takes it as emit abbreviation. It takes it. That's nice. By the way, it's dash. And since this is the one which is iterating over, so we will put a key onto this one, and key is super easy, post.$it. And once I'm in this, the component that I want to loop through is my post card, self-closing, of course. It takes one prop. So what we're going to do is, if you notice it carefully, I could have given it like this. So I can just go ahead and say, hey, post is equals to post, but it's not accepting these kinds of parameter in this way. So remember, the way how you design these components and what they expect the data, make sure you're careful about that. In our case, the post is expecting an object which has all these information. So don't pass it on directly in case you want to do so. So you have to pass on just an object, and we are going to destructure it. That's the important part. And that's it. It's going to do the job. So I told you, it's very minute details now. We are all happy with this. Edit post we have worked on, and home, there is nothing inside the home. What we can do is home can also have the card. This is my all post, same. And on the home also, let's grab all the cards and do the same stuff. Okay, so let's go ahead and say all post, and we'll copy all of this. Home will also display the same stuff. So we'll paste it. All post, what do we need? the same stuff, copy this, and in here we'll just paste it. So we have post and all these stuff, get post, blah blah stuff, looks okay. Now in this one, what we can do is there are a couple of more things that we should have done. Okay. On the home page, if you have, like, we haven't taken care of the cases in the all post when the array is 0. We can actually do that in the home, and I can give that as a sample exercise for you. Okay, so this part is all okay. But what do you want to return when the array is 0? So let me just handle that case. If the post dot length is actually 0, that means there is nothing inside the array, then you can simply go ahead and return that there is nothing to read. Otherwise, we can just wrap up the container, something like that. So let's go ahead and remove this part. Return. What do you want to return? No post to display, but let's actually do that in a better way. Let's grab everything from the all post. I'll grab this, copy this, and I'll paste it. Okay, so container, and we don't have this one to actually load, so we'll just remove this, and we probably will have a simple h1 which says login to read posts. So probably there is nothing inside it, or we can say there is no post to read. Better message is login to read. So this is all the case when the if statement is working. If the statement doesn't get invoked, that means there is something inside the length. So in that case, we can actually use the same all post, copy that, and we can just paste it up here that, hey, the container is there and we are iterating through. So post.map, everything, postcard, it's exactly same. So now that you know how to handle the situation when the post is 0, you can do exactly same in the all post as well. Just write a simple if statement at line number 19. I can just mark it as to do for you. To do, add case for array length 0. Yeah, not really the best sentence, but I think you can do the job. Okay, so the home part is done. What about the login part? This is the most easy part, but I think you will find a couple of bugs in this one. Let me show you why. The reason for that is we did everything inside this login, so we just need to import this component. But you will find it a little bit difficult if you don't know one simple thing, which is how to import this. So you probably might think that I'll just go ahead and say I'll import login, and that will come up as one directory back. Inside the component, we do have login. The problem is our page is also called as login. This is really bad. So which one to use, which one not to use, something like this. The easiest fix is just use an aliasing. And let's call this one as login component. And notice here, this is what is giving you a problem that, hey, import login, this is not how it works. So we need to actually change this a little bit. And I think this is the reason why I always say that it's always a good idea that these kinds of situations might happen with your component. So it's always a good idea to actually grab things like this. So let me show you an easy fix of that, because that's a common scalability problem. Let me just show you that. We will just create a simple index file inside the component, new file, and call this one as index.js. And one by one, we'll be just importing everything and we'll be exporting that. That's all what we'll be doing in this one. This is much better of an approach. So if I go ahead and say login, and that login is going to come from /login. Now I can go ahead and say export. And I can export all of this is like that, and I can export login. Now, once you do this kind of a thing, it's much easier, and you will notice that this import statement is not going to work because it's not export default. So you can actually just wrap this up inside the parentheses, and every time you bring that, it comes up like this, and this gives you the ability to call it as login. So you can rename the structures like this, or rename the page as login page, something like that. So that's also workable. But I think you get the idea that how to avoid these kinds of problems. Good stuff to discuss. We'll have a simple class name, and we'll say padding by 8. And now in here, I can just hit an enter and can say I'll have a login component. Self-closing, of course. So there we go. Much easier fix. Post page, we have already worked with that. Sign up, exactly same. So for this sign up also, we'll import the sign up. Import sign up from pages. Nope, not from pages. Sign up from current directory and sign up. All we have to do is comma and say sign up. Now the advantage is I can actually bring these sign up and can rename them. So I can just go ahead and say import sign up from components. That's nice. And I can just say get it as sign up component. And in here, we can just have a class name, which says padding y8. And this one can hit an enter. And we can say sign up component, self-closing, of course. So, all right, a lot of stuff. And actually, the better way of handling this entire thing in the component would be to grab everything that's there in the component and export in this way so that there is a consistency. And I don't have to name this because if you notice it, when we were bringing something like in the edit post, when we were bringing these things like post form, container, this is coming up from different. So there is a missing piece of consistency here. So at least one thing would be consistent is everything will come from /components. That's it. So good stuff, but I think you get the perspective of how things are being done. And I'm happy that I was able to share all these details, production grade, scalability issues with you. The only thing remaining is to test the application, and we're going to do that in the next video. Let's catch up there. Hey there everyone, Hitesh here, back again with another video, and welcome to the final video where I'll walk you through how I debug this application. Expecting that your application will work on the very first go is absolutely a wrong notion. And especially when somebody is teaching you, he's more focused on the teaching part and the flow part. So some mistakes are meant to be there. They are obviously going to be there. And yes, it took me like really a lot of time to debug this. By a lot of time, I mean 1 hour, a little bit more than 1 hour. So in this video, I'll walk you through what all I did, how I debugged the process, how I read the errors. This will help you to understand the entire flow of when you're done with the application or in between if you want to check it out, what all the processes you need to go through. So let's go it one by one and I'll walk you through. Currently, the application is in the working form and I'll just give you the entire source code as well. But the most important part is to understand the psychology behind solving these bugs. And most important is read those damn errors. That's the secret ingredient. Okay, let me share the screen first. And one by one, let's go there. So what I did is I tried to run the application. So the first conflict that I saw immediately was in my app.jsx. So this is the first part. So in the app.jsx, there was nothing, absolutely. We didn't have anything. So we have to load some stuff. So in the return statement, as you can see, I brought in my headers and I brought in my footer so that in the header, I can load up the navigation bar along with the logout button and the outlet as well. Now, not only that, I also wanted to figure out that whether the user is logged in or not. So how can I do it as soon as this component loads? Yes, you guessed it right. It was useEffect. So I used the useEffect hook along with the Appwrite services, just a simple method, get current user. If the current user is there, then that's great. Otherwise, let's allow the user to move on here and there. So what I did is I created a state loading and we used the dispatch just like that. And after that, we used a simple useEffect and we simply went up with the auth service, get current user. If we get the user, that's great. Let's dispatch a login action that user is logged in. Otherwise, let's dispatch the loading as false. So based on that, we're just loading if the loading is false, otherwise we don't load anything. That's pretty much it I did. Once I did it and I moved on to the Chrome browser. So let me just walk you through with this one. So this Chrome browser. So what we saw in this one is we simply went up onto this one and tried to log in and we saw a whole lot of errors. And I tried to inspect this into the console and it gave me so many of the error. I looked into this one and the first one, the error that I found is that it was not able to load the environment variable. So when I was teaching you in the React, I actually accidentally used all the React variable, not the Vite variable, but we actually used the Vite. So here's the simple solution. All you have to do is you have to say import meta.env.vite_ and then whatever you want to say, and that's how it works. So I looked up into this one, found a solution for this one, and went into my environment variable first and changed everything to wheat underscore, just like this. So I'll just copy all of this, and I'll also paste this into the sample so that in case you are going through with the wheat or React, whatever you are going for, you can just go with that. I'll obviously remove these ones because I don't want to push it. And of course, by the time you'll be watching the video, I would have removed these ones as well. So I'll just go ahead and paste it up. And let's go ahead and comment this. In fact, in the sample, we can keep it, no problem at all. All right, so I'll just keep it in the sample. Once I did it in the sample, the next step was to change that into the conf.js as well. So this also got changed to wheat.appwrite. The errors were pretty clear. Once you check the console log, it simply said, hey, I don't know what this process.env.wheat. So I had to change this one, import.meta.env. So pretty first error that we caught up. After managing our app.jsx. So this was the first problem that I saw. Then after that, I realized that in a lot of places, I have a couple of issues. Like into this input file, I somehow missed these parentheses. So they were a little bit difficult to find at first. It just gave me an error on the sign up screen that ID was missing. And I'm pretty sure that I gave you the ID. I checked up first of all about my auth.js saying that, hey, I'm providing you the ID. It's id.unique. Turns out in the sign up component itself, I was missing, in the input component, I was missing the ID just like this. I tried, it again gave me, hey, ID is missing. Come on, I'm giving you the ID. Why are you doing this to me? Then turns out I realized that in this one, I actually forgot to import the ID from the Appwrite. Yeah. Can't believe I did that, but yeah, these are the errors. These are the bugs. Once I have this ID in here, then obviously id.unique works and it started to do the sign up for me. So that's one thing. And in the login also, if we are using, in the login, we don't use ID. So there's nothing much more onto this part. So this is a couple of things. Not only that, a couple of more things needed to be fixed. For example, in the footer, I actually forgot to import the logo. That was giving me a bug. So I did that. After that, in the header.jsx, I actually imported these logo in a different format. So I used this one, which is wrong. If you're doing an export default, this is not how we do it, but somehow accidentally I did it. So I looked a little bit on what all the things are missing. It was pretty straightforward errors. So I started with that. Once this is all done, I went up back into this that, hey, what all these things. Couple of other components also were having some issues that, hey, this was not imported properly or something. I worked with that. Another error that I saw was here that it says add post, but in the URL slug, it says add posts. So that is wrong. Obviously, we didn't took care of this URL. So I went up and changed this to post. That is what we are handling in the main.jsx. So this is the one that we are handling, which is edit post and slug, not posts. There is no S. So a couple of things, just look out for the flow of your application that always works with how things are going on and how things are doing for you. So don't panic, read the errors one by one, step by step, try to figure it out. Because what I've noticed is that errors sometimes are not in the place where you're looking up for or are expecting them. For example, in my case, I was expecting the ID might be something wrong in the auth.js. And obviously it was that ID was missing here, but this was also pretty much unseen, or I didn't expect it, that I might have missed this parenthesis here. So in the ID, so input file, I didn't expect it that it would be there, but it was there. So this is what we did. And apart from this, I've also added a couple of more CSS as well. It's not really required, but I have added these CSS up here. These are browser CSS. So when the browser CSS, if you see something like output or summary or details, iframes and all of that, by the way, they are available online on the website of Framer. The parser of the package that we used, which one? I'll show you that. HTML React parser. So the CSS is available on a lot of resources there. So this is a couple of ways of how I fixed the application. Rest of the things worked nicely, but expecting that application will work immediately is a bad idea. One more thing which I noticed that gave me an error is this one. So when I tried to upload an image, at the very first it gave me an error that, hey, you don't have permission to upload. Turns out I have the permission for the guest that we did together, but we also need to give all the users the permission to do CRUD in the images. So you can just click on add roles and select individual users if you want to give some users only the permission, but I wanted to give it to all users. So I just selected that and it just gave the permission to all of them. So this was one of the issues. So make sure you are aware of that. And now in the auth, you can see the user is being registered. You can work more on it if you want to build this application a little bit more complex, which I highly recommend. We tried with that. Then in the database, we can just check out. This is one post. I tried to have that. This is the post. So if I click on this YouTube and the blog, this is my first post. This is my first post title, content. I told you that the content is being stored in the HTML. So all your CSS, colors, everything is stored like this. That's why we used the React parser. Featured image, only the ID is getting us. Status is active and the user ID that we are storing. So pretty basics, how things are being done. Make sure you are aware of it. Make sure you try more of it. In the settings, I'll also mention that, hey, I actually said that all the users can actually do the CRUD operation with this document. So make sure this permission is also enabled. So in this entire application, we have seen that how the authentication works, how the database works, how the storage works. I'll try my best to actually have more on functions as well. But in case you didn't notice that, on the Appwrite channel, one of my friend Dennis, he's creating a couple of videos on the official Appwrite channel about using functions in the Appwrite that are pretty cool. So go ahead and check them out in case you have some time. But this was all the application that I had. By the way, I will push the entire source code of this application so that you can match it. You can try it on my GitHub as well. Feel free to check out my GitHub. The entire code for the entire React course plus this mega project is available for all of you. If you still find any issue, reach me out on my Discord or Twitter or Instagram, wherever you feel active. I'm pretty active on all social media. Reach me out. I'll try my best to create more videos. If you find something that this was not clear, just reach me out. I will help you to understand it much easier way. I hope this entire project has given you some insight about how complex a real world application can be. A couple of things which are still missing in this application, which I think you can work on with this, is if I go ahead and say, all post, add post are working fine. In case when I click on add post, there is a little bit CSS issue. So this featured image active was supposed to go here. I'll try to fix this up. That's one thing. And apart from that, if I go ahead and see all post, in this all post, these edit and delete buttons supposed to go over the image. Probably I missed something. Rest of them are pretty easy and okay. So we can see that it's working nice. Let's try to log it out. Once I click on the log out button, it redirects me onto the login page, but it's up to you. We don't have still any logo. I would highly recommend you to try this out. The reason that I am actually leaving this application in a position where you can actually work a little bit more, because no matter how much you see me coding or you follow along with me, there will be bugs, there will be error. And if you add a couple of more features from your side, that actually makes you a good programmer. So try to add a little bit more or try to convert this application into a social media, because it's also same. Images are there, posts are there. So try to build something like that. And this will give you a lot of confidence. If you face any trouble, reach me out on Twitter or on Discord. I would be super happy to help you out. Watch out for more of my videos and courses. I'm constantly making more courses, more videos on cutting edge, bleeding edge tech, as well as rock solid techs as well, like Pythons and JavaScript as well. And if you have some suggestions, do reach me out. I would love to have your feedback. That's it for this video. Hope you have enjoyed. It was a great, fantastic journey with all of you. I hope you will share the entire series so that I get more eyes. It would be really great if you can share on LinkedIn. But if you don't want to, that's okay. That's fine too. Anyways, that's it for this video. Let's catch up in the next one.